dust off. Is that what you do? Is that all you're made of? Whatever ain't right, prove it on yourself. Revisit your act, return to parallel. Living on a guideline, been there, done that, rolled up and dead. Instead of being bitter, back up, go grab your keys. Follow road to start driver, who hit the tip top of an adventure. Ready to relish everyday desire. Got fire, lighting up the way. Let go what holds us back. Take over, feeling different together. Breaking the barrier. What's the better time? 'Cause we can zigzag, show them this is our own track. Look out, we won't get caught up. Look like you don't care, walking the dust off. Is that what you do? Is that all you're made of? Whatever ain't right, prove it on yourself. Revisit your act, return to parallel. Living on a guideline, been there, done that, rolled up and dead. Instead of being bitter, back up, go grab your keys.
What it is, ladies and gentlemen, how y'all doing today? KW Dumplings, Gout Slayer, Shiuka, Zaniel, Clasher, Riona, how y'all doing today? Bro, so like legit, I just woke up, I had a quick shower, brushed my teeth, I haven't even had breakfast, because I'm over here minding my business, bro. So I'm gonna give you a live example of what the fuck happened, right? So I'm over here in bed, right? I'm like this. And then out of nowhere, my phone starts going ding, ding, ding. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck is happening, bro? So I look at my phone and it's like, yo, you're getting roasted on a CC stream. And I'm like, why? What do you say fuck me for? So I had no idea who the CC was. Like, because they didn't say a name. They just said, you're getting roasted on the CC stream. They're talking bad about you. And I'm like, but I didn't even do anything, bro. Okay, let's see what's going on, bro. So I'm like, can you send me the link of the CC? And they send me the link of Blazion, which, by the way, I've talked to Blazion before. I think he's a chill dude. So I'm like, okay, why is Blazion, as they say, roasting me, right? And I go to his stream and he was reacting to my latest video. So I'm like, he's like, when I joined in, he was saying that he hopes the clips don't get taken out of context, and he thinks, and I think that he's attacking me. And I'm like, nah, bro. So I typed, I'm like, nah, bro, I have no problem with people having a different opinion than me. Feel free to do and say what you want. Little heart. And he's like, yo, you want to hop on call? And I'm like, oh shit, okay. But I got to wash my ass and brush my teeth. You know what I'm saying? Am I sleeping alone? No, I sleep with my girl. So I'm over here on the right side, like, and she's on the left side, like, you know what I'm saying? Both of us knocked out. Both of us knocked out. So I'm going to see what, the homie Blaze got to say, and then I guess I'll just get my stream out of the way for today.
Perfect.
Just to see what's popping. Brand new whip just hopped in type of shit. Y'all wild choose. Bro, tell me I didn't just... Look, I think any of those events are the perfect endgame mode, because they would both include non-combat and combat event. They would be casual and have combat in it, bro. For example, for YOOOO, right? Right, for YOOOO, you would be casually licking her toe while fighting the urge to bust a nut. So it would be literally the perfect, you know, middle ground that would include both types of activities in the game. Tell me I'm wrong. I bet you won't. I bet you won't. You know what I'm saying? It's just not possible, bro. What end game mode am I picking? Shit. Oh no, that's a hard one. All right, let's go. Two birds with one stone. Earliest streaming, I'm not gonna have made that stream a video. It's gonna be interesting to take from different perspective, bro. You guys know me, Rio, and I've been saying I'm always down to talk about a different perspective. You know what I'm saying? I'm always down. Like if you could hold a conversation with me and you want to explain why you think that what you're saying is right and I have a different opinion, we could have a nice little conversation, a nice debate, and you know, maybe I'll be wrong, maybe the other person will be wrong, or maybe we'll find a new avenue of solutions that will give us the right answers. So I'm gonna see what Blaze says. Game needs balance for both types of players. We stood with casuals with story shit and they wanted a better story. That's what I'm saying. Like, if we go back to the core of it, right? Forget what anybody says outside of everything. Forget all that. Let's go back to the core of it, right? What is the core of it? People that enjoy combat saying, hey, it's been a little bit too long without combat events. We'd like a combat event. That's it. That's the core of the argument, how it all started, right? And from then on, it started escalating with people saying that, why would we want combat events? Why do you think the patch is not enjoyable just because there's no combat events? It's like, yes, because that's what I like. That's why you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. You missed a whole lot, dawg. I don't know, but Blaze is having an argument with someone in his chat, so I haven't decided to tell him what's good yet. He's gonna go in from the argument he was having on the stream to straight up with me. Let's see.
Pleasing to the ears,
Now I'm gonna be salty about that BS attitude. That damn ad cock blocked me, bro. You gotta drop that Twitch Prime on your boy's head top. You know what I'm saying? Let's see.
Pleasing to the ears,
Alright, let me set everything straight so like y'all could hear him. Love you, baby.
Perfect.
Hey, what's good, bro? Yo, you gonna make me feel special with that music, bro.
It's like a date, man.
You gonna make
We're
me
like
feel
on
all
a
cute
date.
and shit. Come on now.
we need the romantic music in the background.
Facts.
Because if we have like a metal music or like a war theme music, people are gonna think we're like at war against each other or something.
Yeah,
I don't know,
bro. It's
just to light up the mood.
it's like I've always told you. I'm always down to have a conversation, no matter how different our opinions might be.
Great, great. Okay, first of all, I do want to say, okay, so how do I like, guys? How do I make it? You know what? No, fuck it. I'm just gonna like do this.
What's good,
I do
guys? Welcome to the
this,
stream. How y'all doing?
okay, and now watching
KX,
videos,
McNeilo.
okay, and now I'm gonna go to the window, properties,
Okay, I don't know what he's doing.
and
I'm not trying to dox whatever he's. I mean, he's streaming technically, so it's cool. Combat was WUWA's main selling points. Yeah. Guys are still playing Genshin Impact. If not, what patch that made you decide to stop? Shit, I stopped Genshin Impact a long time ago. I'm waiting for him to set up his stuff.
all right, great. That's fine.
So I'm just waiting
Great.
for him to set up his stuff.
All right, are you there? I
Yeah,
think
I'm
you
here,
muted
bro.
yourself. All right, hi. Yeah, I was changing stuff.
Alright.
It looks kind of ass, honestly. You know what? I'm just gonna put the camera on there. All
Yeah,
right.
just put your camera, bro.
Yeah, I'm retarded. I'm low-key retarded. What the fuck am I doing? Like this is basically like beginner streamer 101. All right, cool. This is good. Yeah, this is fine. All right. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah. I guess we're gonna have like a convo about that. First of all, I do want to say like first of all, like even though we don't agree, like I 100% do not agree with anything you said, honestly.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad we could talk about it.
Are not feel. I know that you are addressing the different people because there's like
Yes.
different people out there. There's gonna be people that like the story. There's gonna be people that don't like the story. There's gonna be people that like the combat that don't like the combat. And like, let's be honest, there's gonna be people that love the game and play the game a lot. Just like there's gonna be people who just pull for a character goon and don't even build the characters. I know that. I've seen those people in real life.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The funny part is that those people are also, most of them are not even the people who are playing the game. They're not even in the community. They're just randoms, casuals. They are the casuals, okay?
Yes.
So basically there's one issue, okay? The issue is the lack of combat. I think we can both agree that there's a lack of combat content in the
Yeah.
game.
That's what initially sparked the whole, I guess, debate or drama regarding everything. People saying
Exactly.
they wanted more combat events. Yeah.
Exactly. No, but the actual truth, the objective truth is that there is a lack of content in Wuthering
Yes.
Waves.
In general, lack of content, 100%.
Exactly. If that's the case, there's 2 points of view, right? People
Yes.
want something to do. People want to play the game. What is the best way to play the game is in the end game content. The end game content has a very slow patch cycle. Instead of having like a weekly cycle, because it's gonna stress out the teamies, little teamies, I guess. It has like a 2 weeks, more than 2 weeks plus TOA cycle and WUWA cycle, and that's just boring. You don't have nothing to do. You just do that. There's nothing else.
Yes.
The thing is, not only there is a slow rotation, but also there is only 2 modes. There's nothing else other than that. So there's only 2 solutions, which is either A, you fix the endgame mode, you get a faster TOA, you add virtual crisis, or you add banners never fall, or have a different way of doing more combat, which is the combat events.
Yeah.
That, in my eyes, this is my point of view and the point of view of a lot of people. A lot of people probably in my chat still agree with the same way of thinking that I have. And if they haven't yet, they now do. Which is, the combat events, they are a fix. They are a temporary fix because you're not actually fixing the entire issue of the game. You're actually just applying a bandage fixed in the moment. Why am I saying this? Because you are basically wishful thinking, that in every single patch that is going to come out, you're going to get that specific bandage solution, which is a bad way to think. You're setting up for failure. You're setting up to get disappointed every single time a new update comes out.
Yes.
That is the problem of it. Okay, so when someone says that I'm not focusing on the, when someone asks me if I care about the combat events or not, I'm legitimately just gonna say, although they are a nice thing to have, they are not my priority. I don't really care that much about the combat events. There's a bigger fish to fry. There's a bigger issue. There's a bigger elephant in the room to fix, which is the lack of end game content. When that
100%.
gets, and when that gets fixed, if that got fixed, hypothetically speaking, if I'm doing a lot more end game content, there would be less hunger for combat in the game itself. Then I would even say that the combat events, the thing that you do in 20 or 30 minutes, and in a 40-day patch, that would be irrelevant in my eyes. So there's a big problem, there's a solution, and there's a bandage solution. What I'm saying is that the combat event is a bandage solution and not exactly a fix of the problem itself.
Okay.
What do you think about that in specific?
Okay, so I get where you're coming from and everything you said, and I just want to, start breaking it down and giving you my opinion regarding it step by step. So we can both agree, endgame in terms of content or combat is dry, right? We only have 2 game modes. They reset every, I don't know, 2 weeks or so. So it does take forever, yes. But at least for my specific takes on the recent videos, or maybe the one you watched, I didn't want to mix up multiple subjects, right? I didn't want to talk about endgame. I didn't want to talk about the lack of combat events. I didn't want to talk about, I don't know, people saying that the game is predatory or the last 2 floors of tower. I wanted to stick directly with the one topic that people were talking about at the moment, because if I start mixing a bunch of topics, it could get messy. So I strictly sticked with events, right? The lack of events. Now, if we're talking about the general, right, atmosphere and environment of the game, then yes, end game modes being added to the game, being improved, maybe resetting faster would be the big fix to give combat players what they want. 100%, right? But I don't think that adding more combat end game modes diminishes people's want for varied events. And by varied events, I mean sometimes we'd like puzzle events, sometimes we'd like leisure events where we can log in, click a button and get off, and then other times a combat event where we can fight a boss or a co-op combat event, right? By me asking for combat events, and some people asking for combat events, we're not trying to fix endgame, or we're not trying to like satisfy the need to have more meaningful content. We just want variation, right? Logging in for multiple months and just doing like a leisure event, or logging in for multiple months and just doing like a puzzle, starts getting tedious, right? A big thing is it's not what or how long these events take you to do. It's more so what you do during said event. So it's not that I want to play 3 hours, 2 hours. It's more so that when I do log in, whether it's for 5 minutes or 20 minutes, one day I might want to do a puzzle. Great. One day I might want to do tower defense. And another day I might want to slap around some bosses or some enemies, right? And that's where the core concept of it comes into play. I did drop a video about endgame, and I dropped ideas as to how, just some ideas as to how devs could go about, improving.
What would be the ideas? I didn't watch it. I'm sorry.
Okay, for example, in the latest video that I dropped, I talked about how we have Septimont, an entire city based around gladiators, right? And we have a Colosseum, right? Yet we never really used the gladiator arena. We never really use it apart from going there and teleporting to an instant space to fight a boss. So I think that
Okay, because you kind of said that in this video. You talked about the gladiator aspect of it, but we kind of did have that in the story. It wasn't technically an event. It was still very super easy to do it, honestly.
Yeah.
And I think there was like a specific event in 2.4 in Septimon, which was Banners Never Fall, which is kind of related to that. No?
Yes, but that's what I'm talking about. Like, if they would use the arena for endgame purposes, where they added, for example, if you play the story, since we're calling back to the story, there is a literal activity in the story or an encounter where you go with Lupa and you fight NPCs, right? And Lupa is like your NPC partner, and you have your echoes versus the NPCs and their echoes. They could use that for an endgame mode, right? That could reset, and for people that don't want to play a co-op, you could have the NPC Lupa fight with you, and that's just one of the ideas, right? The latest area that we got is based around hunting down tacit discords. In the story of that area, we chase down a Coronosaur and we track their footprints, right? They could do something with that entire mechanic, whether it's endgame or just general activities. But once again, adding to endgame and how they can improve endgame, it's a different topic from the actual variety in events that we're getting in the game, which is what.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you in itself how? Okay, so if you as a player felt bored because you're not playing the game with the constraint that you basically what you want to do in the game is combat. Basically, that's the fun of it. You're building a character in a game that you build characters. You're fighting with said character, right?
Yeah.
So what why would you not say you're feeling bored, right? That's why you want the events, because you're feeling bored. If you had, like, for example, an endgame mode, right? An endgame mode that gave you a faster rotation, more endgame modes to play and all that, you would have more content to make. Wouldn't that kind of also fight against the boredom that you're feeling? Isn't that technically the same thing? And also, not to make a second question, but at the same time, the same combat events that you want to do, isn't that all the same thing as the combat that you do in the endgame modes? Is not all what you're asking. What you are asking for is a way to use the characters that you are building. It's all combat. Combat is combat. How are they not the same thing?
Okay, so to answer your question, even if they added 3 more endgame modes, let's say tomorrow Kuro added 3 more endgame modes, right? It would satisfy the need and want for more endgame content, but it wouldn't change the argument of wanting more variety in the events. It's a live service game. Every time we get an event, whether it's a tower defense or, Banner Never Falls or whatever it might be, we're interested to see what it is, right? Because devs can get a little bit more creative with and take a little bit more of a creative approach towards these events as opposed to the content in the games, right? We're not going to see a tower defense mode in the game, at least for now, but we could see it in an event. So the fact that devs could indeed add more endgame content wouldn't change the argument or the want for more variety and more combat events. The same would be if we would have been having 10 combat events over the past 2 weeks. I would be like, damn, I want like a little puzzle. I want a tower defense event. It's all about variety when it comes to the live service part of the game and the events they bring. So endgame content would satisfy a certain part of what we're talking about, wanting more endgame content. But it would, like, let's say they added 3 more endgame modes, but for the next 3 months, all we got for events were puzzles and like picture taking events. We would still be like, damn, bro, let me get something different. Let me get a little bit more variety in the actual events. It's all about balance when it comes to that
Okay,
aspect.
but CJ, we are, if what I'm understanding, what you're saying is, this is something that you would want. You would wish we could have more variety, right?
Yes, that would be
What
nice.
I'm That is the argument in favor of the combat events being a priority. My argument is a need, not a want. It's a need. We need a better end-game experience. We need a better overall experience that allows us to play the game more often than not. That want, that a wishful thinking of another type of way of playing the game, don't you think that, like, yes, although it's nice to have that, don't you think that something else would have been a more important thing than that? Generally thinking, the genuine question, honestly.
So basically, what you're asking me is, do I think that the end game is more important than the events?
I'm asking you if you think that the end game is like a need, while the events is more like a want.
Okay, yeah,
Is that, do
100%.
you understand, like,
Yeah.
what I'm
No, yeah,
getting
yeah.
at?
100%. Yeah, the end game definitely takes priority over random events because it's the core functionality of
Of
the
the
game,
game.
right? 100%.
Exactly.
But
Exactly. So
that's
if
like a
that's the
different
case,
argument from the whole
no,
event
no,
situation.
no. Like, the thing is, like, that is an argument of the event situation. First of all, there's a lot of arguments. It's not just 2 arguments. The thing is, people are very keen on placing arguments all in one label, and that's kind of the issue. Like the fact that I am choosing to. With that being said, we both agreed just now that yes, the end game would have been a priority. It's a need compared to a want, which is the combat events.
Yes.
Because let's be honest, although we would wish we could have a combat event, right? It still doesn't underline the entire other 39 days of the patch, right?
Oh, yeah,
Meanwhile, the
100%.
endgame mode, if it got fixed, we would have less time of boredom. Because most of the issues that we have in the WUWA community, let's be honest, it's all boredom. It is. Well, why do you think there's always drama or stupid things happening in either the last days of the patch or the last days of the phase 1? It's because people get bored. It's that simple. People get bored. Now, I would even add an extra line of thinking here. Perhaps the fact that people play too much the game could be a reason for them to feel even more burnout than others who don't play as much. And that's an argument that you said in the in your video, and very eloquently. Sorry, English second language debuff. You said it very vividly that you basically think that is a very dumb argument to make, to ask others to play the other games or to go touch grass. My argument is, if you're playing a gacha game more than the normal amount of time, because let's be honest, this is a gacha game that you make your dailies as well as when you make when you waste your stamina, you already did your dailies. So you do it all 2 times because it's 240. You just do it in two times because you get 2 times the rewards. You just make 2 times a tacit field. That's it. That's like 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes actually. You do the nightmare nests, and then you farm whatever you want to farm or build whatever you want to build. That's it. You did everything you had to do in 5 minutes or less than that. If you want to do TOA again, even though you already completed it, you're kind of wasting your time. The game is not built to be played like that. You can do it. Nobody's forcing you to not do it. But the truth is, you already did what you had to do. That is the truth. If you want to keep playing WUWA, or in the same amount of time go to another gacha or go play another game or go spend time with your girlfriend, go watch a movie and whatever, one would say that this is a better waste of your time, even if it's still time waste, than to spam WUWA when you already have done everything. In my argument that I've said, it's very simple. If you're doing TOA for the 100th time in a row when you're getting nothing from it, it's almost as if you are still bored and you're doing nothing in Genshin back in the day when you were mint peaking for the 999 mints. It's the same thing. You could have done something better with your time. What do you think about that? About the time management of the game?
Okay, so I want to break things down in a way that we can like specifically pick one topic, right? That we can stay on, because
okay, you want to talk about the timing?
No.
Instead of the end game?
We have the end game topic, right? Which is a completely valid thing. We can have an entire conversation about, giving ideas how to improve the end game, talking about how we're not pleased with certain aspects of the game, like for example how you were mentioning that the resets on end game take a little bit too long. That's one aspect.
But you agree that this is part of the conversation as well, the conversation about the patch itself. It's the arguments that some people do, either being a retard or not. Even if in my case I do have reasoning in what I'm saying, but I still feel like it's still the reality of it is like people who feel bored most of the time are people who are playing too much the game, and if you play too much the game, you're going to experience way more burnout than other people.
Okay,
so it kind of has a tie to that. Even if it's not exactly the same topic, it has a tie to that conversation. Which is why I talked about the timing itself, the time you spend on the game itself, which is kind of what you also addressed in your video, which is still kind of related to endgame, but not exactly the topic itself of endgame. That's why I'm asking you what you think about that, about the time constraints and people telling you to touch grass or go play other games,
So first off, as we go into, like the end game, that's one side of the argument, right? Then we move on over to the time spent playing. Whether it's that
Exactly.
we want an hour or we want 5 minutes, that's a whole nother conversation regarding what to do during that time we want to play, and if we want to play more than 5 minutes, or if the game gives us more than 5 minutes. And then the other argument, the other topic, they could all be tied together 100% easily. They could be tied together, but the whole other argument, and where we, the people that I address in my videos and the people that are on this side of the coin are talking about, is simple. It doesn't go into endgame because that's a whole nother, ball of things. It doesn't go into how long we can play. It's very simple. It's just variety in the events we get in the game. We want combat because we haven't seen combat events in a while. Had we seen many combat events and not one leisure event, we would be asking for some leisure events. If we had been seeing combat and leisure events, we would be asking for puzzles and tower defense. It's that simple. That's the main argument, and from there we can stem into many other scenarios. We could talk about endgame and boredom and shit.
We can talk about the main argument. The main argument itself, I feel like it's wait, there's a word for that. I know the word for that in Portuguese, which is palas nos olhos. I don't know how what the argument is, what the word is for in English. I think it's tunnel vision. That's the name of it. Tunnel vision. I feel like that argument is coming from a tunnel vision. Okay? I feel like you are focusing too much on the bandage fix, for the boredom, for the lack of combat, because you want more stuff to do. If you feel bored, anything would be better than nothing. Even if it was, a different way of the combat itself via an event. That is how you fight out the boredom of what it is on the game, what happens on the game. That's why we should tackle the main issue, which is the lack of events. Oh, sorry, my bad. Which is the lack of endgame content. Sorry, that's what I wanted to say. So, even if you are focusing on the bandage fix, you still have the main problem at hand, which is the fact that you are still gonna get bored, even if you have your combat event. Because the reality is, even if you had one singular, specific, different way of combat event per patch, you still have other 39 days where you're gonna experience the boredom of the lack of content in the game. Do you agree with that?
Well, yeah, but once again, we're not going back to how long we can play the game or what we do.
Yeah, but you're focusing on the bandage solution.
But
The fix, the little
complaint
fix
about events is not trying to solve the game. I have a whole nother video where, like I said, I talk about endgame and stuff. But like if I made a video and I start breaking into multiple things, I feel that it would get sloppy, right? People would start, oh, you're talking about this, you're talking about that. So in this scenario, we're just simply talking about the events. And with the events, we're not trying to solve what we do during a 40-day patch, and we're not trying to get another 10 hours of gameplay. We're also not trying to get the most insane amount of content. It's as simple as just wanting variety. That's regarding that issue. Like I said, if we keep bringing up endgame and we talk about endgame, we could get into many other types of scenarios. But for this specific thing, me wanting more combat events is not trying to solve the bigger issue of not enough endgame.
Then I'm gonna make a question for you.
Yeah.
Why is that the main topic?
What is the main topic going on right now?
No. I'm not asking what. I'm asking why is the lack of combat events the main topic?
Why is that the main topic going on right now?
This is a trick question, by the way. I'm just asking you why do you think it's the main topic?
I think that's the main topic going on right now because for the last few months we haven't had any combat events, and we expect combat events in a game that has combat as one of its main selling points. It's
okay. So you know that there's more content in the game than just combat events. You know that in one patch there's a lot more things than just the lack of combat events. the thing is, what made all of this happen in the first place is the fact that everyone saw the trailer, the live stream, the 2.7 live stream, and the
What up, Athoma? How you doing, bro?
complaining about the lack of combat events. If that is the case itself, and if you want to talk about the lack of combat events while not addressing the other issues or non-issues of the patch itself, don't you think you are focusing fixating in one issue that maybe other people might not be hyper fixating as much as you are? Because that's kind of the issue at hand. People are focusing too much on the lack of combat events when there's other stuff to be complaining about as well, or when there's good things as well. For example, the fact that the trailer was really good. I was excited to talk about Scar. I was excited to talk about what, hyped about the story itself, yet I saw nothing from that. I saw only people complaining about the game itself, about the patch itself, about the lack of events for 3 patches in a row. So tell me how and why should that be the main topic at hand instead of the other things? Why does your need transcend over my need? Does this make sense?
So
What I'm asking?
yeah, to a certain degree, but I mean, I'm pretty sure, at least for my part, right? Can't speak on everybody, but for my part, we gave flowers to the story. We said the Avengers lineup, this thing looks super hype. This looks really good. We can't wait to play it, right? So we gave props where props were due, right? We said that it's looking super exciting. It's looking great. I can't wait for the story, the finale of the 2.0 arc, or what it seems to be. And then from then on, we're like, okay, now let's look at the next part of the dev stream. And that's where some of us were like, oh, we were expecting a little bit more from the event side of things. So we focused again on talking about events, and like the whole thing, right, started and spiraled and grew from some players simply saying we would like more combat events. It's been about 100 or 90 days, something like that.
Okay, but it's not exactly like that. When the first thing we see, when everyone starts making videos about that, it's only complaining about that, and it's totally fine. If it's like the space itself, it's like the logic, the grind, the current, But let's be honest. We should be addressing more issues than just the lack of combat events, because at this point we are addressing it from a perspective that it just leads to failure. Once again, I need to put it as simple as this. If we had one combat event per patch, even if it's something that everyone is begging for, right, it takes 20 or 30 minutes.
And even gonna lie, I feel like we're going in multiple directions instead of staying on topic.
Left of the patch, we still are gonna have issues dealing with it. Okay, it's the boredom, it's the lack of content in the game itself. If we are complaining about, for example, the lack of combat events, we can say, okay, so nobody's telling you that you shouldn't complain about the lack of combat events. Nobody's saying that. The issue lies upon you as a content creator and other content creators when you have your communities that have way more unhinged opinions than you. I hope it's not you. That will probably say that, oh, so you don't care as much as I do about the combat event, about the lack of combat events, then you probably are just dick riding. You're being toxic positive. You're being this, that, and whatnot. And that leaves no room for discussions. Perhaps there's people who aren't focusing as much on combat events because probably they just see it as a one-time thing and they don't care as much. It doesn't mean that they don't want it, okay? It means that there is a need. We need something better for content in the game. The combat events is...
I don't know what. Yeah, I'm on the same boat as you, Athoma.
I don't know, Gian to not suck ass at the moment. I would want that, obviously. I'm not going to wail for him, but, that's a want. That's not a need, okay? The need is to have a better endgame content. The need is to fix the old units like hypercarry units. The need is... Those are a lot of needs that we need. Now, something that is an opinion can be said as opinion. Just like, for example, it's an opinion and it's a valid opinion, right? If someone gets very bored while playing the game And if they are like playing the game for a long time, I think it's
How do we get to improving Gion in this conversation?
too much. This is not me being a snob. This is just me telling you that, hey, maybe you're playing too much. Maybe you should, you know, touch grass.
But how are we playing too much
Respectfully.
when there's only like 3 minutes worth of gameplay every day?
Well, by spamming. Well, by exactly, right? Because it's the name of the game. It's the name of the game. Basically speaking, you are just focused on, doing TOA as much as you can until you get bored every single day. You don't have any combat content in the game. That's why when you spam too much combat content, which is like kind of what you're doing when you're bored, right? Anything would be better than nothing. A single combat event would be better than nothing. The issue is when you get a patch, like there's a patch, they gave us 2.7. We got a lot of things given to us, even the quality of life. Honestly, where are the videos of people talking about the dumbass echo modifier change? I know it's kind of irrelevant at the moment because nobody cares about that, but I do feel like that was a decent quality of life change. It changes everything according to Mtashed. Basically, it's a change that instead of me having to leave the character screen menu with the echo,
What are we talking about right now?
get them echo modifiers, get one at a time. Dude, that was so tedious. That was like 10 clicks minimum, The fact that you can do that from the echo menu, that's really good. That's a good quality of life. Why are we not talking about that? Why are we not talking about the hype in the story? Why are we not talking about other things? The first things that I see in that patch, just like before, it's Doom posting. Honestly, that's just Doom posting. Yes, we can talk about like the fact that it's a complaint itself. In itself, it can be seen as a complaint. But if you're just nitpicking want instead of a need, then what is it then other than just Doom posting? And also, this is not just a content creator thing. I know it because I see Reddit. There's a lot of people who Doom post characters before those characters be getting released. It's the name of the game. It's how the WUWA community exists. They just Doom post about something. They bring the most amount of focus to the most nitpicky things. That's the issue itself.
So let me ask you a question. You're saying we should be complaining about endgame and not the lack of combat events, right? Or am I understanding wrong?
I mean, to some degree, if you want to make it that bland, I mean, yes, sure, yeah. There's a lack of content for us in the end game itself, and the combat events, they are not a fix. They are a bandage fix. That if you can do that in 20 minutes, and there's still extra 40 days of content of the entire patch, you're not gonna tell me you're gonna do more stuff with one combat event. That's not gonna fix anything. So if you wanna be on the camp of mind that a combat event is going to be the fix, I mean, you can have that camp of mind.
Who said a combat event is going to be the fix to endgame problems?
For failure, you are believing that every single patch needs one of those combat events, and whenever you don't have that, you're going to get upset about that, and that's kind of what happens.
Okay, but
already,
two things that I want to say is, first off, why can we complain about both endgame and the lack of events? And then the second thing is, when were at least any of us saying that we want more combat events to fight the lack of endgame content? One thing doesn't have to do with the other.
Yeah. Well, because it's okay. So this is gonna be so stupid, but you fall, you break a goddamn leg. What are you gonna do? Put a bandage fix, or go to the hospital and get a surgery and probably fix your leg? Like, perhaps addressing the main issue that makes people get bored, that makes people want more combat events, right? In the first place, that would suffice itself. The bandage fix doesn't matter if you fix the main issue at core. What I make as an example for this, and I made this in an old video, I'm gonna give it to you as an example. If we had a faster rotation of TOA and WUWA per week. I don't care about the pussies who get, stressed with that, okay? If they get stressed, they just don't play it. It's that simple. I don't give a fuck about the casuals that much, as much as you might think. So, WUWA and TOA every week. Maybe add one extra endgame mode like Banners Never Fall, or maybe Virtual Crisis. Maybe both. Who cares? I mean, if PGR gets like 4, why does WUWA get only 2, right? We got all those 4. Maybe if you still want to play more because you are CJ, right? You could still do holograms if you wanna, or if you are a dungeon man, you can still go play holograms in your free time. If you have all of these things, a lot of content to do every single week, content to do, right? Would you care that much about more combat? Yes, you could have more, but would you care that much about extra 20 minutes of extra combat every 40 days? I wouldn't care that much because I would get satiated with the combat itself that we have, right? We are confusing a need for a want.
So you're saying if they added more endgame modes, you wouldn't care if they didn't add combat events?
No, it's not the fix. It's just a distraction.
So them adding combat events in this game would be a distraction from fixing the endgame.
Yeah, if you're adding only combat events to fix it,
But why
it's only a
combat
bandage
events?
fix.
Why can't they add more endgame mode and also add variety in the events with combat events and all the other types of events?
Because it's a want, it's not a need. You can have a okay, so you have a need to change the game. If you change the game already in an hypothetical scenario, you change the game, right? It's good to have that. I'm not saying it's not bad to have that. I'm just saying
I like reading his chat, bro.
needed. I'm just saying that it becomes less needed if the more combat you have. Imagine, for example, okay, this is gonna be crazy. Okay, this is like the world's craziest scenario ever. TOA gets reset every single day. Okay, this is ridiculous. Okay, TOA gets reset every single day. You can do every single content of the end game every time. Okay, does it matter to you the extra 20 minutes per 40 days?
If we reset Tower of Adversity every day, would I care about having more content per day?
Like a little bit more content? Is it so needed when you already have a lot of combat already?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know how to answer that question, because if they reset Tower of Adversity every day, that would be a whole lot of things to do every single day, because Tower would take an extra 30 minutes.
It would be too much combat, right? If there was too much combat already in the game.
Ethan, I'm getting diabetes, bro. What's going on?
Right? That's my point of view. That's my point of view. If we have more end game, right? The need, okay, no, sorry, the want of the bandage fix goes down because we're already getting satiated. Our thirst for combat is getting satiated already. Does that make sense? So yes, technically having more endgame content, a faster TOA and WUWA rotation would make you be prone to having less needs of bandage fixes. Not to say that we shouldn't have. I'm just saying that you care about it less, at least less than we are caring about now. Because the true problem right now that I think that people have is that we have a big problem, and there's two solutions. There's the bandage fix, right? And there's the actual issue, which is the end game content, the content that we don't have anything to do, right? That we could apply as a specific solution. If we focus on the bandage fix every single time a new patch comes out, and we complain about the patch itself because we don't get the extra 20 minutes of combat gameplay in a 40 days patch, that is just, we are just setting up for failure. We're just setting up for disappointment. It's not a logical way of thinking. It's just an emotional way of thinking. That's where I'm coming from. I think it's an emotional way of thinking. We are having a tunnel vision. We are not focusing on the main issue, which is the end game itself. Because if we had more of that, pretty sure a lot less players would care about the combat events. Not to say that we don't need them. Not to say that we won't want them. It's more like it wouldn't be less needed. Does that make sense?
I'm just very confused where the variety in events in this type of game have to be the solution for endgame. Like I said, that's a whole nother conversation that we have had. We continuously talk about how we can improve WUWA, Tower, right? How other endgame modes could be added to satiate the need for content in the game. But once again, the whole variety in the events of the game is not meant. When we say we want variety in our events, we want combat events, we're not trying to fix the endgame mode whatsoever. We're not trying to replace or take the place of endgame by adding combat events. We're simply asking for variety, and combat
Okay.
is a big part of the game.
No. Okay, so we are addressing the combat as the issue itself. Okay, we understood that already, but I think I did not make my point across. The issue itself isn't exactly the end game. The issue itself is the fact that you are.
Guys, the thing is, I don't want to roast people when I'm on a debate. I want to have a logical conversation, or try to at least.
Okay, you can hear. What I was
Yeah, my
saying
bad.
was the issue itself is not the end game. The issue itself is the lack of content. The end game is the part of the issue. It's probably the main issue of the lack of content. But the lack of content in WUWA is exactly what makes people have the burnout. So when you have a lack of content, when you have nothing to do, in the game, what do? You usually just either spam TOA, although you already did it, spam holograms, or spam WUWA. There's nothing else to do. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna like go around and collect mint picks, or I don't know what's the name of the flowers in this game? Like, there's nothing to do. You want to do something. The best way of doing something is to tackle the thing that you're doing in the entire game. You're farming for characters. You're pulling for characters. You're building characters. Guess what? Would be the end game itself, right? So if you are bored and you want something to heal that boredom, why not do something in the game itself that heals you from that boredom instead of having a combat event as a bandage fix? That is the issue itself. You can say it's end game mode, like it's the solution, the end game mode to the boredom. Like the end game mode, the change for the end game modes, it would be a solution to the problem of the boredom of the game itself. Okay? The combat events is a bandage solution to the boredom of the game itself. That's how both of them are intertwined to each other. It's not the fact that they are combat event and end game mode. That's not correlated to each other in that regard. But it's correlated in the fact that the players are bored and they're finding a different solution to heal that boredom. In this case, in your case, would be the combat event. Does that make sense? It's not exactly the end game mode.
I'm just still confused where combat events. Like I said, I feel that the whole term of the
Okay, what do you do? What do you do on WUWA? When after like legit, not even joking. After you waste your stamina. You use you do your commissions already because you wasted your stamina, and then you do the nightmare nests and build whatever you have to build. What are you doing on the game?
Logging off because there's nothing else to do.
No. But you told me you want to do something on the game, right? you told me you want to do something on the game after the first 5 minutes. Okay, so
Yeah.
tell me, try to sell to me. I was a salesman in my job before becoming a content creator. So tell me the idea of doing something after the first 5 minutes of Wuthering Waves.
What would I like to do in the first 5 minutes of Wuthering Waves?
No, after the first 5 minutes. After you did everything you had to do in the game. What are you going to do afterwards?
After I've done everything there is to do in the game, well, nothing, because I've already done everything there is to do in the game.
Yeah, but you were advocating for not quitting the game and logging off and touching grass or playing another game. So you're telling me that you would want to play the game more. So what is there to do?
If you look at the video that I said, I specifically said that it's not about how long we play, it's what we do in the time we play. So whether it's 5 minutes or 2 hours, it's what we do during those 5 minutes. So right now we're logging in, doing 2 tacit fields, clicking 2 login events and getting off for 5 minutes. I don't care if we play 5 minutes a day. It's what we do during those 5 minutes. So it would be nice to one day do puzzles, another day do login events, and another day maybe punch a boss in the neck and then log off in the same 5 minutes. That's all. Just variety in my 5 minutes of gameplay is what I'm talking about.
Okay, so you would agree that that is boring, right?
That what is boring?
That those 5 minutes, that repetitive task that you don't do anything other than the wasting the stamina, doing the dailies and getting the nightmare nests and all that. You would agree that that is kind of boring, the repetitive content of it, right?
I would agree that any repetitive content for too long can get boring, yes. Even, like I said,
Yeah.
even if it was combat events. If I logged in for 3 months straight of only doing combat events, I would want a little variety, and I would very much welcome a tower defense mode or something different. Any
So what you're
repetitive
saying
boring.
is, so what you're saying is, if we had too much end game content, it would be even happier than a combat event. It would be happier for the photo event or the paint event. Is that it?
If we had more endgame content, the community would be happier? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm asking if you would be happier if you had a photo event or a paint event, if you had too much combat already in the game.
I think that for me personally, if we had 3 months straight or 4 months straight of only combat events, I would feel happy if they gave us like a tower defense event. Yes. I would like the variety. Variety is always better than no variety.
Fuck, I don't know why you're beating around the bush. I would say so, honestly. If I had to play like Whimpering Wastes every single
I'm beating around the bush? Oh no.
if I had Banners Never Fall, TOA, Virtual Crisis, all of that shit in every single week, bro. If I had an event that is not even combat, if it was like a paint event, man, I would be fine with that. Fuck that, bro. Like I'm already done with a lot of combat, man. You know what I mean? Fuck it, bro. Call me mint picker. I'll paint some goddamn Picasso drawings on those events and collect some footprints afterwards. Yeah. But that's not the case, right? We are talking about hypotheticals, right? At the moment, we don't have any end game. We don't have anything to do, which is why the gameplay in itself is like 5 minutes. And I believe that the combat event as a bandage fix, it's not going to do much to change that. In our grand scheme of things, okay? In our grand scheme of things, you get your way, okay? You get your combat event. You get the combat event you want, right? Is that going to change the daily aspect of the game?
I mean, I would have a combat event or a variety of events. It's
Yeah,
not
but
about
already finished
changing.
it in the first. But I already did it in the first 20 minutes of the
Yeah,
first day.
and now
What about
I'm
the other
happy.
39 days?
But
Are you going
once
to
again,
suffice yourself with the other 39 days after being happy for the first? So basically, what you're saying. Okay, so I'm not saying this you. Okay, I'm saying like the argument itself is very simple. As long as you get one combat event, you cannot complain about the lack of combat events, even though you still have other 39 days of dryness. Do you understand how irrelevant it is with that logic?
if it's
It's like you still have
irrelevant,
39
why are
days.
people having a problem with the combat event?
Because they are they have tunnel vision, and also gacha players are not very smart, as you know, right? Like if you have a tunnel vision and you think about the first aid fix being the solution to it, obviously you're gonna still believe that the first aid fix is gonna be the solution. But yet here we are, 3 patches in a row where people complain about that, and people want to uninstall the game because of that. You also want to know what's also stupid, like so irrelevant, the fact that, for example, Scar doesn't have the dick zipper, and people uninstall the game because of that. The fact that people want to leave the game because of Shu Huan, allegedly. I don't know, man. I don't know what people are saying, but Shu Huan apparently is not going to be dealing as much damage as people wanted him to. Or, for example, other people who complain about Brand not dealing damage, even though he actually does as much damage as Shang Li or Lupa in their team. So, yes, there's people stupid who are going to care about the most irrelevant things and make issues off of nothing. Does that mean that it makes sense? No, it doesn't. But
I'm so like, bro, he's all over the place.
right, you get a lot of people like that also in your live streams. So it's like you and I both know that there's people who are going to be very stupid in the gacha scene. Also, I've seen the comments in your video. Yes, there's people who are stupid, very stupid, that I don't even agree with. Like people saying that, oh, I don't want to see to.
I ain't even gonna lie though, I like hearing what people like this have to say. I'm lost as fuck, but I like hearing what they say because it's random.
Combat events. It's the argument that you don't want more combat events is very, very silly, honestly. My argument, and I believe most of the people who understand my argument and have the same opinion as me, is that it doesn't matter. It's not that I don't want it. It's just that it's not my priority. If there's someone who says that they don't want a combat event, that they don't want fighting content, they are stupid. Just because it's not your field of joy doesn't mean that someone else shouldn't have theirs, right? It's kind of selfish, honestly. But you know what's also selfish? If I'm happy with something and I am not focusing too much on the downside of the lack of combat event, if someone starts screwing me up or like telling me that I'm this or that or over that or calling me Dick Rider and whatnot, because I don't share the same opinion as them, it can be said both ways. Isn't that like? Don't you think like that rhetoric is harmful to the space?
I ain't even gonna lie, bro. You be like talking about a whole
Sorry,
bunch of stuff,
yeah,
so I be getting lost in the sauce, bro.
Sorry. Okay. Let me rephrase that in a very simple way. A lot of people who complain about a lot of the people who talked about your video, who complained about, hey, I don't want the combat event, fuck that.
Yeah.
Those people, they are putting their own needs above other people. Okay? Mm-hmm. That is a problem. But there is also a problem of the people who focus too much on the lack of combat events, that come to me and say that, hey, you don't care as much as I do about the lack of combat events. Hey, maybe you are a dick laser. Maybe you are toxic positive. Maybe you are this and that. It's wrong. Both are wrong. They are both the same issue. They are both the same problem.
Okay,
do you think?
Here's the thing.
Do you think that isn't like problematic? That entire idea.
Here's the thing: the people that have specifically said they don't want combat events, like whenever we bring up the point of wanting combat events, is one side, like you just said, and then there's the other side, the people that are saying they want combat events, and those people that are saying they want combat events are not saying we should remove all the other different types of events. So there's the people that are saying, oh yeah, you shouldn't add combat events. I'm happy with the puzzle events and the leisure events. And then there's the people that are saying, yo, I want combat events, and you guys don't have to take out the other types of events.
But this is the entire issue. There's not two sides. There's no black and white. There's multiple of opinions. My opinion, I hope it doesn't follow on that statement, on that label in your head, but my opinion is not that I don't want a combat event. My opinion is just that I'm not focusing too much on that. I'm just focusing on the actual problems of the game, which is the lack of actual content. The fact that it gives a lot of boredom to people after the first 5 minutes of gameplay. The fact that there is no end game content. That is the problem for me. The combat event is just a bandage fix that doesn't do anything. Right?
Okay, so that you just said that you'd like more combat events. You don't care for it. It's not the main subject, but you would want more combat events, right?
Yeah, it's just not my priority.
Okay,
so
great.
It's a different opinion than yours, and also a different opinion than theirs. It's like imagine like a ruler of like two extremes, the 0 and the 100%. I'm more inclined to the not caring much about combat aspect, just like the others. But that doesn't mean that I think like the others, right?
Okay,
like,
so now that we both agree that more combat events would be good, then we can move on to other subjects, which would be endgame, for example. But I don't get why the argument or the debate or the conversation being around combat events keeps getting brought up to a different point, or as if combat events were a band-aid fix for no endgame. They're completely different subjects. They can all intertwine and tie to each other, but they're completely different subjects. Like we got to talk about the combat events.
I know we want to address it. Okay, I know we want to address it as a different subject, but it's a bandage fix to your boredom. It's still the same issue. Just because you broke your leg and you want to apply a bandage fix to it doesn't mean you still have an issue which needs you to go to the hospital. Me telling you to go to the hospital doesn't mean that, you know, you still, it's a different topic of the bandage itself. Okay, you still have a broken.
I'm letting Ethan handle this one next time, bro.
It's kind of the same issue itself. Does this make sense? An analogy? I don't know if it's a good analogy or not. I'm trying to make a different analogy just to make sense. Basically, if people are complaining so much because there's a lack of content, maybe the issue itself is the lack of content. maybe we should talk about the lack of content. If we're talking about the lack of content, then we should talk about the end game. Even if your solution to the lack of content is combat events, my solution is the end game. So
My
yes,
solution to the lack of content is not combat events. My solution to the lack of combat events is combat events.
But you are focusing on the combat event
for the
when there
event
isn't
part
one.
of the thing. I'm not focusing on the lack of content.
Maybe
being
not you,
solved by
maybe not
combat
you,
events.
but I've seen a lot of people like focusing too much on that. Maybe this is not your take. Once again, I could also be assuming.
Fuck you, Ethan.
Too. In your case, I guess it's not that. In your case, you make the distinction between combat events. Okay, that's its own separate issue, and the lack of end game is also another separate issue. But there's people, all right? There's people who look at both, look at the lack of content, right? And they decide that the lack of content should be fixed.
Bro, how's his chat saying, why am I so pushy about it? That's crazy. I barely talked.
Exists. Those people exist. Just like, I mean, they are stupid. I get it. It's not your point of view, but these people exist. Just like there's people that exist that you kind of pointed it out that they don't care about the combat, so you know it's whatever. So like, yeah, there's people who also make that argument as well. Even if it's as stupid as it is, even if it's not you, they also exist. And also,
Yeah.
if it's not an issue, this is what I read in chat. I'm focusing on trying not to read chat, okay?
Yeah.
Because of course they're giving more arguments in my favor, so obviously I would never want to watch that. But like, Suna Soul Silver said the following: then why majority of the content creators push for more combat events?
Oh, you want me to answer that?
I mean, yeah, sure, you could answer that if you want.
In regards to the people or the majority of the CCs pushing for more combat events, the reason they're pushing for that, I can tell you two things. One, because we haven't had a combat event in going on 3 patches.
3 months, 112,
yeah,
20 days.
And
yes.
because we want more variety in our events. It's really not deep at all. That's why a lot of people talking about more combat events.
Can I make a dumb question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why is it combat related when you could like talk about other things? Like, for example, the events. You know, the worst phase ever of this entire game it was phase 2 of 2.5. What did we get? We get the small story of I don't even know who, bro. Like,
Hey Thoma, you gotta make a video, dog. Shit.
a small story of Augusta, and we got a double drop event, and we got the rerun banners. That was a problem. That was a big problem. I could also talk about that, right? I could talk about that all day long if you wanted to, even. Like the fact that double drop events should not be counted as events. The fact that for some reason they are not putting as much events as possible. And it doesn't even need to be combat, honestly. I don't care. Yeah, give me more stupid goddamn parkour events and fucking paintings to paint or something, whatever. The fact that there's like 2 events in one patch or 3 events in one patch, and then in 2.4 there's like 5 or 6. We can both agree that there is a lack of events sometimes. Right, like that. Sometimes they just don't do anything, and like if there's nothing to do, and if there's no combat events or no actual events in general, yeah, people are gonna get upset about that. But the actual issue is when there isn't a patch, when there's a live stream, right, and people focus too much on the combat event, and there's not an issue with the fact that you're focusing on the combat event. Okay, there's no problem with that. The problem lies on if your community, if someone else's community, for example, Saint Tonto's community, if there is an idiot, one idiot, that's all it takes, one idiot, to push the narrative that, well, if you're not focused on the lack of combat events, then you are toxic positive, that leads, that actually incites, a lot of arguments and debates with other people who were not focused on that. So, you can say that I'm pretending to be ignorant, or like someone is ignorant when they're not focusing on those things like you are focusing. But this is not you. I'm just saying like in a general consensus. I'm not talking about you. You can say that, yes, some people might not be focusing too much on that. But what you cannot say is that someone is being a toxic positive fan because they're not focused on the little things that you are focused on. Does that make sense? Because that's how people divide the community, and that's a problem.
If there's no issue with the whole adding more combat events, right, or whatever it may be, what's the issue then?
No, the issue is the people. Okay, so the issue is the people that could watch your stream, that could watch Saint Tonto's stream, that could believe that that should be the highest priority ever. The combat event should be the highest priority ever, right? When others are
What did Saint Tontus do that he keeps bringing up Saint Tontus?
about the combat. I'm talking about me, for example, about the people from my chat, for example, about my community, for example, that people are just like, oh yeah, I don't focus too much on that. It's good, but I don't really focus on that. I would prefer something else instead of a combat event. If I get labeled as a Kuro deck rider just because I don't have the same priority as you, that's an issue. And then you get the opposite side of the spectrum, right? You get the people who are gonna call you and someone else a Doom poster, and that's how.
Yeah, exactly. Well, some random guy crashing out ain't the problem.
That's how you get the snowball effect down the hill. People start calling Doom posters to other people. People start calling Dick Riders to other people, and that's where we are, right? That's what happened. People focus too much on one thing. They don't want to address their community and say that, guys, although this is bad, don't go harass others for not focusing too much on this like we are focusing on. And, things escalate. Maybe things shouldn't be escalated that much. That's what I'm saying. Maybe we shouldn't escalate things over the lack of a combat event.
Okay, but at least none of us CCs, at least from what I know, right? Saint Tontus, Pharaohs, Ethan, or myself, with our original message, we didn't escalate anything. All we said was we would like more combat events.
That's not you, but it's your community, though. Like, there's gonna be some retards that you already know that you always have to cool from your community. I mean, look at my chat right now. I do have one or two retards that I'm pretending to not see their messages. That they have the dumbest takes possible because they are trying to say something that I haven't said, or they badly understood what I said, or they took a lot of circular reasonings to understand what I was saying, right? So like, you should address the actual issue, which is these people. There's a lot of people out there. They're not gonna understand what you're saying, okay? And they can misconstruct what you're saying. For example, this latest video you made, I honestly think it's funny. I like the video, honestly. Even though I disagree with everything and I was like shitting on it, I agree with... I like the video itself. But like, you can't technically ignore the fact that there's going to be some idiot in your community that is going to see that video, that is going to think that, okay, so toxic positivity bad, and if you don't care as much about the lack of combat events, you're being toxic.
You feel me? I'm dying too, bro. Chill.
There's gonna be people like that. There's gonna be people that are gonna be like.
But we can't be responsible what people say in our comments or in our chats. Let them talk. If we don't like it, we could just ban them. But we can't really be responsible for what the chat said. Somebody could be in our chat saying something about other people or what they say, but we can't control what they say. Most we can do is ban them.
Okay, but don't you think the rhetoric that this is a really bad thing, and if you don't focus on this, it's kind of awful, is bad? Because like that rhetoric, I mean, I don't know how to fix it. I'm just pointing out the issue, okay, CJ? I'm just pointing out the issue. There is a lot of people who are brain dead, not just in gacha. Let's be honest, bro. If we wanted to talk about politics, that would be a whole other can of worms. But there's a lot of people that are brain dead, okay? They just think left or right, or in this case, black or white, okay? Either Doom post or Dick right. There is no in between, and it's that simple. You either agree that combat events should be added, or if it's not your priority, oh, you don't care about that, so you hate it, so you don't want it.
Why is his community so against Saint Tontus, Ethan, and Faros, and I guess myself?
Like that's kind of do you understand what I mean? It's kind of like that. There's people stupid like that, you know.
Oh yeah, there's stupid people, everyone. Agreed. But like I said, I tend to speak for me on my takes. But if people in my comments or in, my stream say something that could be their own opinion, I don't change. There's nothing I can do to change what they say or think. Like I said, the most I could do is ban them, but I'm not responsible for what people say in my comments. To a certain degree, I could influence maybe with my message, but at the end of the day, all they could do is maybe agree or disagree with what I gotta say, and leave their own opinions in the comments of a video, right? I can't change what they think or say, or be responsible for what they think or say in that particular regard, right?
Okay, I'm gonna read a comment that actually exemplifies everything that we are talking about. All
Okay.
right, it's from KSB5491. Yeah, but why can't we have some more combat events like puzzles get different events? We just ask for a little combat too. What is so wrong with that? At Rayos, after all, it is a combat game, is it not? That's the thing. Just like Rayo said to him, you are too focused on that look around. That's kind of what me and other people are talking about. It's like, yeah, man, obviously we are not saying we shouldn't focus on that. What I'm saying is, if I were to give a priority to something, I would give it to something else. Just because I it's not my
He ain't even saying it's my audience. He's mainly saying is like other CC's audience. So I'm guessing like Saint Tontus is the problem in this regard from what the chat and Hugh was saying, I guess. I'm not sure.
Okay, this entire discussion is very simple. It's basically someone asking you if you like bananas, you saying, I kind of prefer apples, and that's someone else saying, okay, so you hate bananas. That's basically the entire subject of this entire drama, or in the WUWA space. You like bananas? I kind of prefer apples. Oh, so you hate bananas? So you don't want combat events? What the fuck is wrong with you?
You're saying the whole
Goddamn dick
just
rider.
is straw manning and moving the goalpost?
Yeah, the entire thing is moving of a goalpost. Let's be honest. If you don't have a combat event now, you are going to complain about that. In 40 days, if in the next patch there is not another.
And what is happening right now? The moving of the goalpost from the original argument.
We're going to be always moving the goalpost because we are trying to set ourselves for failure the entire time whenever we want another combat event to happen. Meanwhile, if there was a fix to the end game content, in itself, the specific issue of the end game, if it gets fixed, it gets a permanent fix. Meanwhile, the combat events, if you are focusing solely on the combat events, what's going to happen? You're going to be thinking about, not this version, what about the next version? Not next version, what about the other version afterwards? It's always going to be something on your mind, Meanwhile, the events, if it gets fixed for good. So yeah, it's still a moving the goalpost.
But once again, the subject is adding more variety to the events, not let's add more combat events to fix the end game. That's not what nobody said.
Yeah. Sure. But like nobody also talked about. This is the entire topic, CJ. Nobody also wanted to talk about the lack of combat events. People just watched the live stream. There was a lot of things to talk about, and a lot of people, the low vocal minority, including CCs, focused on the combat events. So with that being said, I would still ask you the same question. Why is that the main topic? Why is the lack of combat events as more important than everything else that showed up in the live stream? If not something that you're hyper fixating on.
Because that's the one part of the live stream that we felt was lacking.
That you didn't like. Okay,
no,
great.
It's not that we didn't like, it's that we just felt it was lacking. We gave compliments to the other parts. We addressed the other parts. We said the story and all that was good. And then we said, hey, maybe a little bit more events would be nice. That's it. A little bit more variety in the events would be good. That's
Okay,
what I said. I said I would have liked some more variety in the events. I don't, like I said, I don't speak for other CCs. So I don't know what other CCs said.
Right.
But I said I would just like a little bit more variety. I said, damn, this is probably going to be fun. The Vampire Survivors event is probably going to be fun. but I would like an event where I get to use
Okay.
my characters. That's all.
Okay, fair. Yeah, that's fair. I agree with that. You know what when I made the Phoenix Wright meme video, I
I don't know how you're holding it in, Gandhi. Bro, I don't even know, bro. I'm just trying to like hear.
basically what I made was like my take. That was basically my take, honestly. The Phoenix Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright, that's my take versus the normal Doom poster take, basically. And in that take that I made was, I thought the live stream was good. I'm excited to see what's gonna happen. I enjoy the quality of lives. Surely we did not get the combat event. That's kind of sad. But that being said, I'm gonna give it a 7 out of 10. There's the Genazad meme right there. I'm gonna give it a 7 out of 10, and I would probably give it a higher rating if there was more events, more combat events for me to play. That would be my rating of the patch itself. A 7 out of 10. We could have given it a little bit more probably if there was.
He just give a 7 out of 10. Did he just give it the meme rating?
You think? Oh, okay. What do you think would be your rating, counting the big issue that you think it is, the lack of combat events? What would be the rating that you would give to 2.7's live stream?
Well, I mean, the live stream itself.
Yeah, everything, not just the combat event, everything.
I'm not one to rate everything as a whole. I could rate specific aspects of it. I could rate, for example, the story hype that's being built up. I could say it's shit. Actually, it looked like a 10 out of 10 for me. The story that's coming, I cannot wait. Got me bricked up on a Thursday afternoon, right?
Okay, but that's a bit ridiculous, because if you're gonna rate everything, if you're gonna rate the combat events, you're gonna say 0 out of 10, because it's like
no, I would rate the events in general, not just the combat events. And if I were to rate the events in general, I would probably rate the entirety of the events as a package, like how many events and the quality of them, the events, for my personal rating. And once again, my personal rating is my personal rating. It doesn't reflect everybody else's opinion.
I know.
And I would just rate the events. I would probably say like a 6 out of 10, right? We got 3 login events. We have a photography event and 1 event where we're actually like, I don't know, I guess fighting and moving around things, not necessarily with our characters, but yeah. So I would rate it for my personal satisfaction like a 6 out of 10 in that aspect, in the events category. Yeah, that's what I would rate it.
Okay, no, that's fair. That's like, so basically you got like a lot of positive reviews, and then there's the negative, which is the lack of combat events. Yeah, cool. That's kind of what I feel as well. We agree on that. We kind of agree. So if you were to rate, even if you don't want to do that, but if you were to rate the patch itself, what it looks like, what it seems like, it would have been like what, a 6, a 7, 5, 10, 7, 8, something like around those numbers. There's a lot of, you could even say like a 5 or a 6. I don't care, honestly. But like, there's people who were actually Doom posting. There's people who were actually like complaining so much that the game, that the patch was so awful because of the lack of a combat event. And to me, this was not you, but to me, I mean, I feel like it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous that one singular event, doesn't matter if it's combat or not, of 20 to 30 minutes would give you in 40 days, by the way, would make you give less than a 4 out of 10 on the patch. You are just being overly emotional. You're just nitpicking. You're just being, that's basically, that's simple. It's simple as that.
Okay, but the question to you is, who are these people or these CCs that you refer to when you say that they were like being emotional and being a bitch regarding this particular scenario?
Not CCs, but the communities itself. Because when you have a community itself that listens to you, for example, I'm gonna be real with you. This new video that you made.
Yes.
Of course, your intention is not to do that, but there's gonna be people that are gonna watch your video. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, whoever is not focusing too much on the combat events, they are just riding and making some tricks on that Kuro Solon's dick. You know, it's the obnoxious people, it's the obnoxious fans, and you're gonna have that. I'm also gonna have that probably. Yeah, I know. I'm being more,
but for sure. But we can't.
More specific.
Once again, we can't be held accountable for these random people's opinions. That's where you could have like a chat,
True,
a debate with the community.
But you're rattling, for example, a specific point of view without addressing the other point of view. It's obvious that they're going to be rattled towards that specific side, right? If you're going to say that, for example, oh, whoever says that this is just a game, go touch some grass, go play another game. No, bitch, I want to play this. Whatever time to take. Like, okay, it's funny. I understand the joke, right? And it has some truth in it, of course. But there's gonna be people in your community, or maybe not your community, maybe some idiot that is not from your community that is gonna watch the video, and he's gonna be like, yeah, he's totally right. Fuck these retards. Whoever isn't focusing as much on combat, they are probably some insane Kuro Dick Rider. I had people calling me Kuro Dick Rider, Kuro Dog, and whatever, not because I'm like joking and like mocking Genshin, but because I'm not focused on the combat itself. Where do you think that statement is coming from? If not the people who are the CCs that are complaining about the lack of combat. If I don't adhere to the current of the content, like the content was, let's be honest, this is the actual truth.
Exactly. That's not our problem. We can't fix what people say or think.
Complaining about the lack of combat. If I don't talk about the lack of combat, if I focus on something else and I say, I really don't care that much about the lack of combat, I prefer to focus about something else that is more important to me, that is a bigger issue. If someone comes to me and says that I am being toxic positive, that's kind of an issue. And also, there's another opposite side of the spectrum, okay?
But you shouldn't let them make it an issue, right? Like if you say, I'm not worried about the combat events, I think I'm more worried about the end game. That's completely valid. That's your take, and that's a fair point. So if 2,000 people want to call you a Kuro bot, let them. It doesn't. We can't hold that.
Okay, but they are coming from somewhere. This is okay, CJ. I know you're American, right?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so I really don't want to talk about this. I'm just gonna make this as an example, okay? This is kind of like Hassan.
Oh boy.
If you think about that.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't get into politics, so I don't know nothing of what's going on with.
Okay, so think about that. You are basically rattling people. You are telling people that this is a problem. The lack of combat events is a problem. This is a problem. This is a problem. This is a problem. Whenever someone else doesn't share the same idea, what's gonna happen? What do you think is gonna happen when those idiots listen to someone else's opinion that is completely different? They're gonna basically crash on someone else. It's about to happen. It's about to happen. You cannot say that they just randomly spawned from heaven, you know? Like, it's obvious. Like, if you have a rhetoric that is like, fuck this, fuck this, fuck this, fuck this, fuck this, and if someone says, I really don't mind that much about that, someone who is thinking the same way, or probably more radicalized than you, obviously, is gonna be thinking, yeah, man, this guy, he doesn't care that much about the combat. Get him. Get his ass.
Well, see, here's the thing. People are always going to have other people that they can resonate with, right? So, for example, just how I can say I would like more combat events, and you could say, I don't care about the combat events as much. I want more endgame content. There are going to be people that resonate with my opinion, and there are people that are going to resonate with your opinion. And at the end of the day, we're not forcing them to think how we think. They simply resonate with our ideals and the way we are saying things. So while, yes, we could get people on our side that might agree with us, we're not necessarily telling them or forcing them to disagree with your opinion. They already could disagree with someone else's opinion, right? And once again, we can be held responsible unless we're specifically telling people like, yo, fuck this particular person and whatever they stand for, which none of us are. And once again, the original whole argument was, we would like more variety in our events. We would like more content that is different from the same thing we've been having over the last 3 months. And then people, after we said that comment, attacked us. And then when we lashed back out and told them, what are you talking about? Then people started playing victim and saying that we're attacking them for thinking different to us, when in reality, it all started by them attacking us for thinking different to them, you know?
So basically what you're saying is, you got, for example, random chatters that are basically saying, yo, this is good. What are you talking about, bro? What the fuck, man? You dumb doom posters. And then you start making videos about that, right?
No.
And
More
when I
so, people
when
misconstrued
I
our
wake up,
argument, so we had
yeah,
to
yeah,
explain
okay,
it better.
so exactly, but some people misconstrued your argument. You then start making videos about that. I wake up on the next day, and I get a lot of notifications of a lot of people like talking about the doom posting about that, and I'm like, ah, fucking hell, bro. I wanted to talk about the fucking hype of the patch. I wanted to fucking talk about anything but the doom posting. But here I have like six videos of different creators talking about the doom post and about the lack of content.
You should have made the
About
video
the lack
talking
of
about the story, bro. I actually saw some creators making videos about the stories. We seen, I think, a new enemy in there and all that. So a video about the
I
story
think
would have been great.
Confirini talked about that. Yeah, but like you realize, like it's like a snowball effect. I think we can both agree on that. It's a snowball effect. Like some retarded throw the first the first snowball, right? And then you guys had to defend yourselves. And then I saw that you guys were just talking about that, and I was like, okay, bro, what is going on here? And now I cannot have a different opinion of you. Then I'm gonna be called a dick rider, and like there's gonna be like a snowball effect. And at some point, people are just gonna label other people as something else. Maybe we should like sit down and like
You know how many
debate and talk
content
about.
creators for WUWA are there? And you know how many people didn't even care about talking about the events or the drama, and they just moved on talking about with what they wanted? There was a lot of people that didn't even care. They didn't even get involved, and nobody attacked them. And if they did get attacked, they just ignore them or block the people from your comments. It's really not important. Like, I've seen many people that didn't even react to the live stream. They just went about their day talking about Galbrina, Shiyuan, how hyped the story is looking, and all of that, and then that's it. Like, you build your community around what type of content you want. Who cares if Billy Bobby Ray is talking about how much he hates not being able to
Wait,
see, butt naked?
question,
That has
question,
nothing to
question.
do with your content.
Wait a second, wait a second. You said you build a community you surround yourself with. Okay, don't you think that perhaps specific rhetorics could make a community a little bit more toxic than other types of content?
Yes,
For
because
example, I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to give you an example. No, not just that. Like, for example, if I make you already know that I made a lot of videos like bashing on Genshin. Do you think that my community would be less toxic than what it already is if I made those? Of course not. If I kept making videos about bashing on Genshin, and I still dislike the game, I still dislike Hoyoverse, but if I kept making videos about Genshin, what is going to be my community about? Hating Genshin? Wow. So I'm basically a ZZZ content creator hating on Saint Otis. Because that's all their contents, honestly. At
But
least the ones that we know.
But if you make your community based around attacking, like you said, Genshin or whatever, you wouldn't be forcing people to have your beliefs. You would just be providing a place where people who share your beliefs would come hang out.
An echo chamber. An echo chamber. An echo chamber.
Yeah, in your community, right? Right?
Yeah.
My community,
Yeah.
for example, doesn't go in. I don't know about other people's community. I know you mentioned Saint Tontas. I don't know how any of that behaves. But for example, for my community, we're very down to earth. We'll share our opinions. But if someone else goes and like attacks another CC for theirs, one, it has nothing to do with me, right? Like, I didn't tell them to do it, and I didn't tell them like, yo, you guys gotta be fucking assholes to everybody, first off. And second off, we are not responsible for what they say, right? You won't find my actual people, not just random, people that comment, but people in my Discord that I interact with. You won't find them going out of their way to attack, I don't know, let's say Juice, a creator that does a lot of guides. They haven't said anything about the drama
what did you say?
or
Sorry,
any of that.
I wait, sorry, can you repeat? Sorry. You say let's say juice?
Yeah, for example, Juice is making her guides and her content regarding Withering Waves. She didn't touch up on any of the lack of events or any of that. People aren't attacking her. So if you wanted to make videos regarding the story, you should have just done that and fuck what everybody else is saying regarding their feelings towards the lack of events, combat events in that regard. Like, don't let the fact that people are riled up in one side because of one aspect influence how you want to make content. You'll eventually build up an audience that follows what you are talking about.
That's an interesting perspective, actually. Oh wait, Ethan is in chat. Who called you a dick rider? I mean, Ethan, let's be honest. A lot of people have been calling either me a dick rider or you a doom poster.
He just keeps mentioning Saint because he wants to see this. I don't even know what Saint got to do with anything, bro. I think Saint just chilling in his corner doing his thing.
Us as black or white. It's that simple. People are gonna do that to me, you, or even CJ. Let's be honest. If CJ is complaining about a valid complaint, I don't agree that that is an important thing. Okay, but that doesn't mean that I don't want a combat event. It just means that it's not my priority. But people are gonna look at CJ and are gonna say that he's a Doom poster, which is what happened, right?
Yeah, but that's fine. They could say I'm a Doom poster. That doesn't bother me.
Oh, true. They also do that to Ethan, for example, I believe. People call me a Doom poster, they are dumb. Yeah. But like, I also realize that the people who call me a dick rider, they are...
And Thelma, yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm real good at debating and talking and, sharing difference of opinions. But throughout the whole thing, it's been hard to have a structured, linear conversation regarding a specific topic. Because we've been all over the fucking place. We even got to Hassan somehow and shit. Like, shit's been all over, bro.
If we are making a specific community that these types of people, not like the same general ideas that we have, maybe perhaps have a similar point of view that you have, or a similar point of view that I have, or a similar point of view that Ethan has, maybe there might be some people who are a bit more extreme, that they refuse to have a debate, that will probably just, label someone else as the opposition and be like a dumbass, right? We should probably understand that, like, not everything is black or white. Maybe there is some gray. Because the issue is, if we keep talking, having the rhetoric of, like, saying that whoever says this is that, we're not going to be able to make conversations in the first place. It's always going to be something like, oh, so basically you complain about something, you are...
No, guys, y'all know I'm not going to get confused. Like, people could try to move the goalposts, as you guys are seeing. There's been a lot of different subjects going on here, but I stay on topic. I know exactly what it is that I'm talking about when I say my thing, so don't worry. I ain't getting my brain scrambled or my point confused.
Believe that it's the fact that you are a bit, let's be honest, bored because there's nothing to do on the game. And you are focusing too much on a patch solution, on a bandage.
I think he's talking to Ethan right now, I think.
I would, on the other hand, would focus on, for example, the end game content, which is something that you and I agree on, Ethan. Why is that an issue if people are complaining? Why is it an issue that people are not complaining? Right? So there's people who are complaining about the lack of combat events. It could not be my priority, right? And if someone who listens to someone complaining about that thinks that I am, because I'm not hyper-focusing on that issue, that would be an issue. When I'm just not putting it as my priority. Like, oh, hell yeah, bro. Yeah, give me those combat events. Sure, I don't care. But it's not my focus. Gang, I'm gonna be honest, out of this whole combo, all I'm hearing is that you got one guide and you want TCs to moderate their whole community. Oh no, it's not one guide, bro. And like, there's other content creators who actually have a different point of view that you have. I Thoma.
Queenie, thank you so much for gifting Ethan a sub.
It's a difference of priorities. Your want. Okay. So there's the need.
We need a better. Ask him though
for the end game. We need a better content for the daily. It doesn't make sense for you to spend 5 minutes in a game and just leave it at that. Yes, people want to play more games. I understand that, right? The thing
Ethan said he ain't holding back. He coming in with the sauce, bro.
With me and CJ, and I have like 50 minutes at work. You got really? Fuck yeah, bro. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I'm down to have Ethan join up.
Sure, you wanna?
Somehow ended up in a podcast type shit.
What the fuck? Since when did we have to do this? That's kind of crazy. The fact that like everyone is joining, but like the thing is, I never said that. I don't care about that. I just think that in our grand scheme of things, we are just making some tunnel vision on the subject itself. I feel like there's worse things that we should talk about. It's going nowhere. The convo. I thought me saying that. I mean, I agree with that. Sure.
Someone said bring in Saint too. Bro, Saint is chilling, bro. Oh, what the fuck? Hold on. What up?
It's always funny. Okay. It's always funny to hear your voice. All right.
So CJ,
Okay.
good finally getting a call with you, man. If you want my God's honest opinion, I'm just gonna keep it a stack. Obviously, Blazion, I fucks with you. CJ, fuck you. I hate you. You're a doom posting bitch.
He just hurt my
Um,
feelings, chat.
Yeah,
Look,
this
let
guy's
me
only doom posting, honestly.
this is what I'm hearing, and I'm please correct me if I'm wrong, because I am right now. You are saying you think that the
Bro, I
rhetoric
love the
that
homie
people are
Ethan.
calling you a dick rider are upset. It makes you upset, and you are. It seems you are shifting this to pretty much saying people who are complaining about this are causing a toxic community because now you are getting blamed for not thinking it's that big of a deal. That is pretty much what I've understood. I'm asking you, is that correct? Because everything you're saying leads to you agree. You think there's a bigger issue at hand, which we could tackle in 2 minutes, because I get you on that. But it seems like you're like saying, okay, you don't think it's that big of a deal, and you don't want to be attacked. Correct.
No,
Okay,
no.
so
I don't think
clarify.
it's not that big of a deal. That's my point of view. It's not
Wait,
that big of a deal. And a lot of people who complain about that, right? They could be influenced by another content creator's point of view.
okay. But let me ask you a question. If
It's
someone
not
goes,
my personal issue per se.
sure. It's not your personal issue,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
If I make a video, if CJ makes a video, if Pharos makes a video, whoever makes a video, right? If you get a couple comments saying you're a dick rider, and I mean this genuinely, who the fuck cares? Because
I wouldn't
hold on,
think about that.
hold on.
Yeah.
That you've brought that up multiple times. I've been listening for like 30, 40 minutes.
Yeah.
That has been the crux of what you're bringing up. People have called me a dick rider, and we foster the communities we create. No one is sitting down and saying, if you don't think this is a problem, you're a pussy. I've said you're a pussy if you're crying that, for example, the big rhetoric online is, hey, why do you want more content in the game? Can't you just appreciate the story? Correct? CJ said similar things. A lot of other people have said similar things. These
But don't you
people,
Yeah, go ahead.
hold on. These people have said horrendous things back to us. It is what it is, right? Whether people call me a fat fuck, I should go jump into a bridge in Roblox, whatever the case may be.
That's
Do
crazy.
you think? Yeah, it is crazy, right? But here's the thing, though. Who cares, right? Because let's say, for example, if me and CJ and Pharos, all these people agree, that doesn't mean people are intentionally sending someone your way. It really feels like you, in my mind, the way I'm looking at this, you think you're 1v5ing when no one is sitting down actively shitting on you. Not
No.
one person has gone on the internet and said, Blazion, go fuck yourself. It
Nope.
has simply been, oh, okay. And you even said you agree. Okay, cool. Right. And we can get to the end game stuff in a moment and band-aid issue and yada, yada, yada. But the reason why this conversation is going nowhere is because it feels as which that right now you are really focusing on trying to bring this to CJ. CJ has no fucking bearing on toxic people in the community. Like,
But don't you
I'm
think
going
it
to be honest
labors?
with you.
Don't you think it, like, for example, if you get like a
I'm
someone
gonna kiss you in your neck, Ethan.
that is Jesus Christ. All right, bro, makeup section right now. All right. Don't you think that, for example, specific videos that you could make could reunite some of these types of people, or like inflame
Bro.
some of these people?
Let me ask you a question. You
Crazy.
made videos shitting on Genshin Impact, right?
Exactly.
You made
That
those.
was my
No.
argument.
Oh, yeah. No, you made a video shitting on Genshin Impact. Doesn't
Yeah.
that inflame Hoyo shows to attack? To WUWA people to attack Hoyo shows?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
So hold on. But you understand if, let's say, for example, someone goes into, let's say, Doro's chat and says, "Fuck you, Doro. WUWA is the better game. I just watched Blazion's video." Do you think it's fair for Doro to be mad at you or have a conversation and say, well, maybe you shouldn't give your opinion on a video game because one person, or let's just say it's 10, let's fucking say it's 10, so we don't use this one guy perspective, then don't you think it's pretty fucking crazy for Doro to be like, hey, Blazion, you can't make a video on this topic because you are generating bad people? When in reality,
I could see Ainthoma or Glaive making a video on this.
It is unfair to say, but I'm not talking specifically with CJ. I'm talking about in general, content creators in general. We should do better than that.
Okay. Okay. You watch my video. You watch CJ's video, right?
Yeah.
Who has incited this type of hysteria, this crazy violence, this quote unquote in-game violence? Who has done that?
What I believe is you had your very normal reaction to the lack of content. to the lack of combat event, right? And
Sure.
some people acted stupidly and started defending the game, right?
Landonitis.
I believe
For
that
sure.
that's what happened. And then
Okay.
afterwards, you started making a video about those said people, right?
Yeah,
Like
absolutely.
addressing that, right?
Who-
And from my perspective, this is what happened.
We have asked
and
him, but he
then
doesn't
when
say
I
who.
see your point of view, which is someone that, correct me if I'm wrong, someone that doesn't care that much about the combat event are usually the story players, right? Somewhere on those lines, I believe. That's kind of the idea, the gist of it, right? If
You
I
don't want to
as
be
a
like, yo, let me
story
in there
player,
too,
or
bro.
as a normal player
crazy.
who doesn't focus too much on the combat, right? Don't
That's
focus
great.
that much on the having a combat event or not. Or I believe that the combat event isn't that meaningful because it's just 20 or 30 minutes in a 40-day patch.
But sidebar, that argument's bullshit. But we'll get to that later because 20, 30 minutes.
Sure.
You and I both know that's cap. But let's continue. Okay.
All right, sure. If that's the case, why would I get labeled by some random guy, right? Me or anyone else who labeled as like some random guy
Yeah.
that comes to my chat or just talks on Reddit or whatever, because
perfect,
it's not an attack on me, but if it's a specific perspective that I have, it's kind of like an attack.
No, it's not.
You know,
That's
it's
where the
not. It's not an
disconnect
attack
comes
on me.
from. No. Hold on.
That's like what Legions does.
Oh,
I think nobody
no.
was attacking
Listen.
Legions at first, right?
Look. Respectfully,
any one guy.
I didn't even read Legion's tweet. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really care. I like the guy, so I really didn't want to go over it on stream to paint him in a negative light. I know it's a weird tweet. I don't care about his tweet. Put that shit to the side. Here's
Yeah.
the problem. The way you were describing this is your interpretation is that if anyone is out here saying we need more combat events, that it's shitting on story enjoyers. I am shitting on people. No, that's exactly the interpretation, though, Blazion. Verbatim, your words are saying, well, if I don't care about combat and I want to enjoy the story, why should I be attacked? Bingo, that's the problem. People are not attacking those people. And like, for example, when I say, hey, you're being a pussy, not you, but the people in chat or other places are being a pussy. Why are they being pussies? Because nobody's saying to strip down the story. Nobody's saying if you're a story enjoyer, we need to cut your penis off. Right? Nobody's saying that. So when you
On
are
the
making
same
this
boat.
argument, and even if you don't feel this way, I want to make this very clear. I am not God. I can't tell you how you feel, right? And I don't dislike you. I want to make that very clear. I'm being
I'm
harsh
making it
because
seem like that. Is that
you
what
are
you're
making
saying?
it seem that way and is going in fucking circles. What the crux of the issue that you are having, to be very honest, and I'm being nice to you because I fuck with you, it seems like
One
you
guy.
are getting caught in the crossfire of a couple guys.
Yeah.
And it's not, can we say, let's say, for example, some content creators absolutely have influence on the community. Let's not feign ignorance.
Yeah.
How fucking ever that is with
Yes.
any facet of life. And to pretend that CJ cannot sit down and make a video about it, or I cannot make a video about it, or anyone else cannot make a video about it, because now it is not aligning with what you 100% agree with, and you are getting some negative comments is crazy. That's not fair. That's the same reason if Doro did that to you, and I'm not saying Doro would do this. Doro's a good guy, but that's the biggest Genshin
Doro's
CC.
a nice ass
Well,
dude.
I don't think he should make videos comparing the two because a couple dudes in my chat said something mean about me. That's fucking crazy.
That's not exactly what I was doing. But if I did presented myself like that, I would understand why.
Okay,
it would seem that way.
CJ,
Yeah,
am I
but
off base here? Is that how you interpreted everything? I want to make sure because I'm sitting from the sidelines and like
maybe it's
I
the
agree.
way that I'm.
That is how I also
right?
interpreted everything, bro.
Was it? Okay, I'm sorry, CJ. What I wanted to say is when we make specific content, right? There's going to be a lot of people watching, not just our fans, right? What I'm saying is there's going to be some idiots out there, and we all agree on this, right? There's going to be some idiots out there that are going to be pushed a bit more to say some stupid shit whenever we make these types of videos.
Okay.
When we talk about, for example, the focus of the patch, of a live version thing, right? 2.7, when we talk about that and we complain about the lack of events, that's totally fine. I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to talk about that. That was never my intent. My opinion is that if you make that content, right, you just need to, it's not that you shouldn't make that content. It's that you should know that there's going to be more people, right, that will have more chances of like talking about the combat. And if there's one guy talking about combat, someone else is going to have a more extreme version of that opinion, which is probably something like in the lines of, oh, so this guy doesn't care that much about the combat. Oh, okay, so he actually is like just decriving, and he's basically everything is positive in the patch
Okay,
itself.
But we ain't
but
saying
like
that.
Blazion, this is what I'm saying. But like, you can't let those comments get
Yeah,
to you,
you
bro.
can't let that.
Like, that's the problem. You are letting a very, very, very minority. If I go to your channel right now, you mostly have mainly positive like ratios.
Yeah.
Right. You have pretty decent comments. Even look, I didn't watch a video made about me,
Well,
but like
we
the
are back.
comments seemed pretty tame. They seem pretty normal. You have one dislike on that video, right? And you're telling how you feel. I didn't even watch it. I'll watch it later, sure, whatever the case may be. But the issue is that you are really internalizing and taking offense to a couple of these comments, brother. These
I
people
think
don't
that's
matter.
okay. So
bad.
I'm not addressing anything towards me because I know it's not towards me. I'm talking about the normal
So then-
rhetoric. So imagine
okay, so-
if someone if you have like a normal point of view, like you only care
miss?
about for example the end game itself. It's not much of your business, the combat itself, because you don't care about the combat itself. Just because you don't care, someone that would say to someone else that is not even you, either on Twitter. Okay, I know the Twitter community, it is what it is, right? The Twitter community, the Reddit community, there's always going to be some retards out there that are going to have those types of opinions towards people that could have a similar opinion as yours. I'm not taking it as an offense, as an attack on me. I'm just taking it, hey, someone is just trying to silence someone else's opinion, right? That is similar to mine. And I think that is a bit weird. We are not
But
leaving
who is
people
doing
to have
that?
a conversation.
Who is doing that right now? Who
I
is
don't know,
who-
bro. It's random Reddit people and talk.
Okay,
I don't.
like,
Yeah. Who
but
cares? You know.
do you understand? Do you understand right now, as we are sitting here, you are saying, not you, although before you did mention yourself, but we'll let that slide. I don't even care. You are now saying that you feel that people in the community's opinions are being suppressed by people who want to enjoy combat events. You're talking about like tunnel
Yeah.
visioning.
When I
You are
say that, right? I'm not talking about me.
No, we
reacting
address that.
having-
We understand that. We understand that. But where is this happening? Let's say it's a couple people on Reddit. Why the fuck would someone have to not make a video? For example, you made a video recently. I don't remember what video. You messaged me like, "Hey, dude, people are misconstruing." You and me agreed on it. People are misconstruing my video, and they're saying something. And what I tell you, say, "Hey, Blaze, man, you're a good guy. Don't worry about those people. Don't worry about them." Right?
Yeah. Okay. I know what you're talking about. Okay.
But so why the fuck are we sitting here? And this is a genuine question, saying,
I
well,
guess it's
maybe we shouldn't make videos. Because-
I guess it's a conversation about the fact that a lot of the content in the space, a lot of the people, not us CCs, but like the viewers, right? They are getting it feels weird. It feels like you are either pushing people to either you not you. Okay, sorry.
Okay, who is pushing
The
people?
viewers,
Who?
the viewers
Who?
basically are either falling in two categories, which is either glazing, right, or doom posting.
I feel like he wants to say
It's so ridiculous as that is. It's black and white. And I think
can't.
it's kind of weird.
He doesn't.
how we
He wants
are
to, but at the
making
same time,
specific
he
takes,
doesn't want to.
right? That can get misconstructed by these people. I want to address the fact that these people are misconstructing our takes. My first ever video talking about this subject, and I think in yours as well,
I agree,
talked
bro.
about that. It's the fact that there is a line,
So far from it.
a difference between us three talking about that and some retard that hears your opinion and has a very extreme version of that opinion that is not even what you're saying, or my version as well, right? So there's going to be a lot of people who don't even want to have debates. We can't even have debates with these types of people. It's
Saint
wrong.
Tontes, y'all think he's
bad.
talking
You don't
about
talk
Saint
to them.
Tontes?
You leave those people alone. You
but
were like, you have to understand from an outside
Yeah.
perspective. From an outside perspective,
Yeah.
Saying the
looks
one
like you're
that must
fighting
not be
ghosts.
named.
because I'm going to be honest with you right
Yeah.
now.
Oh,
you were
God.
fighting fucking Ghost. You were swinging Mayweather like hammer fist, and no
Do you
one is there.
Do you think that the
I'ma
space
end up
is
in a
le-
Saint Tontes
is
video,
as
ain't I?
toxic, less toxic, or more toxic than before?
The space is the same.
Yeah,
Like
what?
it's everyone's own interpretation. There is no like hard evidence to say that the space is less or more toxic, right? However, you're
Mhm.
also earlier today dumbing it down that it is just this one patch. Okay, the reason why people are frustrated, this will now be 120 plus days of content that they cannot enjoy. It is very simple. People want a variety of content, whether that
That's
is
simple.
story. Story lovers are
That's
eating
simple.
fucking good. You know, 1.0 they were
Yeah.
lacking, 2.0 they overdid it, right? We are not sitting here and like to dumb it down to say, well, we're only focusing on this negatives of
Yeah.
one patch is not true. And so right now,
Yeah.
if you feel the community is toxic, right? You have every fucking right to feel that way. But we need to take a step back and look at it. Okay, why am I feeling this way? Let me look at my peers. What is CJ saying? Did CJ say that every single person who enjoys the story is a piece of fucking trash with duty hanging from their butt? Did Pharaoh say that every motherfucker who liked the
Did
story?
you
Yeah.
say that?
Yeah, I said that, right? No one is saying that. Like literally no one is saying that. People are saying the patch is bad because you spend hundreds of dollars a month to get a singular character that has the chance of probably getting power creeped in a year or two because it's a gacha game, and I can't fucking use my Residence Liberation in anything other than TOA. And
Me and Ethan are telling him the exact same thing.
a nuanced conversation. There
Yeah.
are people absolutely who just want
Different
to play
points
the
of views.
story and
Yeah,
enjoy
yeah.
it. Sure, but right now you're fighting Ghost, brother.
Do you
Like,
think?
like
Do
you're
you think
straight up
like?
fighting Ghost.
Do you believe in honeymoon phases?
Sure, yeah. This
What?
isn't a honeymoon phase. This
Yeah.
this
No,
is not a
I
honeymoon
believe
phase.
I believe that I probably have just
I'm
It's
so
just- it's
bro. It's always
it's
a
over,
different type
the
of
honeymoon
argument.
phase, at least for me. Maybe that's
man.
the problem. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's the fact that I'm starting to realize that we are not so different from the
Look.
the WUWA community is not as different from the
It-
Genshin
I don't-
community and other toxic
I don't want to
communities.
derail this too much because I derailed
Yeah,
the whole
sure.
thing. All I'm saying is this:
No,
you have
all good,
every
all good.
right. You have every right, and please don't take this personal. The reason why I'm talking to you is because I'm listening from the sideline, and I'm going to be honest with you. I'm trying to fucking get in to help you out because I like you.
All
Because
good.
this conversation was not going
Hey,
very
hey,
good.
Ethan
one
came
thing
in
is
here
for
to
sure,
help
I'm
him out
gonna
for
be
sure.
honest.
One thing is for sure, Ethan. Regardless if I either play the game every single day or just make videos of other stuff, meanwhile, instead of just WUWA, I still hold dear every single one of you. You, Cabs,
No, of
Saints,
course.
Skull CJ, every single
Exactly.
one, even V.
Exactly, though.
Because I
Yeah.
don't have no bad blood with you guys. I genuinely like every single one of you.
Well, I do. Go fuck yourself. You like the story. Shut the fuck up, you Coral bot.
Okay, man, go have fun fucking fighting some dumbass.
Bro, I
Heckles
love
me
Ethan,
in
bro.
a
That
50
is
minutes.
crazy.
No,
All right.
No. But you're right, though. But you're right.
Oh
But you
my
see,
God,
you
bro.
understand, right? So there's no bad blood. No one really cares.
That was funny as
Everyone's
fuck.
chilling. And right now,
Yeah.
that's why you're fighting Ghost. If like, for example, CJ, tell me I'm not wrong. I called out CJ a couple months ago. I was being
Yeah.
a dick, and I was wrong. I didn't watch bro's video. You know what he did? He said, "Fuck you. You're being a bitch. You're wrong." And I said,
Can I
"Oh
ask
shit.
you
You know
something,
what?
Ethan?
It's kind of
Can I ask
right."
you
No.
something,
Let's
Ethan?
see. I haven't heard CJ in a minute though, but like, tell me that's not how that happened.
No, yeah, that's how
Right?
it happened,
Yeah.
bro.
Okay.
Like just straight up, I was an asshole. Oh, fuck. All right, man. Yeah, that's my bad.
I don't think. Do you think you're an asshole to me? I don't think you are an asshole to me.
No,
I don't
no,
think
no.
nobody is an asshole to me, actually.
No, I am an asshole too. Fuck you. But what I'm
Alright,
saying.
okay. No. When we say "fuck you" to each other in our stream,
Yeah, I know.
you're not. Okay.
But
Well,
understand that
yeah.
you're taking this argument and you're stretching it to a million different places.
Yeah.
that
Can I
there's
ask
not
you
even talking
something
point.
about the topic then? I think this is
Yeah, hit me.
what kind of made me think about it in the entire time. When I see the live stream the day after the live, I think it was like hours after the live stream. When I see everyone, like for example, imagine I was gonna talk about something.
Why
about
you say everyone? Who?
the game itself? I was gonna make a video about things we could do to help the old units. I know it's like we already beat around this bush a
No, that's a
lot
good
of
video.
times, so it's like we
People
already know
make that
about
video.
But imagine if we made if I made a video about that. Sadly, as sad as it is, and it's not me saying that I'm like a garbage ass content creator. I mean, let's be honest. I'm just a 5,000 view subs Andy. Regardless, I would still make the video. The thing is, whenever I make a video that is not like what everyone is talking about, it kind of flops a bit.
Okay, but you're going into but you're going into something completely different. Like that's
wait.
We're going into
give me a
another
second.
topic again.
So like when it does that, like we are more incentivized, right, to talk about normal topics. When the live stream came in, and like there's reasons to be excited, right? I think there should be reasons to be excited for the live stream. But
Sure,
when
yeah.
we see a lot of not negativity, but like complaints about one of the things of the live stream itself, it just seems to me that we are focusing too much on the issue itself, regardless of it being like 3 patches in a row.
Okay, let
You
me
know?
ask you a question.
Don't you
And
think so?
I'm
Is it
gonna ask
genuine?
you.
Maybe
No, no,
this is
no, no,
my
no.
point
I
of
got
view
you.
of someone who isn't focusing too much on the combat and is focusing more
No, I
on the
got you.
issue.
I got you. I
which is the
got
end
you.
game.
I got you. I'm gonna tie
Oh.
this back in. I want CJ to answer this as well. Who
Good,
and I
good.
mean this respectfully.
Great.
Who the fuck are you to say that someone is focusing on it too much? Who am I to say that?
Yeah.
Who is CJ to say that? Like everyone plays for different reasons, right?
Yeah.
CJ's got mad C6 characters.
Do you think I should? Okay, so this is
Yeah,
a genuine
Let
question.
me just out
Even
me
if
like
I
that.
didn't care. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, CJ.
No, go ahead. Go
on.
ahead.
No, I was gonna say that okay, so it's an argument that can go both ways. 'Cause,
Yeah, that's
like, there's a
even.
lot of people who don't
My
give a
No,
camera
fuck.
blocked
no.
it.
This is where the disconnect. Blazion, I don't
Okay,
mean to
hear me
interrupt
out.
you, but this is the disconnect.
Okay,
No,
go
but
ahead.
you are saying that people are saying to remove the story when you say this. Nobody's saying to remove the story. Nobody is implying the story should not exist. When you say this argument goes both ways, no, brother. At the end of the day, all people are asking for is to dabble in a little bit of combat. The argument going both ways, if you
Which
can
one is
find
it?
me what you're saying, that's literally verbatim what you said. If you can find me one person that said we should remove the story or the story is fine, like or like whatever the case, I'll give you like $5 million.
Okay.
Like no one has said
okay,
that.
wait a minute. But you are categorizing me on the same place of the people who don't want the combat events, that they only care about the story.
No, I didn't.
Well, that's not-
How does that categorize you? That's like
you just
literally-
the example. Okay, so you just okay, maybe I understood wrong, but you said that if find me an example, right, of someone saying that they don't want a story, right?
correct.
Because you think that there are examples of people saying that they don't want a combat event, right?
No, that's not an example. That's what people are saying, right?
Exactly. That's what they're saying.
Sure.
Okay, so why are you saying
I
this
didn't
to me?
reach
Do you
out to
think
him,
that I
Coon Kid.
would
He
be
reached
one
out
of
to
the people
me.
saying that?
No, Blazion, because that's
Maybe I'm confused
Blazion,
on that.
Blazion.
I'm
If you
confused on
rewind
that
your
then.
stream 2 minutes before, you just said both side of the coins when we're talking about the combat event. There is two sides to it, but in the context of what you're talking about, there is no other side to the coin for the story. No one is literally sitting there and saying, remove the story. We don't want more story. There is no two sides of the coin to this. The two sides to the coin, to my understanding,
we're talking about different things. I'm just talking about the level of priority.
This
That's
is crazy, bro. We're being
sides
so
of the
direct
okay,
with shit.
but you got to make that clear, brother. You need to make that clear.
Yeah, I should have made that clear in the first
You
place.
need to make that
That's
clear.
the two sides of the coin. There's people who focus more on the fact that there's a lack of content in itself in the game, regardless of the patch version, which is the end game itself. And there's people who focus on the patch fix, which is the combat events. That's the two sides of the coin that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the people who say that they fucking don't give a shit about the combat events, and also the people who don't give a shit about the story. I'm not talking about that. I understand that you had to deal with that. That's what made you guys make your videos in the first place, correct? Like the people who don't give a shit about that.
I've been lost on what this whole argument's been about since the start, bro. Not lost us, and he's been derailing me as in I don't know what his argument is, bro.
No, I made my video because I want to play the fucking game, and there's nothing to do in the game. That's why I made my video.
Yeah, that's pretty much me too.
Honestly,
same thing.
Yeah, like that's
honestly,
it. So okay, what are you? Go on. Trying to say? Because earlier,
I'm trying to say that if you, for example, okay, the idea itself that the combat event could be a change, it's just not. Like you disagreed before with the fact that it's more than the 20 or 30 minutes that I said. It was an hyperbolic statement, but honestly,
no, for sure, yeah. But that's what people
you still have 40 days in the patch to do that, right?
Yo, this man Coon Kid, bro.
That is not an immediate. That is not the solution to the lack of.
Yep, every
content,
time ain't okay? That's
it's
what I'm saying, bro. Every time it changes,
the game has an issue, which is lack of content, and the best way to change it would be the end game itself, right?
Okay, let me ask you a question though. Perfect.
Yeah, go ahead.
You brought up end game. When do you think it's appropriate to ask for an end game? 2 patches before 3.0, Or do you think it's appropriate to ask for endgame at 3.0? People are simply asking for some sort of combat event in order to actually fill the gaps. Because when you say people are working on a bandage fix and you were using crazy fucking analogies, if you're at war and you're in the middle of the war zone, you get shot in Minecraft in your leg, you got to use a band-aid until you can get back to base. 3.0 is the base. We're not getting a new endgame right now. It's not happening. It's it's not a realistic thing.
Okay, question. What time? What is the time for you for a combat event to be decent, or are you just going to be satisfied if they give you a combat event that is like the minimum amount of time that's possible?
So I can answer that question. Sure. Let's say an hour to 2 hours, right? But what does that have to do with what you just asked?
Because it's not.
That's my
you know,
whole
it's,
thing.
it's
What does that
a
have to do
solution
with what you just asked?
to
That's
it.
been
It's
the
still-
whole
it-
point
the
of this
actual
conversation.
issue is
the whole
is the
time.
lack of content, like you said, right?
Okay. When do you think that lack of content should be added to the game in a reasonable time? 3.0, right? I feel like that 3.0, everyone's saying wait for 3.0. 3.0 is going to be a lot of content. That's going to be the big bulk of when massive changes change. It's the same thing with Genshin and HSR and yada yada yada. You really get these big changes. There are times that you get endgame stuff in the middle of a patch, right? Like WUWA, I think dropped WUWA in 2.2.
Yeah, I was gonna ask
right?
that. Like, why 3.0 exactly? If in 2.1 was the release of
Well,
WUWA?
it's pretty simple, right? They dropped an endgame event in 2.1. So do you think that, because realistically, and I'm not trying to be mean to you, but like right now, you're kind of falling into, at the end of the day, you're saying that there is no content, there is no combat, and you want more endgame. But we have to be reasonable in the ask and what we're looking for. Could they cook up a new endgame tomorrow? I mean, of course, they have the resources for it, but it's not realistic. So for you to hyper visualize and be like, well, 20 minutes of combat doesn't fix it, we want a new endgame. Well, what are you going to do until the endgame comes? What is there to do? Nothing, right? If you want to do combat, there's nothing to do.
So you think that the bandage patch is actually the only viable solution to it?
Well, if I want to fight in the game and have combat, then yes, there's a bandage for the bigger thing that's going on.
But what about the other days?
What about the other days? No, the game is not. See, but okay. And this is why
Ethan is experiencing what I was experiencing.
This is why people say you're being no. I'm not here to insult you. I'm not here to insult you. I don't want to insult you. I like you, right? That's why I'm trying to talk to you and tell you this, to be honest with you. This is why people are saying you are a Koro dick sucker. Because that is a argument that Hoyoverse people will use. What do you do for the other 39 days of the patch? That's such a crazy statement.
Weird.
Crisis Tower came out. That takes a couple hours to complete, right?
Even
but then
Ethan
after
is
that,
like, bro,
you can do challenges. There's different difficulties.
This is
There's
wild.
so many different things at hand you can do. And then you know what? If you don't want to play, you can just log off and be like, hey, you know what?
I ain't even gonna lie. I would like to see Saint Tonta's takes on this, bro. If y'all know him, get him to watch this, bro. It would be so funny, bro. God damn.
Having that expectation.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that assumption.
That is what you are doing. You just said after that twice. That's literally what you're doing.
Yes.
And if it's not what you're doing, and if it's not what you're mean to doing, understand. CJ, please tell me if I'm being an asshole. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
It looks as if I'm saying that.
No, yeah, I agree with Ethan. Yeah, I agree with him, bro. That's pretty much what it feels like.
What the fuck? Since when I get a follow on Twitch when I'm just I just get a follow on Twitch when I'm recording on YouTube. What the fuck? Okay.
I love to go to follow. You got to understand that logic, that rhetoric is saying, oh, what about the rest of the patch? Nobody's fucking saying I want to sit down and play this game 24/7.
Yep.
You understand that, right?
I mean, the normal people don't say that.
But who? Okay. But who has said that, right? Like you watch my video.
No,
CJ,
not you. No.
Hold on. You have to understand this. Because this is what's happening with the community. CJ, at what point in your video did you say I want to play this game for 40 hours?
Never, ever.
Blazion, nobody said this, but the community who is really diehard and just wants to protect the game and protect horror games at all costs, because they're parasocial, turn the original argument of saying I would like to have some combat into fuck you, you'll never be able to play the game long enough, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because you're not asking for the right thing. They misinterpreted the argument. So by you saying, well, what about next? Or this is just a Band-Aid pick. It's like, brother, I'm trying to help you here. I'm trying to get you close to the point. I don't even
Okay.
care if you don't.
Okay.
I don't even care if you agree with me. Like, I don't
I
give a fuck. It
understand.
doesn't
I
matter.
understand what you mean. I understand what you mean. I think that the entire community itself is the issue, regardless of the
No.
two
Yeah,
points
no,
of
no.
views. Wait.
No. I think you want my God's honest opinion. I really don't think it's even that deep.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
think it's
just
that deep
keeping
at
it
all either.
Like we
It
don't
kind
get
of
me-
makes it seem like it's that deep for some people that either want to focus too much on the combat, and the people who want to focus too much on the fact that other people are focusing on the combat. I think it's from both sides,
okay. So
and not just one side. I think it's
nobody,
both.
but nobody is like, no one has ever sit down and said there's not a bunch of fucking little virgin losers stroking their cock, like coming at the fact that I said that the game sucks, right, and that the game has no combat event.
Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
some
yeah.
weird fucking extremists.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
what I was arguing in the beginning.
But there doesn't need to be an argument for that, because if that's the point, you could just be like, yeah, man, at the end of the day, both sides are a little weird, but I do think there's a problem, and that seems to be your take.
Yeah, that is
instead-
exactly. That was my
exactly.
initial take. Maybe I derailed
Exactly.
a lot on my initial take, but that is my initial take, honestly.
Okay, and that's
Yeah.
fine. And again, so that's why, coming back full circle,
Mm-hmm.
you got to not get one guy, brother.
Yeah.
You can't get a couple guide. It's really not good.
It's
It's
kind of
gonna be
weird.
almost crashing
I've
out.
talked
Maybe.
about
What do you
this.
mean?
I mean, I never
This
had
man
this
is
talk
funny as
with
fuck
content
too, bro.
creators in life. I actually want to address that real quick. Isn't it a bit strange? This is ridiculous to say this, but imagine you make a video, right? You got a lot of people that like you and enjoy your takes, and they are like, "Oh yeah, I agree with this guy." They just like your video, right? But who's actually gonna leave the comment usually? It's gonna be like, all right, you know what I mean? And it's like sometimes it just feels like it's not one guy. Sometimes it just feels like it's more
Okay.
than a lot of
Okay,
people,
okay,
more than
okay.
10 people. You know what I mean?
Let's say it's 50.
Right?
No. You guys listen. If you go to my channel, go.
This
you can
is
look
stupid.
at,
I know this is stupid,
No,
but
no,
I
no,
don't,
no,
I
no
don't
one's
talk
saying-
with content creators in
No,
my life. You know?
no. Stop.
rather
You
talk
asked
with
the
you guys.
question. You asked the question. Don't
Yeah, yeah.
downplay your question, right? You
Okay,
asked the question.
okay.
Fine. It's not a problem.
Thank you.
You can look. Not a problem. You know what the word brigading means? My videos have been brigaded. My streams have been brigaded. Even if one video does quote unquote bad, it has a bad dislike ratio or tons of hate comments, that's one instance. That's one singular instance of tons of hundreds and hundreds and thousands of videos. You cannot let that
But
throw
don't
off
you?
your mental.
But wait, don't you think that is a bit strange whenever you
No.
specifically when I criticize the game 2 times? I know we had this convo very shortly, but like when someone criticizes WUWA, and I understand that it's like the community itself is already used to defending itself because of the stupid attacks that Hoyo Chills make, right? But like one specific instance where you could complain about the game, you're gonna get like some of these comments,
Yeah, so what?
right?
Yeah, it's normal. Doesn't do anything really.
Like it's not a big
Okay.
deal. I've been
Alright.
canceled by the dude. There was a 200,000 plus view thread in Gacha Police about my brand take, and all of them were calling me a fat fucking retard who should die in game. Like, straight up.
Crazy.
Like straight up,
Wait,
bro. Like
sorry,
it was,
what do you mean the brand?
That
I'm
was
sorry.
wild.
What do you mean?
when I was doing posting about brand, right? Like, okay, it is what it is.
All right.
You know what I did? I kept okay, like whatever.
Yeah, like it
All
is what
good
it
to
is.
me. Yeah, like shit, keep it pushing. CJ, did I miss
it's
anything? Or
Nah, yeah, bro. On point.
It
On
feels
point with that.
strange. It feels strange. Like it feels like the people that support you, whenever they don't comment as much, and like the only people, usually the people who are gonna dislike whatever you say or like be pieces of shit, they are usually gonna be the ones that like leave
Yeah, that's-
very weird messages. And it's
Yeah.
like I don't know. I don't want to think it's the entire community, but at the same time, it's like when I get those messages, when it's specifically when I'm talking about something that is negative of the WUWA community or the game itself, like it kind of feels like I am not allowed to have that. I'm not allowed to swim against the
Well,
current. You know what I
Who's
mean?
not allowing
you
you
can.
to say anything though? Some
No,
random
like
people on
I'm
the internet?
allowed, but I'm gonna get some, like
bro,
like
that
that.
happens.
Yeah,
That
that's just how
happens.
it
Like,
works with YouTube and content creating, bro.
But the thing is, I had a talk about this with a personal friend, which was okay. So I should just ignore them. But when I start ignoring, I start becoming, a person who doesn't accept criticism, right?
no, that's
Without
not true,
without
brother.
saying
Not
names.
all
No.
criticism. If I called you fat, if I said you're a fat motherfucker and you got big ass toes, what
This
you would ignore
motherfucker,
me,
bro.
Are you describing
right?
yourself? Like, what the hell is
Yeah,
this, bro?
yeah, I am. I am. I got big ass toes, right?
I think I
You would
remember seeing your feet in the
yeah,
timeline.
you would fucking ignore me because it's a retarded take. Who cares?
Yeah.
So listen,
Yeah.
with that being said,
Okay.
I got to finish up some fucking work. CJ,
Thank you. Thank you for that,
CJ,
man.
anything else?
Nah, bro. Pretty much we're on
No?
the same page regarding all it is, bro. It really just
Yeah, no,
you know,
that's
it ain't
good.
that big.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
You made me
Blazion-
realize. Yeah, you made me realize. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for
Blazon,
that.
listen, man, I'm bad at DMing, but if you need something, PM me, brother. All right.
All right. No,
Alright,
thank
I
you
got
so
you
much, Ethan. For real, bro.
Of course, of course, of course. All right, boys.
Yeah.
Alright,
Thank
brother.
you. Thank
I'm out
you.
this bitch.
See you later, man.
Deuces.
Take it easy, guys. Mwah.
Okay, no, CJ, no, that did make a lot of sense, honestly. Yeah, I'm sorry if I even came out of thinking that it seemed like that. It's more like the community itself, and it kind of feels like whenever you have a opinion that is different from what some of these random assholes have, you start thinking that, well, perhaps it's like something is making them getting riled up. I would think that, hey, whatever is making them riled up, we should stop giving that shit. Let's stop making frogs gay, Like that's kind of like the point of view that I had.
Kiss you in
Right.
your neck, Ethan. No, I
That's
get you, bro.
kinda
But
what I was
like
thinking about in the
Ethan
first
and
place.
I were telling you, bro, look, you make the content you want to make. It doesn't matter if your opinion goes against what other people's opinions say. Make the content you want to make. Who cares what Timmy, Bobby, and Jimmy got to say? It don't matter if they're doom posting your content or call you, like Ethan said, fat with fat toes. It don't matter, bro. Speak your truth. Do what you got to do and never let nobody else's opinion,
Yeah.
affect what
Wait.
you want to make.
Give me a second. Janti said, but Blazion's point becomes a non-issue becomes a non-issue if endgame is better, and if endgame is better,
no.
a combat event once every 2 months or 3 months
Oh,
won't be a
no,
problem.
we're not going back to it. I'm about to,
yeah, I forgot to say that, honestly. But I
about to
kind
chat
of
with you
agree
guys.
with that. That's kind of my point of view. If we fix the game itself at its core, right?
Oh, no.
We
Alright.
could do that. But that's kind of the point of view from Ethan, and I believe CJ as well, is that the patch itself, the patch fix, is something more attainable because it's not a big update cycle.
Alright.
Even though we still had that in 2.1, right? I still okay, we can still think that endgame is an issue while still wanting combat. It's kind of like what I think, honestly. But regardless, I believe that there's a lot of people, maybe not from a content creators,
This man said Ethan, get back
community,
in there.
right? I still think like there's a
That's
lot of
wild.
community that
Oh my
a lot of people
God.
from the community that are not
Oh,
accepting
wildin'.
of debating, and they just make it
Fighting the
seem like
final
an awful
boss.
space.
God damn. Alright, hold on.
Even if it's a specific subject similar to what you or Ethan say, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to have that type of rhetoric that you cannot even debate with. It's kind of demoralizing.
Blaze, but
as a
listen,
space.
here's at least what I could tell you, like, regarding, like, to close out the
Mhm.
argument, right? If you have an opinion regarding these topics and you
Right,
say
I
you
got
don't
like
have
a virus, I guess.
you don't have no, look, if you don't have a specific problem with what I said or what, like, Ethan said, see if another creator is the one whose opinion specifically is causing you to have your take, or if it's people in the community, and try to have a debate with them regarding what specifically they said. But like Ethan said, we never told everybody fuck you for liking the story, or we hope they remove, the leisure events. So if you have a specific point regarding that aspect of things, feel free to reach out to like those people or the community in itself and have a debate. But when it comes to most of us, right, Ethan, myself, since we were the ones just here, we don't have any problem with your takes whatsoever. And if you feel free to, talk about anything, go ahead and do it.
I have a feeling that we all agree on it, honestly. I remember reacting to Ethan. I hope he's not here, because either he's going to be here, he's going to have basically TLDR of my reaction to him. But it's basically that. I totally agree with that. Yeah, I think every one of us agrees that we should have a better end game content, right? And that, in my case, okay, I am putting both on the same boat because it's technically the same thing. It's the lack of content, which is kind of why people want more combat events. In my case, I'm not focusing much on that because if I have better endgame content, I wouldn't care much about that. That's kind of the point of view that I had.
So if you have that point of view, right?
yeah.
You should make a video on that
Yeah.
and explain yourself in the video and gather the people that agree with you. And then if people want to disagree, let them disagree. It doesn't matter. But if that's your point and that's how you see things, make that video, brother. You know what I'm saying? If that's what you like, and never care about what other people got to say regarding that. But that's like, everybody's always going to gather people around that could resonate with their content. But that's really pretty much everything regarding this whole argument or debate or difference of opinions, bro.
Yeah. I feel like it's strange. It's very strange. When I ask that about to Ethan, I generally think that it's a weird place, the WUWA community. It's like we were kind of used to dealing with the most retarded people coming from the Hoyos sphere, right? You already know this, of course. Like the most dumbass takes, like, oh no, sexualization of controller, that's bad. Oh no, censorship. Oh no, now this character has goddamn exploration power creep with the swimming. Like, it's the most retarded things ever, and we were used to. We kind of learned to defend a lot the game, or like to complain about someone else. Like when we talk about to defend WUWA and whatever, to defend our stance in the game, right? And I feel like the community, this is from what I see, okay, online, not like any content in specific, any CC in specific, but it's more like online. I feel like the community itself is it's kind of like a dog that got beaten continuously, which is sad in itself. It's afraid of like any type of criticism because they get like in the defense. You know what I mean? I don't know if it makes sense. They get very defensive as a community. So anything that is like against the norm, like people get very defensive, and it feels strange when you say your own opinion, knowing damn well you're gonna get probably criticized with that shit. I don't even know, how do you guys deal with that shit when you make a video complaining about, for example, the lack of combat. I'm pretty sure you got a lot of like, backlash from that, right?
Yeah, a lot.
But isn't it like demoralizing thinking that the community is just like that, or you just ignore the bad apples?
Yeah, I just get off and eat my girl's ass.
Okay.
I don't really care what people gotta say.
Right. Okay. Why you gotta say it like that, bro?
Because it's
What is up with
true.
the asses? Like, what is that with the asses, bro? Like, it's like
Hey,
the
bro, I'm a
fifth
man
time
that
that you say
appreciates a
that,
good
bro.
ass. You know what I'm saying?
But why ass? You could have just said like, I don't know, pussy, or like, I don't know, boobs,
Well, like
tits.
I eat that too, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like all the way down to the
But
toes.
why the ass in specific? Like the ass, like it's kind of weird, bro. Like the star shaped thingy and whatnot. Like it's
You
kind
don't
of
like eating chocolate starfish? Hey, see that boils back down to the difference of opinion. You might like to suck on the toes. I might like to eat the ass, and at the end of the day,
shut
I
the
ain't
fuck
going
up.
to judge. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna send some haters towards your way because you like eating some brown starfish, I guess.
God damn. But yeah, bro, listen, at the end of the day, we all have difference of opinions. It is what it is.
fuck,
It
bro?
ain't really that big of a deal regarding the whole events and all that. Do the content you want to do and fuck everybody else. Well, if they
I
say
have a
something
question
you don't
for
like, you
I have a
hop
question
off.
for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you actually are you planning on doing contents of other stuff?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Or is okay? Is there any upcoming game that you're gonna try out or no?
Shit, I'm gonna try Blue Protocol. I'm gonna try Duet Night Abyss. I'm gonna try
Okay.
forgot the
This
name of
was
the
a
other
trick
one.
question. I kind of didn't care about anything else. Okay. Are you gonna play on the EU servers or NA?
NA server.
All right. I hope it's global. If there was a global way of like playing together, I would fucking love that. It doesn't matter about the ping, because I'll play tank probably. I know fucking Weep to play like the Stormblade. Fuck that Virgil ass bullshit. Is there anything you got like in mind, like in the classes?
I'm probably gonna play the Stormblade. Hey, bro. To be fair, anytime that
fucking
any
weird, bro.
look, anytime that any game got a samurai type of class, I'm gonna be on there, bro. I got a samurai
One of the
tattooed,
most
bro.
basic bitch ever, bro.
Yeah,
And you
you know,
complain
it
about
is what it
visuals
is,
in
bro.
WUWA. Fucking hell, bro.
I do like me my samurais, bro.
You know that's gonna be like a bit annoying to deal because that is the only class that if you don't well, I know what, fuck you. You're already well on WUWA, so who am I
I
to
am
like?
F2P. I don't know what you're talking about.
You are?
Yeah, I'm forced to pay, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, man. But hey, bro, it was a very interesting conversation today. Pretty dope. Having Ethan on here as well.
Do you understand? Do you understand like that there could be a different point of view other than
Oh, yeah.
the at least we can agree that there is a different point of view other than shut up and go play other games. Stop talking about the game. It's like, yeah, man, there's gonna be people that are gonna agree with you. They just think that the focus should be on something else instead, right?
Oh, for sure.
I
There's
think
always going to be
that was
different
kind of the
opinions, bro.
objective of the convo, but that's really good. I really enjoyed it, honestly. It was getting derailed a bit, but at the end of the day, I'm still trying to understand. Like, I generally don't. Sometimes I generally think that it's when I'm talking alone, I don't feel any anxiety. But when I'm like in a call with people, and the more people there is in a call, the more my mind is like, stutter, CC, all right, cool, CC again. So like, but I think it was
bro.
good.
He's like,
I think it was good. I like listening to you and like listening to you, and I really appreciate both of you. Honestly,
yeah, bro. Same thing, bro.
there's a lot of people that like complain about the gacha content creators. I feel that they are just retarded. I feel like it's like there's a big difference between you guys and someone that is like just hyper glazing the fuck ton of the ZZZ space or like another space like that. And like there's a huge difference between you guys and some other content creators that are like a little bit jackasses towards other people. And I generally like all of you, honestly. Even the people like, and it's kind of weird because like I got a lot of people that like criticize certain content creators like Saint Tontos. I I I ignore and sometimes even delete those comments because I feel like that doesn't help much to the space. Because like, yeah, we can disagree with the with Saint Tontos, but at the end of the day, it's the honesty that makes me really like all of you. Because you guys are like the type of people who are speaking out the quiet part out loud, even if it's a bit harsh coming from Saint. But everyone who likes him enjoys the fact that he's harsh in that regard.
Yeah, bro.
So, yeah,
like I said,
I appreciate the time spent from you.
Yeah, bro. It was good.
Generally.
Have a good one, and if anything, hit me up on Discord if you want to chat or anything. All right, bro.
Oh, good. Thank you so much
All right,
for your
brother.
time, man.
Peace.
All right.
Boys, that was something. That was something. That was something for sure. Ethan definitely hopped in here, helped out. But yeah, that was something, Chad. What do y'all think about that? What did y'all think about the whole thing? And Tom, I know what you were thinking, bro. I know what you were thinking, bro. God damn, bro. Whew, bro, I legit, bro. Look, y'all know I'm hurt, brother. Bro, listen. Y'all know I haven't been featured in the Gacha Cast. I haven't really had time to like chat it up. And I also haven't watched the podcast themselves because usually they're at a time where I'm not available. But god damn. I was not expecting a 2-hour yap session, bro. I was not expecting to talk about the whole topic of like events or whatever it may be for this long, bro. We is a loose word, but there was a lot of random things getting brought up into the conversation. I ain't even gonna lie, like there was way too many random things getting brought up. Do it again tomorrow. Can I get a quick ban on TuneKit, please? That was a tad painful. If Ethan didn't get in there, I don't know what I would have done. Maybe go. But you know what's crazy though? I'm not one to like raise my voice when we're having a debate because I'm so used, bro. Like, I work with publicity and marketing. Y'all know this for those of you that have been with me for years, right? I've had to sit down in front of companies and pitch and convince them that our marketing campaign is the right one. And in those conversations, in those debates, you never start yelling, right? We've had opposite companies where we've had to sit down with the opposite company right there and pitch to a company why our thing is the better option. And it never comes down to like yelling or the way I am in my videos where I'll be like, or in my streams where I'm like, bro, y'all motherfuckers be stupid. Like talking like that is not something that I do on a debate. That doesn't have place in a debate. But I was telling him the same thing that fucking Ethan was saying. It just kept getting twisted and turned for a long time. I think it just took a secondary person to come on in to like pretty much say the same sentiment, which is, bro, we all have difference of opinions and we really shouldn't care what the community has to say or if they attack you for a specific take. Saint does this for a living, bro. My respect to Saint. That shit's hard for me, bro. It's hard for me to sit down and have such a long winding conversation about something that in my opinion is relatively simple. You know what I'm saying? I'm hurt, brother. Still funny as hell, bro. Hey, Thomas say through the whole thing, and I know homie was in there screzzing, bro. Bro, you were too nice. He needed someone to be blunt and direct with him. You don't have to tell. You don't have to tell for that. No, I get you, bro. But like, I feel that if someone is really like dead set on a specific thing, right? Straight up telling them or being rude to them or disrespectful ain't really gonna generate everything. I said what I needed to say, but in all reality, bro, it was just like I would say something and it would just bounce off into another topic, which made it really difficult to like stay on topic. Y'all know, like I say what I gotta say on my videos, and then when it comes down to like the actual streams and shit, like I like to talk, right? So god damn, bro, that's why I could never have that kind of convo. No, I hear you, brother. Like it was one of those things that if I would have been attacked or if they would have been rude to me, then we would have started and gone off. But at the same time, it was one of those things where I don't know, bro. I just felt like Ethan and I got to the end point, right? And we were like, it just feels like what the community is saying is getting to his personal self a little bit too much. You feel me? So, hey, maybe there was something deeper than just the whole events or endgame or whatever going on there. You know what I mean? I took a gummy halfway through, so I'm chilling. Bro, you and John stay talking about gummies. Stay leaving me hungry, bro. Yeah, when I heard Hassan, yeah, bro, like there was a lot of different points that it was very difficult for me to like focus. Or he'll talk for like 5 minutes and then ask me a question. And listen, bro, like I be having ADHD sometimes. If you gonna talk that long and say so many different things, I ain't even gonna lie. I'm gonna get lost in the sauce, bro. I'm gonna be like, what the fuck? You just said like 15 different things. I don't even know what to answer. You know what I'm saying? And that was happening a lot. And once again, you guys know me, bro. I don't get strawmanned. I don't get, you know, the goalpost doesn't get moved on me. But I was just sitting there thinking back, like, what is going on, bro? Like, how did we get into like breaking legs and Gion and Saint Tontas got mentioned like 47 times and Hassan, and I was like, I don't even know what's going on. I just think you are the problem. Look, Ethan, I think you're the problem, bro. Because you don't share them toe pictures, and you said you had some thick toes, bro. The fact you're not actually sharing that shit with the community is what's destroying the WUWA community. So I'm gonna blame you, Ethan. I'm just saying, bro. You can't be holding out like that, bro. After you see how fucking down bad we are for toes? That's crazy behavior, bro. I can't even believe you out there like that, bro. Show them grippers. That's what I'm saying, bro. God damn, bro. He holding out, bro. Should I rewatch the stream or just ask someone to summarize? Nah, bro. Just watch the stream. You'll have a good time. You'll have a good time, bro. That's insane. Ethan wants $200 for them picks, bro. Ethan can make a killing with them picks, bro. I'm telling you right now. I want something to drink. Hold on. I'll be back. All right, bro. Have a good day at work, bro. All right, bro. I recorded that. I don't even know if I'm uploading that into a video. I don't even know, bro. Because that was a whole lot of stuff. That was a whole lot of stuff, bro. That was the wildest live stream yet. Bro, and I ain't even gonna lie, like, I get heavy attacked by people when I upload my videos and my take, but at the end of the day, like, I don't give a shit. Who was I talking to? I was talking to Blazion and Ethan. Cause like, I'm gonna be honest, I feel that at the end of the day, bro, it just is what it is. You know what I mean? I do feel though that it just wasn't that big of a deal. I don't even know how the conversation got drawn out that long. Lies, my man wants me to suffer with him. Nah, bro, I don't know what you're talking about, suffering, bro. We're having a good conversation, bro. I think you'd enjoy it, Jose. Cause god damn, if you do, Saint will rip on him. I don't know if Saint will watch it because it was a very long conversation. It was a 2-hour conversation, right? So I don't think Saint is gonna watch it, right? Unless his community tells him about it. But I really don't think he'd watch a 2-hour VOD and do a 5-hour reaction, bro. Therapy session, CJ, and you did it for free. Hey, what can I say? I'm just a nice guy, bro. I am a nice guy, you know what I mean? God damn, bro. I don't even feel like playing WUWA right now, bro. Hold on. My camera and my fucking comments are all over the place. Fucking move this over here. Boom. Let me move my camera, bro. Shit. There we go. When does DNA come out? I think like 20 something days, bro. Like 20 something days. I mean, he didn't attack Saint directly, so hopefully Saint didn't make a video. I don't think Saint is gonna make a video. And yeah, he didn't get attacked directly. I agree. I'm gonna be honest though, I do feel that when you personally say that a lot of people out there are saying things, you can't be talking about random comments, like random people's comments. You got to be talking about a louder voice, you know, maybe point in that direction so we know who it is that you're specifically having an issue with, right? But if it's not me, if it's not Ethan, right, it has to be somebody. If you're saying someone is leading a pack of people in a certain direction to think or say certain things, it has to be a pack leader leading them in that direction, the shepherd. So who's the shepherd? Right, that's the issue. So I feel that you got to go out and like address them directly rather than go around into what other people are saying. Because like Ethan said, like I've been saying, bro, we ain't never asked about you know, removing content from the game or anything in particular. You know what I mean? It's never been like that, at least when it comes to us in particular, bro. Bet you can't. Yeah, I can't wait for DNA to come out. I'm hoping it's a good game, though. I'm hoping it brings out the content, bro. I'm hoping it brings out good content. Why can't Kuro at least copy the combat events from 2.4 and 2.7? Introducing new combat events is too hard for them. Should be easy, right? Yeah, pretty much. Right? It ain't really that big of a deal, specifically. You know? Examples should be concrete. Not, yeah, exactly. Because for me, at least, I feel that when the whole context of the argument was like, there are people out there making videos or making, you know, statements that are making people attack other creators or lead them in a certain way. Since I'm not doing it, I don't even know who we talking about, bro. Like, you know, that ain't my business. Hoping Duet Night Abyss 2 has no stamina. I'm hoping Duet Night Abyss fully runs like Warframe, because that's what people are comparing it to, right? I watch Saints stream, and the same people that chat in Blaze's community is also a viewer and chatter in Saints stream. I feel you. Like, arguably, like, out of all these CCs, arguably, I'm the smaller creator out of all of them. So I do get attacked, and I do get people saying crazy shit to me, and it's like, you know, it is what it is. Like, I don't care. You know what I mean? It's like WUWA devs is giving content for CCs to talk on such topics. Yeah, like, bro, look, we watched the dev stream. We saw the story. We said the story was good. We said it looks interesting. I can't wait to play it. And then we move on to the next topic. It's not about why we didn't stay talking about, like, WUWA story or whatever. We just focus on what we wanted. I'm hyped for DNA because more Warframe gameplay for me. I'm actually really excited for DNA, especially because I haven't looked into anything. I haven't looked at any of the latest trailers. I haven't looked into the dev stream. I haven't looked into absolutely jack shit. So I'm going in blind, which is really interesting. Now, maybe as time, you know, gets closer, I'll look at a couple videos to maybe prepare myself a little bit, since I am going to be making content on it and streaming it and so forth and so on. But for now, I'm chilling. I wish there was combat co-op events in the future. Do you even remember there was co-op in WUWA? Yeah, there's some really nice co-op features that could be used in WUWA for sure. Yeah, DNA is coming real close. Right now, I'm just waiting to try out random games, bro. Straight up. Just to see what the other games have to offer, pretty much. Kuro is making new game plus WUWA 3.0, so they won't bother caring much about the complaints. Sally, yeah, that's fine. Just look, we're voicing our opinions, and it doesn't mean that Kuro is going to be like, oh my god, look at all these CCs saying something. They're moving at their own pace, doing their own thing, but it never hurts to drop your little opinion. Maybe they won't change anything in 2.7 or in 2.8, but maybe, you know, as time goes along, they're going to be like, yo, we got to try to incorporate more variety into the events, and things will start to get better in that specific aspect, right? Oh, people are complaining about not enough end game modes. Maybe by 3.0, 3.2, blah, 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 they'll add another end game mode. You know what I mean? It's good to voice your opinions and drop constructive criticism if you care about the game. But the reality of it is that, you know, if you're voicing your opinions as to how you can improve the game, and someone tells you just go play other games, that's really not going to fix shit. Which is another one of the things we were talking about, right? Someone can tell you, yo, if you're bored of the game, why don't you try playing something else? And that's a fine message, right? No problem with that. But if you're trying to drop some constructive criticism and someone replies with, why don't you get the hell off the game? You have no life. Do you just want to play the game for 8 hours? Go play other games. That's a completely different message. Have I seen Where Wind Meets 2? Seems a good game that will be coming soon around. I have not seen it, but I have a lot of people talking about Where Wind Meets, so I might have to check it out. I might have to check it out low-key. They added fucking particle effects, which was not even needed. Yo, listen, them quality of life features and them graphical upgrades to the game, at the end of the day, it's just a way for them to little by little improve the game. I don't mind them doing quality of life changes as, you know, time goes on. A matter of fact, I like that every patch, there's a little bit more improvements going on into how the game feels and how the game plays. I think that's great. Graphical updates don't do shit if performance sucks ass. Yeah, I feel that they gotta improve that too for a lot of people. Optimization was fine until Septimont. Yeah, bro, I ain't even gonna lie. Septimont and the area right after Septimont actually started cooking my PC, bro. Like, and I have a decent PC, but it started cooking my shit. Like, I started lagging. The same settings I've always ran out of nowhere went from like no lag to laggy. Right? And I was like, what the fuck is going on? The particles effects are going to blow up my shit. That's crazy. Yeah, on PS5, Septimon cooked my fan hard. Yeah, that shit started blowing people up. Kuro probably saved the new combat events and new endgame for 3.0, so more than likely 2.0 won't get any combat events as well, so that would be a 4 patches in a row without combat stuff. A lot of people say that. A lot of people say that, right? Regarding the content. Yo, they're saving it for 3.0, but think about it. I would understand if it was like, I don't know, 2.7 and 2.8 that were dry because they're saving it for 3.0. But let's just, for the sake of the argument, say that they're gonna have a dry patch in 2.8 because you know we got 3.0 right around the corner. That would mean that almost half of an entire duration of a big patch, right? So the majority, 2.5, 2.6, 2.7, and 2.8 would be dry because they're saving it for 3.0. That's like almost half a year of dry content because they're saving it for a big patch. That would mean that every year we would have half a year of dry content because the big update is going to be the main one. I don't think that's a good game model for them. You know what I mean? 100% you have to see it. Maybe you'll like it. I don't know. Graphics and combat is so good. Customization too. So is it like a gacha game or like, what is it? I'm big chilling with my PC. This man is flexing his Furion PC. That's actually insane, bro. That's actually insane, bro. Us poor folk can't be out here with them big PCs, bro. Game's been dry since 1.0. Yeah. It's like the whole thing of it wanting more than 8 hours or 5 minutes is not really the subject, right? It's more so what we get to do during those 5 minutes. Gachas at the end of the day will always go back down to having relatively small content in comparison to other games. But that doesn't mean that that small content should be even smaller than it could be. You know what I mean? Like, just because it's a gacha game or just because it's normally not as active as other game types out there doesn't mean that the little we get should be even less. Just because, you know what I mean? Issue is, what if you have more than 5 minutes, you have nothing at all productive to do? And that's where we would hop into the other argument, which would be endgame content and other things to do in the game, right? But if we're going to have a conversation regarding a specific topic, right, you don't go into 27 different topics, right? You don't go into, yo, why is there not enough co-op in this game that has co-op, right? Why is the optimization of the game not as good as it could be? Yo, why don't we have more endgame modes? Yo, why is WUWA getting HP inflation every now and then? Yo, why did they just add 2 more floors to tower, like, out of nowhere? Like, we can't spread ourselves that wide in a debate or in a discussion because it ends up getting dragged on for too long. And it ends up missing the core message of what the conversation was going to be about, right? So that's why I was trying to stay on topic during the whole time. Why is Kuro including new graphics stuff with 2.7 before optimizing the game first, especially since Septimon got a huge performance drop and they still didn't bother to fix it? See, that's a specific thing that would be a whole nother topic. They call it Dawn Breaks on Dark Tides, but with no combat events, we'll just be watching Darkness Break. You really represented that one part of the community that we've been talking about in the debate, though. I've had the same type of conversations with some of those folks. Yeah, bro, like, it's really hard a lot of times to, like, really express yourself versus people that it just doesn't seem to resonate with what you're saying or understanding what you're saying, because at the end of the day, the literal entirety of the topic is as simple as we would like more variety in our events, right? Like I said, it's not about the combat events themselves. If for 4 patches in a row we had only combat events, no leisure events, no login events, no tower defense mode, it would also start getting boring. So we would say, yo, where are the fun interactive events? 5 months of combat events in a row is boring, right? Shit, I get it's a combat-driven game, but we like variety. So it's all about the variety, and it's that simple. That should be the beginning and the end of that conversation. You know what I mean? It's like action RPG that can be played in single-player or multiplayer where you can see players online. It's, ooh, okay, I like that. When it comes to the multiplayer of that game, how many people can you play with online, Nexus? Optimizing the game first should have been top priority. Genshin, despite its being a hot mess, it's at least very optimized and runs very well with every new patch they release. I can't comment on Genshin because I haven't played it, but hey, I'll take your word for it. The co-op is god-awful in WUWA, though. I don't think the co-op is god-awful in WUWA. I think there is just nothing to do in co-op, right? But joining your friend's world feels smooth. Running around with your friends feels smooth, but I mean, that's all you're doing, running around with your friends. So I think it's just, there's nothing to do in the co-op. But the co-op, the way it works, how you quickly join another player's world and all that shit, I think it works pretty well. Just there is nothing to do with it. no co-op holograms. Like, why can holograms be co-op, right? Why can they do more events that are co-op, so forth and so on? You know what I mean? Patches like my ex promises a lot, delivers nothing. Damn, bro. Homie's ex out here trifling, bro. They want to have the whole argument separate from what you're actually saying. It's crazy. They're trying to fight. Yeah, bro. That's how I felt, low-key. Because it was really hard, bro, to just... And I know you guys were stressing out. I was just trying to hear, but when it started being into a lot, like, I didn't have to say much. You guys were saying it yourself. You guys were saying everything that I needed to say, bro. It was so much so that Ain Thoma was out here stressing, and Ethan was out here like, yo, let me hop in there, because what the hell going on, bro? So I didn't feel the need to really get too much into it myself, even though I was the one that was... I got woken up because people were saying that I'm getting called out on a stream. So I was like, okay. So I went to the stream, and I was like, 2 seconds after tuning in, Blazion said he didn't want his reaction to get clipped out of content and sent to me, so like an argument would start, or like bad blood. And I was like, nah, bro, go ahead and say what you gotta say. I got no problem if you disagree with what I gotta say. And then he told me, you want to hop on call? So I was like, okay, shit, I'm down. I think the co-op, like, combat events right now is near non-existent. Yeah, I agree. The co-op, like, there's really no reason to join co-op. And you guys see me join other players' worlds for combat events, for echo farming. But that's all there is to it. And that's not valuable enough, in my opinion, with what they can do in a game like WUWA. Performance and stability should always come first before introducing new graphical stuff. Yeah, a lot of people have been saying that, bro. I agree. A lot of people have been saying that the more they introduce in terms of, like, quality of life upgrades and shit like that, it's kind of pointless when they're lagging, stuttering, and jittering around the game that much. You feel me? We finally fixed what we broke 3 patches ago. True. Yeah, that's bro. That's how I got woken up. So I got a bunch of messages on my phone, and I was like, what's going on? And then one of the messages was like, yo, you're getting attacked on a stream. So it didn't say whose stream. So I was like, I mean, I have made 3 videos regarding this topic, and in all of them, I've been relatively harsh with words, but it's only returning the voices that people are saying to us. I was like, okay, y'all don't want to talk normally. Y'all want to say that we're Doom posters, trash CCs, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to talk to y'all accordingly, right? It's always about keeping things with the same vibes. So I figured maybe someone got butthurt by my video, and they were, like, lashing out at me. And, I was like, who? Can you send me the stream? And they sent me his stream, and then I didn't see much because all I said was, hello, I think. And then that's when he told me, oh no, he was talking, and then I said hello. He was saying, like, I hope these things don't get clipped out of context. So I was like, I don't know what he's saying. I ain't gonna rewatch it, but that's when he told me if I wanted to get in a call, and I was like, shit, sure. Hey, bro, it's fine. I wasn't going to stream this early, y'all. I was not going to stream this early. I was actually going to get up. I was going to maybe work out a little bit. And then chill around the house. Maybe watch something with my girl. And then I was going to hop on stream because I told people I was doing WUWA and I was doing the story. I don't know if I want to do the story for WUWA because I already had like a 3-hour stream with a lot of talking and just sitting here. So, and the story is another fucking 3 hours of me sitting here. So we might just do our dailies. Maybe yap around, gather some dinos for Galbrina. Do Whimpering Waste. And then hop off for the day. If I feel like it, maybe I'll stream again tonight. But for now, it don't really feel like I need to. The WoW special 2.7 will remember as the patch of copium, nothing else. Kuro needs to fix the issue that players from other regions could join other swirls, but right now you can only play with players from the same region. Hey, that's a topic you could make a video about, bro. I was wondering why you was on this early. Yeah, bro, it's because, like, look, the way that I seen it, the way that I seen it, my message was getting misinterpreted, and it's not that I care. People can see my message however they want, but when it's another CC reacting to it, I was like, hey, bro, we might have to talk. And I didn't even say it. Like, I would have, like I said, I commented, I was like, hey, bro, feel free to say whatever you gotta say. You can say my opinion is wrong, that you don't agree with it, and it is what it is at the end of the day. I made my videos. I made 2 reactions yesterday. One to Faros that was like an hour long, and one to Saint Tontus with the hoyoification of Withering Waves. And I'm just gonna upload those videos today. So that's 5 videos regarding 2.7 in this whole situation, bro. So after that, I'm like, I'm just trying to play the game, bro. Shit. Got me on blunt 3. Talking about blunts, bro. I want to smoke, bro. I haven't smoked in fucking forever. I want to see what it is and what it ain't. Hold on. Give me a second, chat. All right. I unmuted for a second. Let's see, bro. Let's hop into the game for a little bit, bro. Cause goddamn. Let's cross this out. Is Galbrina even worth it? If I already have the full premium fusion team with weapons as well, I don't think so, unless you really like Galbrina's design. Other than that, you already have a fusion team that does great fusion damage. Galbrina's gonna be a hyper carry team where she's gonna be the main source of damage, so I don't think so. I feel, bro, I got Siakona for my S2 Cardathea, but nothing to annihilate with her. Yeah, that's how it would really be, bro. Farming out of nothing. Yeah, that was a whole lot of farming, bro. Stop being lazy, do the story, bro. Stop hating on me, bro. World bosses only spawn in online mode. There's guilds. I love games with guilds, bro. I wonder if they'll region lock it. I hope they don't region lock it, bro. They have a global server they could just straight up join. Whew. How come I've literally haven't played and I feel like I've already been live for like fucking forever. I feel like I've been live for so long, bro. All right, Jesus. Let's see. Let's do. We gotta do some tacits real quick. Just the usual WUWA stuff while we jab, talk some shit. You have true. My funds are looking good. Roughly 220 pulls. Holy shit, y'all got more pulls than me, man. Y'all just pull rich, I guess. I gotta share some of them pulls, bro. Those PvP sessions drained you, bro. I legit feel tired. And like, I had just woken up when I hopped on the BC. And not only that, I barely talked. Bro, I barely talked and I feel tired, bro. I don't have 200k Lunite. What are we talking about? Bro. Look, I got 20,000 Lunite. Look, bro. And only 3,000 astrites, bro. I have 40,000 million shell credits, bro. I don't even know how that's even possible, Nines. All I can say is you have 40,000 million shell credits. I have every unit in the game, bro. Shit. I was looking at your lips, CJ, so I don't know what where this stream was. Homie said I was looking at your lips. That's crazy, bro. Homie was out here goning to my lips. That's wild. That's insane. It's not better to save and then pull on WUWA. Annie, if we're getting a stack of banners, probably. It's probably better to save and save for the 3.0 anniversary, the year 2 anniversary. There's probably gonna be some good stuff. Maybe another Sentinel Resonator by then. You feel me? Yeah, but like Clasher, we're acting like that's a lot. That's not even double pity, bro. Like I could go to pity and then lose, and then I wouldn't even have enough for the second pity, bro. So like that's nothing. That's actually nothing, bro. I could get cooked. Hey, we got another fusion one, bro. How many of these do we got? 193. Okay, and what about these? 80. Oh, hell nah. We're kind of cooked. If my free-to-play account has like 13 pulls and pay-to-win 145. Hey, that ain't bad, bro. Shit. Are you planning on skipping this next patch?
Keep up. Causality overturned. On you go.
Bro, I can't wait to see what 3.0, like that's probably what I'm more excited about. The new region, and I really hope that the new region brings us something to do in the actual region, bro. Cuz like once again, it's pretty sad that we have a region focused around fighting gladiators, combat, hunting down tacit discords, yet we never really do any of that apart from the story, which, you know. I won't fold for Galbrina. Yeah, don't fold for Galbrina. You're gonna pay to win for Lupa. Why you pay to winning for Lupa? For your fusion team or just because you like Lupa? More than my current 20 asteroids? Yeah, bro, but let's be honest, Flasher. You like don't actually grind the game, and you just got If I look at your maps right now, you probably have like 100 pulls based on just like map exploration and like permanent events that you've never done. Like you probably didn't do the card event, any of those events. So you probably have like 10 pulls on 10 pulls sitting there that you could grab right now if you wanted to. Being a gladiator doesn't mean shit. After all, gladiators does less damage than drunken pirates. Well, at the end of the day, being a gladiator doesn't actually mean being the main source of dealing damage. You know what I'm saying? Like being a gladiator could mean many things. You could have a defensive gladiator, right? The tank. You could have the ranger, which works like a support, right? So it's very different. Perfect example of it, you have Augusta being a gladiator, being like a straight up DPS that, you know, pops your face off. And then you have Lupa, which was usually part of a 2-man squad. And maybe Lupa's role was to be more of like a quick in and out type of character rather than the main source of the devastating damage. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, I was in Blazion's chat trying to say we only want a little more combat. How is that a bad thing in a combat game? Imagine if Augusta did less damage than Brant. That'd be crazy. Hey, but it could happen. Brant is the GOAT. Greatest of all time, you know what I'm saying? I just did the card event enough to get the level 10 for, I believe, the wings. I don't remember. Oh, if you got the wings, then you probably got the rest of the currency or most of it already. Oh, shit. Alright, we got most of our currency from the dailies. We got our 60 ash sprites. What else can we do, bro? I gotta do a little bit of these. Like, I have to do a little bit of this because I'm actually broke in shell credits, and I need to have 5 million by the time. Wait, actually, before we do that, does anybody on Discord have the required amount of materials I need for Galbrina? For Galbrinicus? I'm gonna need them real quick. And thanks for promoting 5 of my areas are 100%. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten YOOOO without him doing a bulk of my Clasher, I have no idea how you're able to play the game almost since launch and have so little content in your account. That shit was actually surprising. Like, for example, we were, like, looking right at your echoes, and we're like, how the hell does this man have less than 200 echoes as a almost day 1 player? You're like a day 3 player. And you had 200 echoes, counting the echoes on all your builds. So we were like, hold on, that's crazy. How about you open some of these boxes to get him some echoes? Some of these that you just get by like login events, random little things. You have none. You have none of these boxes, bro. Look at all the boxes I be having just from random things. I don't even know where I get some of these from. Like from random events. You had none, bro. We were like, oh, nah. How's that even possible, bro? That shit crazy. That shit crazy, bro. Like these, you get these from like normal like stuff. I missed the debate because I played the BO3 debate. Hey, bro, I think you would have enjoyed the debate, Zelio. I think it would have been something that you actually enjoyed. Wait, why the fuck am I here? Don't. Yeah, I just did the double drops. Just did the double drops. I'm just going over here to do a couple of these for the day. Just a couple of them. Ow. Because yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you used them all, but then you also didn't have echoes. So we were like, where's everything, bro? We were all confused. Why is that? Because I think it was going to be, interesting. It was going to be interesting. I think everybody would have enjoyed it. For sure. WUWA. Oh, yeah, I got to do WUWA. Let me just finish this real quick, and then we'll do WUWA. Oh, hell no. Freaking thing just grabbed me like that, like we're friends and shit. That's insane. Let's go max 40 and then boom, there we go. Let me get some money, bro. I'm trying to get 5 mil before what's her face Galbrina drops, bro. If it was peaceful, maybe. If it was drama, hell nah. I mean, nobody got out of pocket. Nobody got out of pocket and started yelling or getting angry at each other. If that's what you mean. That Echo laughed after it threw your ass. Bro, that Echo was being racist, bro. Like, straight up laughed at my face. I'm the same way because I just recycle a lot of Echoes when building units. I'm always working on mid-maxing. But how do you manage, like low-key, how do you manage to only have, like, that little Echoes? It's, like, super hard for me. Because it's, like, you naturally get, after grinding a little bit, you get good Echoes. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to get a crit damage fusion piece. Or, like, a 4-cost. Or you're going to get a fusion damage piece on a fusion set. And for me, at least, I don't care if I'm not going to be building that unit, or I don't have a unit that uses that piece. Eventually I will. Eventually I could, maybe. So I block it, I lock it, you know what I mean? So down the line I don't have to go down and refarm everything, you know what I mean? Oh hell no. Oh hell no, sir. You gotta die. There we go. I need them to raise the echo cap past 3k to like 5k. Yeah, I need them to raise the echo cap for sure. Like, I'm over here already struggling, having to delete echoes constantly. Entertain her, CD. Entertain who? What are we talking about? Alright, it's time we did WUWA, bro. WUWA. Alright, let's go and do WUWA real swift, like. Oh, no, actually, let's do this shit. Also, recycling doesn't give anything back, so kind of waste of time. Yeah, I agree. Oh, entertain you know? Shit, I will. WUWA is better this time. That's what I've been hearing. A lot of people been saying that WUWA is much better this time around. That it's a lot more laid back because they don't have the chops. People be hating chops, bro. There we go. See, like, doing things like this, you get all those boxes and all those materials and all those things. So it's like, I don't even know how to not have that many. Let me see what we're doing up here. Let me go here real quick for a second. Ooh, I just got a summon, bro. I just got a summon. I'll fucking take it. Nice. I gotta check something real quick, chat. Yo, I got a standard banner summon, chat. You know we about to do something, bro. Hey, we just got 20,000 or 200,000. How much was that? DJ, quick question. Do you think a vertical investment is good on WUWA? Just wondering if I can just aim for anything I want and skip others moving forward. Wonder if it would last long. Thanks, man. Nexus, not only can I tell you that vertical investment can work in WUWA, there's plenty of people in my community that don't get multiple characters for patches on end. There are people in my community that literally have like 2.5 to 3 teams, but they vertically invested so they clear everything, right? It's just about your playstyle. Sure, eventually units will get power creep, but in all reality, an S6, S3, S4, whatever it is unit that you pick, if it's the right one, ain't gonna get power crept. You can get carried by, like, you get yourself an S3 fucking Augusta, your Augusta's gonna clear your content for the next fucking year, 2 years with, like, ease. Ease. The same applies to, like, Cardathea, right? If you're gonna vertically invest, at least in my opinion, ideally go, oh, what the fuck? Ideally go for DPSs. Huh. 2. Chocolate, yeah. I see, thank you so much. I'll do the same then. Yeah, bro. A lot of people are able to do it. Invest in your DPS. Like, if you're in love with, like, I don't know, Augusta or Cardathea, by all means. Oh, I'm not doing this event. Oh, I gotta do this. We have 5 days, but I'm not doing that today, bro. By all means, invest that way, and you'll have a good times, bro. Like, if we go to tower, let's just say you like a character like Augusta, right? Let's just talk about just a DPS, because there are many characters that could do this, but let's say you like your Augusta. What the fuck is tower? Boom. Okay. S01 Carlotta still destroys content. Yeah, exactly. Right? You can have characters do things like this, right? Like, just clear random content, right? Why the hell did I clear with Augusta and Shorekeeper in here? That's such a random team, bro. Right? You can have teams do out here and do this, right? You could definitely beat this with just one S6 character, no problem whatsoever. If that's what you want, and just get absolutely carried. Right now I'm going to do WUWA, and I'm going to see if I can maybe clear it with just one or just using one character, which normally is weird, but yeah. Whimpering Waste. Let's go. I got Brand to S2 and I use him every day. Still not sick and tired of it. Yeah, bro. For real. You don't get tired of a lot of characters like that. Where the fuck am I? They should just reset me to fucking this one, instead of having me go back to every single one. Alright, so let's just do, right, just a regular team. Let's go and do Verena. I mean, I'm not going to use it, but Verena, Steacona, and her, right? And then we'll go and put just a basic thing on it, right? And then here we'll go Shorekeeper, not that I'm going to use them, so it doesn't really matter. And then boom, and then you can go Electro, I guess. Boom. I kind of want Carlotta sequences, but like, why would I want to TOA destroyed faster? I love me some challenge. You can always challenge yourself in other ways, but yeah, I get that as well. Yo, Donnie, what's good, man? Welcome to the stream. Alright, so I'm just going to be on Cardathea, right? I'm not going to use the other characters. Just straight up Cardathea. I guess Fleur-de-Lis now.
Silence beckons. Sounding the death knell. Exonerate.
Yeah, let us I would love for them to let us disable dupes, bro. Because, like, I beat Tower with no dupes on my other account. Or, like, on the main characters, I had no dupes on the free-to-play account that I was doing. And the characters were badly built. So, like, if I got to do that on my account with the builds that I have, holy shit, bro. That would be something else.
Sounding the death knell. Charge forth with me. Exonerate.
So kind of like you do things like this.
Salvation.
You not criticizing single Heart of Thea gameplay that's not quick swapping or wanting to get out of fleur-de-lis. Like, what is there to criticize, though? I'm playing her exactly how you would play her. Unless you're trying to, like, do this, right? And then you would rotate again, which I'm not doing, right? So, there's really nothing to be said. I'm doing the normal rotation. Only issue for S6 hybrids would be the echoes, because dupes giving stats influence your echo. Yeah, 100%. That's 100% true, Zelio. When I build characters that have like an S2 that gives some crit rate, right? I build heavier towards crit damage. So disabling said dupes would require me to maybe change an echo or two to, you know, counter the lack of crit rate from that S2 for the most part. Would y'all consider Cardathea an AoE damage resonator? Yeah, I think Cardathea is a good damage resonator, right? Or AoE damage resonator. So now we're moving on to our second side of tower. Oh, I messed up doing that there, but you know it is what it is. Oh, maybe not. They're still alive, so we're chilling. What? There we go. You mean the giant sword slash that hits across the map, not single target DPS? The thing is, it does multiple hits in such a wide area, you know what I'm saying? They need to fix a fucking in-game camera. Yeah, I hate that shit. I hate the fact. But yeah, you just saw we cleared it with just one character. And you could, and I'm not, like, if you vertically invest, let's say, into your Cardathea, you wouldn't really be using one character. You would still have your Shorekeeper, you would still have your Varenas, you would still have your sub-DPSs, and your supports at S0 are one. Like, the idea is not to vertically invest into just, like, the one character and not pull anything else. You still want to make your teams, right? Your team comps. But then you can, instead of pulling all these units, right, you can just focus on your DPS, and then their teams could just be free to play or S0 R1. And then you're just chilling. Where the fuck? Oh, right there. See, like, I usually don't use all the fancy tokens. Like, I can, but I don't really care for it. Whoops. First Shorekeeper. Boom, boom. There we go. Yeah, and it also allows much easier gameplay. Now do solo. I don't have S6R5 solo G on. If I did have S6R5 solo G on, I would try it. And like I was also saying earlier, there's going to be characters that age better than others, so you also got to pick that, right? Like usually, and I've always stand by this, the first ever banner on a gacha game will always get power crept. That's just the way that things go, right? You can't really, as mechanics get more complex and things start to get more varied, it's just the way things go. Bro, my Gion ain't even max level and doesn't have his skills leveled up, so I could definitely not do that with Gion. La 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 la. Yo, by the way, how's the game sound? Does it sound a little bit too low? Not only that, but I'm gonna be honest, I love using Cardathea with Shorekeeper better than Arrow Rover. I just don't like Arrow Rover gameplay. I feel that he has too much on field time as opposed to a Shorekeeper. So while your Cardathea can do more damage, we're talking about S0 R1, right? With Arrow Rover, I don't like his gameplay and I don't like his on-field time, so I much prefer to run, you know what I mean? I much prefer to run SK. Jinshi, for example, isn't great because she doesn't become self-sufficient if she herself filled up her forte as fast as hell with S6 broken as fuck. Yeah, exactly. You got to pay attention at which characters we're talking about. There are some that hold more value with their dupes than others. Becoming self-sufficient, for example, is one of those things that really impacts a character's value as you dupe them. If a character can become self-sufficient as you get their dupes, super high value. If a character, even though it's still duped, requires you to have other characters, it's still kind of ass. A perfect example to that would be S6 Ani, where she deals a lot of damage and is fucking amazing, but then you don't have Peebs and she still feels like a brick to play. Never fear, I can't say the next part. I mean here. Mods ban uns for a minute. What's good? Big Jet Black. Bro, you missed a very interesting conversation today. Big W in the chat to Jet for the $20 dono. Much love. Appreciate you, brother. I think I was going to get G on S6, but I don't know. I'm going to just see if they make Geshu Lin. Yeah, right now, and a lot of people keep asking me about S6ing upcoming characters. And like things like Galbrina, but in all reality, neither Galbrina nor Shi Yuan offer me a lot for my account. Even though they're great, they might be cool, but I'm more interested in like Chisa. I'm really interested on the 3.0 Sentinel Resonator and the collab. So you know what I mean? Uns got Gulag for like 2 seconds, bro. That's crazy. I heard Chisa. Yeah, Chisa could be interesting if what people say does happen, right? Like if she does come out having Havoc Bane, it could be interesting. But like everything, we gotta wait and see. I think Jet saved himself from missing the earlier bit of the stream. Yeah. It would have been interesting to have Jet in here, though, during those initial sessions of the stream. I ain't even gonna lie. Jet always has something interesting to say, bro. Ow. I looked at the chat and didn't fucking ult for some reason. Straight up skill issue. S2R1 probably gonna last like 3 years. Yeah, for sure. Uns is back. Back again. I'm not even rotating. Why am I just playing with YOOOO? Like, what's going on? I forgot I had a team, bro. That's wild. That's insane. Yeah, there are some characters whose S6 holds so much value, bro. Like, for example, Augusta as the DPS holds so much value, bro. Carta DS, you dupe her up. Holy shit, does she get a lot of value as well. Let's do this. Same like Kuro, do something for once. I don't... What just happened? Same like Kuro, do something for once. I don't care about gooning. Just save me. Give me David with the cool ability. I wonder if they're going to give us David, bro. Or if they're just going to give us like Rebecca and what's her face? Lucy. Lucy! Peebo S6 is good too. Yeah, PBS6 is good, but the problem with PBS6 is a great character. She offers a lot. She has good AoE. She has the time freeze and all of that. But the problem that I have with Peebs is that she lacks from the fact that she has to run around with Rover. Spectral Rover for her team. So she's not in the same boat as like Brandt, because Peebs in reality is like a sub DPS or a support for the Spectral Frazzle team, right? But Brandt has Lupa, whereas Peebs has nobody. You know what I mean?
Let the show begin. Such is that lesson.
Peebs just got Rover and that's it. Eventually, I'm sure things will be different, but for now, they ain't.
Repent, for silence beckons.
I skipped, but I told my girlfriend to get her for Augusta. I think I didn't need her for my gameplay with Augusta, plus Mortefi is really solid with her. You talking about YOOOO? Yeah. You really don't need YOOOO for Augusta, but I'm the type of player that really likes getting best in slot for the character that he personally enjoy. I think that not getting the best in slot for the characters you like goes along the lines of not getting the signature weapon, and it all starts adding up, right? That's what I try to tell people. Like, a lot of people don't want to get the signature weapon, and then they don't want to get the best in slot character, right? And then what ends up happening is that, yes, the weapon might only give you a 10% increase in your damage, the signature weapon, over the second best in slot, right? I get that. But then we look at it as, okay, I don't need to get the best in slot character because there's only a 10% difference. So you don't get the best in slot weapon, you don't get the best in slot character. Now you're looking at a 20% decrease in your damage, right? And not only are you getting a 20% decrease in your damage, but you're also, your rotations might be a little bit different, might be a little bit slower, so forth and so on. Oh god, CJ, what the hell is this? What are you talking about, Jet? What are you talking about, bro? My instant guess was Rebecca and Lucy, since we rarely get male characters, but I want David. I run Sanhua with my peeps, just alter your rotation. You prefer running Sanhua? Why Sanhua? Isn't Peebs heavy attack base? Oh yeah, it was something else, Jet. I'm telling you, people were confused. People were a little bit confused as to what was going on in the whole thing, bro. Yeah, for me, it's situational. YOOOO is awesome, though. Yeah, situational, that's pretty much the way a lot of these characters feel. For sure. I try to get Sia Conan for Cardiff, but lost 50-50. We'll just wait for her rerun. Yeah, that makes sense, bro. If you're clearing content already, there's no real need for specific things, bro. I just get stopped by an ice cube. What the fuck happened? Or Septimont. How does this little ice cube stay surviving my attacks, bro? What's going on here? Random little ice cube, bro. Camera be geeking sometimes, bro. Clang Bang is OP, bro. Ooh, look at that. Do you think Yuan should be buffed since YOOOO is like quite broken with the support healing? That all depends on how strong Galbrina is, right? If Galbrina turns out dealing more damage than a character like Augusta, I don't think Yuan would need to be buffed if Galbrina already deals more damage than Augusta, right? If we look at the team damage comparison, and, you know, Shorekeeper, YOOOO, and Augusta deal random number, let's say 5 million per rotation, and then Yuan, Galbrina, and, I mean, SK, YOOOO, Augusta deal 5 mil, and then and Galbrina, SK, Yuan deal 5 million, right? Where they're paired up at the same time, then I don't think they need that Yuan needs a buff. I get people wanting to run Yuan by themselves, but the reality of it is that at the point in the game that we're at right now, it's more about team synergy than almost anything else, you know? It's all about that team synergy, bro. See what we doing here, bro. My Chisa sense is tingling. How deep are you going for Chisa, Delio? But let's say for people who just want Yuan, there's not much to run him with. Yeah, but I feel like that could be a thing right now where there won't be a lot of characters. And even then, I've heard that Yuan works pretty well with Frolova. So people could run him with Frolova. But it's like kind of like I was saying, we're in a state of the game right now where they're making characters almost specifically designed for other units. So it's one of those scenarios where, yes, it sucks, but if there's already a character, and I remember saying this way back in the day, if there's already a character that does too much damage on its own, right, and they make their best in slot deal even more damage, the power creep would be actually pretty insane. But as time goes on, we'd have to just see. What level is my Verena? Shit, I don't know. I think she's like level 70 maybe? I don't know. I haven't actually used Barina in so fucking long, bro. Yeah, she's 70. I'm just throwing her in here because they refuse to give us another shorekeeper, bro. I don't know why.
Thanks for watching. A perfect chord. Listen. The truth.
She's awesome, maybe S6. Just maybe if she's hot ass and skip. You'd skip her if she's not like... You know she's not gonna be hot ass, though. For love of those echo skill and Q buffs echo damage, though, am I reversing? I don't remember. I know that Zaniel was doing all the calcs and stuff, so you'd have to ask him. When it comes to units that I'm not really going to be working on a lot, I don't pay too much attention for it.
Silence beckons.
But yeah, Turtle, I do agree. A lot of people were very hyped for Shi Yuan, and as a male character, right, I feel that they should have made it a character like Brent or Yuno, where you could use it on multiple different scenarios, even main DPS it if you invested into him a lot, which currently, from what it's looking like, it doesn't feel that way. Did I just press the ultimate? I guess. Oh shit, we got breakfast, chat. Oh, we got pancakes, bro. Oh, fuck. Ow. Ow, ow. Oh, that shit was hot, bro. My girl set me up, chat. She's laughing. If, Zaniel, if, what's her face? Shi Yuan works with Frolova. Works good. To be honest, same. That's what I'm saying, Nines. That's why I wish your ass would pull a character more than once a year. So then we could actually talk about these characters, bro. Shit. Oh, shit. I wanted an Echo character since day one, even more so after seeing Scar. Ain't no way those two don't synergize. Yeah, they can make him synergize. When you're enhancing Echoes, have you tried the 7th minute? I tried it a long time ago. I had like a 40,000 view video way back in the day. About that whole, you know, doing the re-rolling of the Echo at a very specific time. And I'm gonna be honest, I just don't have time for all that. If you're like a person that doesn't stream or doesn't just want to do things, maybe do it. Me, I just like to yap while I roll my Echo so I can make sure it's... I already made a video testing that where I like literally went into the whole thing for like literally like 5 hours of testing. I can't be doing all that right now.
Now watch closely. Answer my call. On you go.
Answer my call.
Face me. Foe, be my prey.
She's doing work, bro. She's doing work.
Reshape. In the name of love.
Bro, should be moving, bro.
In control.
Why is she all the way out here? That was random. Okay.
Moment of victory. In control.
People like, what the hell is going on?
Of conquest.
Let's get these guys real quick. Crazy CJ got pancakes instead of waffles, bro. Shit. I gotta get some waffles. I gotta get a waffle making machine, bro. I don't have one of those.
Leave it to me. In war with time.
We clanging and banging. Crazy. When was the last time you used Zani, bro? I was using her yesterday.
The feeling of pain.
I was literally using Zani yesterday, bro. What are we talking about?
Entertain me. Taste my resolve.
I don't, like, a lot of you guys often tell me why I don't use the Havoc team, but it's like, it feels weird having Cantarella at S6R5 and then having the main DPS of that character being Frolova at S0. Like, the damage just feel lopsided, bro. You know what I mean? You can't have the support healer out here doing more damage than the main DPS. Where are you going, Augusta? Calm yourself. Oh, I don't know if they respawned. Oh, there we go. They respawned. Beautiful. Where you going, woman? Are they dead already? Oh, they dead. They just don't know it yet. Yeah, they were dead. There we go. Will this hit? There we go. That's fine. We don't got IHOP. We got IHOP, pancakes, reign supreme. You're a pancake guy, Jet? They were talking about this the other day. Sheesh. I didn't even try on the first half, bro. Let's be honest. All right, there we go. We finished. We get our little astrites. Look at that. 625 astrites. We get all our other astrites here. 175. Aren't you proving your own point that there is indeed pancakes are overrated since they have a restaurant? You're mainly on Cantarella anyway. Farlova rotates fast. Yeah, but that's another thing. I'm not a big Cantarella player, bro. I don't really like her gameplay all too much. So it just feels a little bit weird. Let's be honest, she looked good, but I'm not a big fan of the gameplay. All right, let's see. What's our currency looking like? We have 20,000 of the premium astrites, and then we have... Where is it? I thought we could see it somewhere in here. Crazy. Splash summer. Oh no, you get this with the actual paid currency. Right here? I'm gonna just go in the fucking convene, bro. Racist. Oh yeah, we got a single that we got 2 singles and we have 4,000. So we're at 24,000 astrites at the moment. Let's see if we can get something, chat. Look, I'm gonna tell you guys right now, this is exactly how you get a 5-star. All you gotta do is ban Cremoni, and then you do a single pull and you instantly get guaranteed a 5-star, bro. Look, just like that. Damn, bro, that would have been a good short. You know what I mean? That would have been a good short. All right, so basically, look, this is what you do. You get your 1 summon, chat, right? And then you ban only uns from your chat. That's all you got to do. And then you do a single right here. You do a single, and you don't get nothing. You're not letting me do a good short, chat. That's crazy. That's insane. All right, title defense. I think I've done almost everything. Why not on the weapon? I don't need the weapons. I have all the weapons. So, I don't really use these 2 weapons. Oh, and I already got a dupe on this one, I guess. But yeah. You didn't let us ban him? Damn, I messed up then. That was on me. Oh shit, look, we got 3,000 of the little currency. So we're building up our little coins, bro. Our shale credits so we can build up Galbrina. You know what I mean? So now we just got to build up our astrites a little bit more because we're kind of low after going deep on you-know-who. Good old you-know-who. Bro gives no time. I should have waited. Yeah, bro. Only banned him for a few seconds, though. Yo, these pancakes are freaking super hot still, bro. Holy shit. I'm gonna put some honey on them and let them chill, bro. Let's see. Oh, shit. There we go. Good stuff. While CJ banning me before work. Yeah, I seen that you said you had to get off work, so I was like, shit, might as well. Might as well. The OG Peep Temple atop the average. Bro, that was the OG actual short. That was a good short. Random temple for Peeps, bro. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Chill, chill, chill. Let me see what we got going on here, bro. See what we got going on in this one. Boom. Wait, what? There we go. We don't have Cremoni here, so someone got to get banned. Exactly. I wish I had as much. I wish you had as much astrites as shell credits. How much shell credits do you have? I wish I had as much astrites as shell credits too, bro. Shit. I got 300,000 shell credits to my 4,000 astrites. Don't we wish that, bro? I know Nines wish that. This fucking dude Nines got 40,000 astrites. Like what? 40,000, 40 million astrites, bro. Like, that don't even make sense. Homie has the astrites of the entire WUWA player base in his account. I remember when I had 300k. Pepper Rich Farms, remember, Jet. I remember that too, bro. That's why I was so nervous, bro, about spending them astrites, bro. Remember, I got 40 mil shell credits. All right, Nines. You're trying to flex your shell credits again? This man got enough shell credits to feed the whole WUWA population, bro. Oh, shit. Bro, I'm gonna be honest. There are days where I be feeling pancakes more. And then there are days where I be feeling waffles. But I eat more pancakes than waffles. Shit's okay. I got you. Appreciate you, bro. Ain't that 3.3 mil. What did I say? I said 300? 3,000? What did I say? I do like a good soft fluffy pancake, bro. I don't know. The thing with pancakes is that I feel they just flow smoother, bro, when it comes to the waffle. But the waffle's also pretty good. Donnie, have a good night, bro. You're sitting at 31,000 astrites. Damn. Homie's rich. You have 17,000. I'm just poor. Alright, so y'all just gonna call me poor and shit now? That's what we doing? Listen. Listen. Y'all just haters. Oh look, I found Zeno's favorite thing to do. Oh, it disappeared. Zeno's gonna be depressed. Bro, you know what's crazy? I'm gonna show y'all something. Hold on. I'm gonna show y'all something. I'm gonna expose Zenobius. Where was the picture? Where's the picture? Hold on. What the hell's the picture, chat? Oh, y'all talked a lot. What the fuck? Someone tag me in the picture. Oh, wait. No, it was deleted. Oh, I hate y'all. Who deleted it? Oh, someone's getting banned. Oh, someone's getting banned. That's insane. Y'all delete. Did I save it somewhere? Hold on. Let's see if I saved that somewhere. I didn't. I always save it somewhere. I didn't save it, bro. Homie, it's a shame to be known as a meat beater, bro. That's insane, bro. That's insane. Homie, delete. Bro, this man had 5,000 meats. He is an official meat picker. That's insane, bro. I cannot be bothered to check the log. It had to be either a mod or an admin. But even if in the logs, I don't think I could see it. It just says he deleted a post, right? It doesn't actually show the post that was deleted, does it? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. That's crazy, y'all will delete, like, actual information. Wild behavior. Look, y'all just gonna have to take it as word of mouth. Zenovius had literally 10,000 piles of meat, bro. He ain't no longer the crab picker. He's the meat picker. Yeah, he probably did it, I know. He was like, don't expose me, bro. Dude, if I was to get the triple fusion and replace Shang Li for Galbrina, what character sequence should I go for? On your Galbrina? Probably S2. S2 Galbrina is pretty damn nice.
Perfect.
What other collaborations would you like to see in this game? Shit. I don't know. That's a good one, bro. Like, I don't want to go down the basic ones, right? And say like Nier, because Nier would be a good one to have in this game. But I feel that we're already gonna meet that like cybernetic type of character feel with Cyberpunk. So I don't know. Final Fantasy would be a good one. Final Fantasy would be a good one. Shit, who else could be interesting, bro? Final Fantasy would be very good for WUWA in terms of like the collabs, because they have a lot of characters that would fit the aesthetic of this game. And they could do what Monster Hunter World did, and I think Monster Hunter Wilds is having a collab with Final Fantasy, where Monster Hunter World got armor and they got Behemoth, and then Final Fantasy got Rathalos. So they could do the same with WUWA, where in WUWA we could get like, I don't know, fucking Ifrit or Behemoth as a boss, right? And then we could get like a character and maybe armor, or not armor, weapons. And then they could get like, I don't know, fucking Tempest Mephis as a boss over there or something like that. Zeno deleted it. That's crazy. He didn't want people knowing that he has 10,000 meats, bro. Sephiroth. Hey, bro, we got a Sephiroth. We got Sephiroth over here somewhere, bro. Where's Sephiroth? Right here. We got Sephiroth, which is actually voiced by Sephiroth's VA. Flasher says he has the best collab idea, Peppa Pig. That's crazy. He wants Peppa Pig in the game so he can S6R5 her. We got Calculator. True. This is Wish Sephiroth, bro. He looks pretty cool, though. You can't say he don't. But you're right, you're right. Peppa Pig is peak content. Clasher says he wants Peppa Pig, bro. He says that's his favorite show growing up. Best collab idea would be to input PCs as their own unit. You know, some games actually do that. My girl was telling me not too long ago that apparently Emeru was featured in a gacha game. I don't know if you could summon her or not, but there's been plenty of CCs. It's usually, though, VTubers. VTubers are the ones who usually get featured in these games. But to be fair, though, right, I'm already featured in Withering Waves. Like, if we're keeping it a stack, bro, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, my VTuber model actually got featured in WUWA. Like, I don't know if you guys knew that, right? But, like, I'm him, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was actually featured in WUWA, as you can see right here, bro. Like, we got the weekend fit and everything, just chilling. Oh, you always gonna collab with SpongeBob? Y'all wildin'. I remember when Isekai Slow Life, she has an AI design. That's what I'm saying. Kalcharo is looking powerless. Yeah, my Kalcharo stats are pitiful, bro. I can't build them. I just don't have the materials. I don't even have materials for the upcoming characters right now. I'm Poe. I'm Poe, bro. Solon Lee. Homie wants Solon leveling. That's crazy. Y'all want 3.8 to feature Solon and Dong as summonable characters. Better get back to grind after all the roasting. I don't even be roasting people, bro. I'm just a nice PC, bro. What are we talking about? Why would y'all think I roast people?
Pleasing to the ears,
The Kuro roast? Yo, this egg's kind of fire. Hold on. Ooh. It's nice. A Wukong-like character would be crazy. Doing calcium dirty? Nice. What can I do, though? I don't got the resources. Do I look like someone that has 40 million shell credits in their account? No. Do I look like Nines? No. Yeah, dope Wukong type character would be lit for this game, bro. That would be lit. Wukong would be the adult version of Ling Yang. That's a crazy thing to say about Wukong, bro. But in a certain way, like, you ain't wrong. In a very distant, weird way, I see where you're coming from. I do own the God called Charo. He's just chilling in the corner, bro. He's just chilling. Damn, Clash or Gulag Cypher. They said, how dare you say that, Ling Yang, bro. Bleach would be an interesting collab, but I don't, like... This is just me when it comes to games like WUWA, bro. Featuring characters like, I don't know, Naruto, Luffy, like the big anime names in these type of games is weird, don't you think? Like, imagine playing WUWA and you boot up and you're running around with Luffy. That would be weird. Might be cool for the, you know, for the One Piece fans, but it'll be a little weird. So same kind of applies with a character like Ichigo, I guess. Since he's so big outside of it, like the immersion, I guess. But it could be cool. But I feel that those type of titles usually collab with smaller gacha games. Collabs, yes, sir. I wonder if they're only going to do, like, one collab ever. Like Genshin. Genshin has only done one collab, right? Or have they done more than one? I know they did, Horizon Zero Dawn, and, like, that's it. We can run around with Chopper. Is that your favorite character? Chopper? WUWA and Slime Isekai? Running around with Rimuru and Shion. I just almost dropped my food. Holy shit. Y'all just saw me panic for half a second. Gacha games have done collabs with Attack on Titan. Oh yeah, I played gacha games that they've done collab with, like Attack on Titan, JJK, Fate. A lot of these type of games, bro. A Rimuru unit in WUWA? A Rimuru unit would be insane, bro. I'd 100% be running around with Zoro just like Godslayer?
Perfect.
PDR has 3. Escanor would be insane. Who decided that? And he just goes up and you just see the sun popping up there and it drops on people. That'd be actually insane. Rimuru is 2 OP. Rimuru would be busted in this game, bro. It would have to add him in like 7.8 or some shit. The girls from K-pop Demon Hunters. Hey, those have a big audience. I wouldn't care for them too much. But yeah, they do have a big audience. I'm only really down with collabs if they make the characters actually part of the world and canon for years to come. If it's just a promotion, they can't do that though. They don't even make their own characters part of the world for years to come. When was the last time you seen Jin Shi? Shang Li. When was the last time you seen what's her face? Yin Lin in the game. They don't even make their own characters be in the game for years. So they wouldn't do that with a collab. We've only had a calculator in the anniversary cutscene where he's shaking the maracas. What up, John Octavius? How you doing? See, John was there yesterday. John can attest to Zeno having like 10,000 meats, bro. I'm gonna read that as Ruby, Jed. I haven't watched that in years, but it's really lines up with this game. Yeah, that actually makes sense. You just woke up? Homie got crazier sleep schedule than me, bro. Homie woke up at what time is it, chat? Like 3, 4? It's fucking 2, bro. That's crazy. Bro, apart from like normal people, have y'all ever met like gamers that are into this whole like anime gacha scene that have never watched One Piece? It's gonna get crazier. One Piece, Naruto, Bleach, or Dragon Ball. I've met people that haven't watched Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece. But I ain't never met someone that hasn't watched all 3 and they haven't watched Dragon Ball. Hey, yo, nah, I don't want to talk about it. What do you mean you don't want to talk about it? You don't want to talk about Zeno having piles upon piles upon piles of meat? That's crazy. Jed, you've met gacha players that are into anime culture that have never watched the Big 3 or the granddaddy of the Big 3? Like, I get not watching the Big 3 nowadays, but not the Big 3 and Dragon Ball. That's crazy. Oh, hell no, bro. I know a guy, he's a tourist, bro. I don't even remember the animes he was watching. We're probably talking about the same guy, John. Hard take, I think One Piece still mid. Why do you think One Piece is mid? I want to hear that take, though. Because I'm a big One Piece fan, but I'm always down to see what it is. You don't like shonens? Okay, personal preference. You don't like longer shows. I've never seen... Yeah, like, nowadays for me, it's normal to have people that haven't watched the Big 3. Very normal. Because nowadays people grew up with, like, the short animes. But not having watched Dragon Ball, I was flabbergasted. Nice, but see, saying it's too long doesn't convey what's mid about it. Saying it's too long doesn't convey what's mid about it. You could say other things, right? Yo, Zeno, we were sharing the picture of all the meat you have on your account. You have 50,000 meats in your account, bro. Crazy behavior. Had this one coworker who praised shows like MHA and Black Clover. I explained how different aspects of those shows took inspiration from the Big 3 and whatnot. They fool deny. Well, yeah, but they're just wrong at that point. You can't really deny that they took aspects from them when the creators themselves say they took aspects from those shows. That inspiration, at least, right? It's okay, we're fighting now, but wait, a flashback. My friends will get me through. Charge up attack. One more flashback of the next episode that I don't like. Okay, so I understand not liking the flashbacks, but I feel that while they are annoying, like mid-fight, and boom, flashback, and that shit gets annoying as hell, I ain't even gonna lie. I do like how it gives context to a lot of the characters, but I can also agree that I don't like how they're doing a fight, and mid-fight it's a flashback. I think that shit's ass. I agree with that. Jet says, show us your meat. Hey, yo. Hello. I don't really care about the long world building to get to the point. It's nice, but it's not like very lore based to get me thinking hard. It's just a fun world building, which is long. See, if you would have... So, you don't care about the long world building to get to the point. Understandable. But when you say it's not like it's very lore based, One Piece has probably the richest lore in all of anime. right? I'm sure there's going to be other shows that could stick out, right? But lore-wise, One Piece, the lore is deep, like real fucking deep. You have stories on almost every character. You have stories on the worlds. You have stories on the political climate. You have stories on everything. Everything regarding One Piece is lore-based. For Naruto versus Sasuke originally, for example, after the exams, but before the fillers, that took 10 episodes. 10 less than 20 minutes was actually fighting. Yeah, I agree with that. That shit's annoying. See, like, for example, that's a good point. I could 100% agree why you would say I don't like watching shows like Naruto and One Piece because I'm into the fight scene and then out of nowhere they hit me with a 2-episode filler about the dude's past. I can understand that. Maybe they could do that before the fight. Very valid criticism of older generation shonen. Very valid and fair criticism on it. One Piece enjoyer here. Yeah, I'm a big One Piece enjoyer, bro. I love, even though I haven't watched it in like a couple of months because I'm waiting for it to build up a little more, I stay on the loop with, like, you know, anime and manga and all that. To be honest, Crystal, sometimes the shit you say be surprising me. I've known Crystal for like 15 years, and sometimes some of the shit surprises me, bro. I'm still stuck on Enel from Skypiea. That's all I gotta say. Naruto verse versus the Fate verse. I don't know enough about the Fate verse. I do know that the Fate verse is another one that's very lore heavy. I will say that. Then again, so does some of the shit CJ says. Then sometimes I think y'all starting to rub off me. Bro, it's really hard to join my community and not have some of the shit we say rub off on people. Because we're like, at least for me and some of my like members and mods and people like that, we interact with our community. Like, we become friends with our community. You know what I'm saying? Whereas a lot of other chats and a lot of other places, they don't really interact with the people. Whereas, like, I do. I'm an unk now, so I read more manga than watch anime. Nines is like 23, talking about he's an unk now. That's crazy. Let's just say the lore isn't that crazy interesting to me. So I understand you saying, for example, that you don't find the lore of One Piece interesting because everything comes down to personal preference, right? But to say that you don't think it's deep or heavy lore base is crazy. You could say you don't find it interesting, right? But it's big when it comes to lore, right? Like, we're talking about slavery, we're talking about politics, we're talking about erasing the history of the world of the past fucking 100 years. We're talking about corruption. We're talking about all these crazy hidden stories. So there's a lot going on there. But once again, it's not for everybody. But after the fighting point, a lot of the shonens have the same formula. I'm going to be number one, friendship and trust. Yeah, but think about all the animes nowadays. Most of them are the same thing. They all take inspiration for one. Black Clover, right? Boom. My Hero, boom. Shit, let's lower it down. Solo Leveling. What does the dude from Solo Leveling want to do? Become the strongest there is so he can, I don't know, fight the bosses and the bad people and protect his loved ones. The same thing, right? Like, all anime usually revolves around becoming the strongest for the most part. Unless we talk about some random shit in some random animes. You say 30 is unk age? That's crazy. You ever be so funny you almost killed Krishna through just laughter? I haven't. Maybe I have, but I don't know. You just hear someone dying on the other side of the mic. One Piece has an interesting, deep character progression and history made into the story. Oh yeah, bro. Like I said, the world of One Piece is probably one of the deepest worlds if you really get into it. Bro, you don't even got to get deep into the sauce of the lore and like read covers or see cover stories and, you know, all the extra interviews with, like, Oda and things like that, you just watch the show, and it's already deeper than a lot of other shows. That's why I fucks with JoJo. It moves away from shonen and becomes a seinen. Was JoJo ever a shonen though? I thought that every season was a whole different character, main character. You still have Dio in the background, from my understanding, but yeah. I have to watch JoJo. Bro, I don't like the characters from JoJo. They all look a little bit way too extra, bro. But maybe I'll watch it and be like, yo, JoJo's peak, but I've never gotten into it. One Piece might have depth and lore, which is great, but I'm beyond trying to get into it. And the time I'd invest into it, I could read like 50 or 100 different mangas. Yeah, but it goes down to quality over quantity. Nowadays, all the mangas, or not all, but a lot of the mangas you read, a lot of the animes you watch, they're like superficial. You watch them one time, they're so shit that they never get a second season. So it goes down to quality over quantity, right? And when it comes to One Piece, it has both quality and quantity, right? What I don't like about One Piece is the character animation style, besides Zoro and the Marines. Exclude Gear 5 and Luffy. He's had some badass scenes. Look at Luffy fight in Wano versus Kaido. Prior to turning into Gear 5, homie was looking like a demon. Look up at the Sanji fights. They look pretty good. Shanks recently straight up looks good, but there are a lot of characters that be looking goofy as fuck in One Piece. I will give you that. Shanks a demon, yeah, Shanks a goat. Look at the Roger versus Whitebeard fight. Shit was crazy. Marineford. Woo! Marineford was goated. The Blue Protocol ads are everywhere. I hope they do good, man. Forget what you see. We can't forget what we saw. Because I know it's in 4K. How can we forget what we saw in 4K, brother? Our oldest brother has been watching One Piece since 2002, 2003. Good stuff, bro. Oh, yeah, I've seen some DNA ads as well. Trying to see what's going on with DNA, bro. The upcoming episodes are going to be peak. What up, Kimbo? I introduce you guys to a donut. Come here. Come here. Back up. Back up. Sit. Sit. Good boy. Look, chat, a donut. That's the donut boy right there. Good old Kimbo, man. Been having to treat him for heavy allergies, having to buy medicine and give him medicated baths.
Perfect.
So he has his little donut here to prevent him from scratching himself a little bit too much. Poor Kimbo, he's a donut. Yeah, he a big donut. Blue Protocol did come out and flop in CN, bro. So hopefully that don't happen here, but we're going to have to wait and see. You got the DNA sauce. What sauce are you talking about? Crespo, you know que. I'm not giving you food. I love pits. They're my favorite breed. I love pits. I still love pits despite my last one turning out to be a freaking demon spawn of hell. And attacking me, attacking my girl, having me get stitches. Everything. I still love pit bulls. I'm just a little more nervous about getting them nowadays, bro. Because even as a little kid, that dude was just a demon. I don't know why. I've been seeing a lot of DNAs. I'd recommend people to watch One Piece, Water 7 arc. That arc was great. Water 7 was really good. They did a rework for it. The core aspect of the game works differently, Turtle. And there's new not developers, is it publishers? Publishers? Where did I get them from? A random Facebook post that was talking about dogs having been but this is gonna make sense to a certain degree, having like their parents were fighting dogs, right? And we got it since it was a little baby puppy. Like we had to hand feed the dog. So it's not like, yo, but the parents were fighting dogs, so the dog is also like, maybe, I guess, but he was a puppy, a baby dog. And he turned out like, bro, I'd be walking to the time he attacked me right here, bro. I don't know if y'all can see it. Hold on. Y'all can't see shit. It's weird because of the lighting. But the time he attacked me right here that I had to get stitches, bro. I was walking. I went to the kitchen. I got food. I came back to my room, and I was going back to the kitchen to get a glass of juice. And as I was walking to the kitchen, I feel like something tapped the back of my foot, and I turned around, and he was just looking at me, pupils dilated, just like ready, bro, like ready to pounce. I looked at my cousin, and I was like, bro, grab him because he's gonna attack. The moment that I looked away, he pounced on me. And he just gripped my freaking wrist, stuck his teeth in, and I went to grab him with my other arm so I could get him off my arm. He bit my other arm. We had to call the amber lamp and have him check what was going on, because, yeah, and they had to give me stitches. You could see the fat sticking out of my arm. It was crazy. Crespo, un primo se lo llevó. That's probably what the problem was. Some fighting dog pups, usually aggressive. Yeah, he was aggressive, but it was so small. He was such a small dog. So I don't really know what was going on with him, bro.
Let's seize the moon.
Oh, look, another one of the things Zeno likes, a bell crab. Yeah, it could have possibly been that. It was sad though, because I really love that dog. Like, my dog is getting old nowadays. My Lunite subscription is expiring soon. How many days do I have on my Lunite subscription? What the fuck is it? I have 3 days of Lunite subscription. Oh, hell no. I don't even know if I bought the Battle Pass yet. Did I buy it? Okay, yeah, I bought the Battle Pass. I just need to re-up my Lunite sub. Resposito cobro. Está volviendo muy agresivo. Alright, let's see. Let's go hunt down some dinosaurs before we hop off the game. Some good old dinos. He's in a good place now? Yeah, he's in a very good place. He's with one of my cousins that loves him and pretty much treats him as his own. This is why I stack Lunite subs so I don't end up forgetting. Bro, I forgot to get the... Oh, fuck. I gotta kill it, don't I? Yup. Nope, we ain't doing all of that. Actually, we might. Whoa, I'm out of stamina. Oh, hell no. Chill out, I got no stamina. Why don't I got stamina? I can't fight. Let's just do this. Yeah, I just forgot to get my Lunite sub. I gotta get it because them little astrites every day, they help out. They add up, bro. There we go. I honestly have a theory that passed down genetic trauma could be responsible for a lot of mental illnesses that weren't genetically apparent at first. That could be a thing for sure. For sure, for sure. Bro, I love the fact that they made it so you could, like, just fly while you're standing. Ooh, that's so good. And like right now, I want to get another puppy because I'm like emotionally and mentally scared of when my dog is gone, because he's been with me when I lived alone and everything for 12 years now. So he's old. So the day like I, you know, lose him, I don't know if I'm gonna go crazy for a few months or weeks, or I don't know, bro. Maybe I'm stronger mentally by then, but at the same time, I'd be scared, Chad. I'd be scared. That's why I wanted to get another dog, bro, to like have it be my partner by then, but it didn't work out, I guess. Hey, I might be reaching, but how would you feel if Orlova is a good guy now since she's back? I feel like it would make the story, man, with no consequences. I mean, I think that Orlova was never like full on evil, like actually evil. I think she was more just twisted because of the circumstances that she lived, but she wasn't enjoying killing or, you know, turning people into tacit discords, for example. She was more so doing it because of her obsession with finding the way to bring those she loved back, right? And then she got further pushed in that direction with Braxidus, you know, gaslighting her into thinking that they could help her find that solution. Because you can try and mentally prepare, but it's always hard. Yeah, it's always hard. Bro, game is dead. I'm sad. Yeah, I feel you on that. Yeah, she's more of an anti-hero than a villain. No, yeah, it's still bad for sure, but I don't see her as a villain. I see her as a corrupted, you know, mentally unstable type of person. So seeing her turn good, I think at first, if she would have ended up actually being a villain, like she just likes turning people into tacit discords because she finds it fun and entertaining, then I would have been like, yeah, that's ass, turning her into a hero. But I feel that having her turn good could be a good thing if they show her the light, right? Like if they show her the ways that what she's been doing is wrong, and, you know, I don't know, Rover or other people teach her to let go and, you know, just forget what's in the past and look forward to the future, blah, 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 blah. It could be a good redeeming arc for a character that was just steered in the wrong direction, but never truly, completely fucking crooked. You know what I mean? But I don't want her to turn, like, fully, like, very nice, because it's also, like, she's done a lot of wrong things. So having her turn very, very good, it's also kind of weird. I think that she could still be conflicted, but trying to do better type of scenario, and I think that would be good. Yeah, they would have to navigate it carefully. Too good right off the bat, it's like, bro, but she been turning people into tacit discords for fucking years. What are we talking about? But also keeping her just bad is a missed opportunity. But it, like I said, it could be done pretty well. You know what I mean? Look at Yuno just chilling there, bro. Look at that. Peek, peek. Ooh, a fusion damage piece. Let's go. Okay. Yo, the last few days we've actually done longer streams. And I appreciate everybody that's tuning in, especially right now with all the things I'm trying to do to get the channel moving. The fact that I have all these expenses going on right now with my dog being sick, getting him the meds and all of that. And then my mom's also another thing that I got to take care of. I appreciate people actually tuning in to watch and, you know, watching the videos and commenting. Appreciate that a lot, bro. Alright, I killed all my dinos. Anybody else got some dinos? Kenshi, what's good? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. And the fact that us combat enjoyers don't care for the story. Don't say that, bro. They're gonna attack us. We got you, CJ. I appreciate you, Cypher. You're a real one, bro. Thank you. Alright, I killed all the dinos. If anybody else got some dinos I can hunt, we can extend the stream a little bit longer before I hop off. Before I hop off, man. Oh, there was a video I wanted to watch yesterday, but I forgot what the hell it was, bro. Shit. Let's see if I find it. Here. Oh, was it this one? We can do a reaction before I hop off. Shit. a video about Galbranicus. I want to see what they got to say from Nowl.
Good boy.
I sobbed like a baby. Had a great story, but it was good. Wait, what are you talking about? Is 108 AM here and hearing your yapping background while I play some League? Hell yeah, bro. Get a dub for your boy in League, bro. Alright, Crystal and Classer are hopping in. Hell yeah, appreciate y'all. For though, we talk about story quite often in here, to be honest, and I think that the story enjoyers are worried about if they're confident Kuro can do both aspects of the game extremely well together. They can. Kuro themselves have said they can. I feel that some people try to, like... I don't even think it's because story enjoyers care that Kuro's going to start fumbling if the combat gets better. I don't think it's because of that. I don't even think people that enjoy story in itself are the people that don't like the combat. It's just the vocal minority that attack one side of the argument. And those are the people that I'm referring to when I make my videos. It's one of those scenarios that, like, if my shoe fits, right, then put it on, right? I'm talking to you. If it doesn't, then don't take it personal. Like, if I make a video saying casual players are a problem because those casual players say that we shouldn't have more combat or more events in the game, I'm not talking about just normal casual players. I'm talking about the ones that say that we shouldn't get more content in the game. You feel me? Very simple in that aspect, personally, I think. Wait, let me take this out the way. I'm gonna go over here and put this down. Join whenever, I bet. I'm on NA. There we go. I knew there was a chest somewhere down there. Alright, let's see who I can join. WUWA sucks. Understandable. Understandable. It still doesn't show me that you're online, Clasher. I'm trying to give benefit of the doubt, but maybe I be doing that too much. Yeah, bro, that's what happened to me, bro. We be trying to give benefit of the doubt and have structured conversations. And some people start attacking us, and it's kind of like I was saying the other day. And then we say something to them, and they get mad. Which is how it all started, bro. Right? Some of us said we would like to see some more combat events in the game, and then other people were like, oh, so you're saying you don't want story? Oh, you're saying you don't want them to fix endgame, or you're saying you don't want them to do leisure events? Not everybody can play 18 hours a day. And it just started getting out of place. So that's why I made my videos in a way to explain every argument that I was making down to the T. You know what I mean? There we go. It says Clashers online. Why the fuck? I can't join none of y'all. Hold on. Let me go here, bro. I'm gonna see if I can actually join any of you guys, because I don't know what the hell is going on. I don't know what in the hell, boy. What is happening? Oh, there we go. We got Clasher, Topaz. All right, I'm gonna go down the list. Seno, Clasher, and then Topaz. I got y'all. Yeah, it got out of hand. Y'all were having two different convos. But I'm not just talking about today's conversations. I'm talking about the like why I made my videos the other day, right? Because I felt that the argument that we were saying was getting changed into something else by like random commenters. And it's not that I care about what random commenters said, but I proceeded to make my comments and my videos in response to those people trying to strawman the argument, right? Not about today's conversation, just why my videos got made several days ago. Like the way that people like to turn certain arguments. Like, for example, someone said telling people to watch or to play other games is not a bad thing. And I was like, absolutely, that's not a bad thing. But it's the context and the way that people were saying it that it becomes a bad thing. It becomes like someone's in their own ass about what they're saying. And then on top of that, telling people to go play other games and that you don't care about the game in the same sentence, it's like, what are we talking about, right? Like, how are we the ones trying to promote the game to get better by saying some things that could be improved, or the ones that don't care about the game? And how are you the ones saying to, like, go play other games, the ones that care about the game? And for example, a lot of people were saying that in my comments. A lot of people were saying that type of scenario. Oh, you just want to play more than 5 minutes, and it's like, but it's not even about that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all making it into a completely different argument. And to me, bro, someone that's like actually debated shit and like been on like things with the police and had to go to court and had to do some real debating, I feel like it's very linear in this particular scenario. Like, the topic, it's very simplistic. It's not deep at all. So anybody that like tries to like change it or strawman the argument is like, it just feels like we're coming from a different angle that is unnecessary, if y'all know what I'm talking about. That's like today, you guys were telling me, why are you not like attacking and going hard on like Blazion? And I was like, I don't want to do that. It defeats the purpose. If you have your argument clear and well explained, there's no need to like get loud and yell and shit, right? At that point, I might as well not even have the debate or the conversation. So, but I get where people were coming from. Always give a logical, better version of the argument for their case that's still making their direct point, so you're not just jumping and then dismantle it. Exactly. Exactly. Synovius be getting the Galbranicus Dino. The JoJo Gacha finally dropped. Don't know much about it though. A JoJo Gacha. You know Nine's about to download it, bro. What, Kimbo? Kimbo looking at me like he wants something. I do understand why a lot of people were getting upset today. Like, a lot of people were getting stressed with today's debate. They're like, what the hell? Hey, yo, give me fusion right now. Boom. Let's go get this one. There we go. Bro, Spectro, come on now. Come on now. Bro, I've been wanting to watch One Piece again with my girl because we left off at Fishman Island, and I want to like push and catch up, but I feel like I never have the time. That's how people be feeling nowadays when it comes to One Piece. I just don't have the time. I probably do have the time. I'd be tired, bro. And One Piece is one of those things that requires dedication. Like, you really got to sit there and watch and pay attention and, you know, for a while. But I want to watch more with her. Oh, and then I'm one of the few people that likes pre-time skip One Piece more than, post time skip. One of the rare few people that like pre-time skip. All right, let's see. Let's get to this last one. I know I could have teleported somewhere else, but like, I was lazy. I'm more of an analytical thinker, so that type of debating kind of scratches my brain in a bad way. Nah, I get you. Like, I'm gonna be honest, had it been anybody else, I would have definitely gone harder. Like, if it would have been someone, like I said, that came at me in the wrong way, I would have cooked them. But they weren't, so I couldn't put myself in the position of be the one that attacks. You know what I'm saying? This man kicked me out of his world so I wouldn't steal the meat and crabs of the overworld. Can you believe that? That's insane, bro. He said he ain't gonna take the crabs and the cows from the world. They're all mine, bro. Crazy behavior, bro. That's insane, Zenobius. Homie said, I must get 10,000 more stacks of meat and crabs. Hello there, Clasher Yoos. How you doing, my friend? Alright, let's see. Bro, I hadn't even, like, finished, like, standing up straight from killing that mob. And Clasher had, or Zeno had already kicked me out of his session, bro. That's wild. Yeah, bro, I gotta give you props for that. Definitely kept your cool and showed a lot of maturity. I had to, bro. Like, it's like I said, bro. You never really know what's going down. And I feel that when you're solid with your arguments, right? When you're really, really solid in your arguments, you don't gotta resort to, like, yelling or violence or curse words to, like, prove it. I feel that if in the scenario today, for example, my point was made, my point was proven, and for the very few times I got to talk, I felt that what I needed to say was said, and everybody else was saying what you guys were saying. You guys were making your own decisions out of today's argument, so there was no need for me to, like, go off. I also find it funny, though, because during the actual debate, everybody was like, oh, I don't want to watch this. What is this? It's hurting my brain. Yet I was sitting here with like 35 to 40 viewers. Meanwhile, I go back to actually playing WUWA, and I drop down to less than 20 viewers, bro. It's like, we don't want to watch WUWA, we want to watch drama. And then people be in the comments of the videos talking about, oh my god, you're so dramatic. We don't like drama content. Sure, buddy. Sure. Sure. Keep telling yourself that.
Stay behind me.
Alright, I'm gonna do a couple more of these, and then we're gonna do one reaction video. I need you guys active when I'm reacting. I don't know what the video is gonna be about. I mean, I know what it's about. I know it's about Galbrina, but the title of the video is... where is it? Why Galbrina is not your typical future-proof waifu, and is she worth it? So I want to see what they gotta say regarding that topic. If you lowered the quality of the stream to 240p, it looked like you were playing a mobile Monster Hunter game. Just now? No, I didn't want to take your cows and crabs, Zeno. Don't worry about it. I know you're a passionate collector of those materials. I would never do that to you, bro. You're my boy. Yeah, the way you came down on that blue lizard, it was like you were fighting Zenogre out here. Hey, bro. You know what it is? That's why we talk about, like, bro, this is the hunt area. Imagine if they actually let us hunt down, like, a mob with a little bit more HP. You know how we, during the story, we took down one of these enemies, one of these dinos, and we broke down a horn from its nose? Bro, they could literally have it so you hunt down one of those enemies every day and you break, like, a piece of it. It could be the same fucking dino. Right? Just... or maybe 3 different enemies, and you break a piece of their thing, then they run away, and then you gotta track them down again, and then you hurt it again, and you kill it, and boom! 10, 20 asteroids. You know, nothing that big. That would have been dope. I think my Inu is my best built unit I got on my account. Really? More than your Brancicle and your all other ones? Crazy. Homie says he got to roll up. Oh no, I want to roll up. God damn. Makes me want to get some gummies, bro. What was the one game that could use HP inflation in a couple areas, to be honest, but I won't say that in front of the larger WUWA community. They'll go for your neck, brother. They could legit make it a co-op hunt. You and 3 other friends hunt down a boss monster that takes like 15 minutes to kill. Yup. Agreed. They can make it so it takes like, you know, 5 to 10 minutes, not 15. Let's say like 10 minutes, right? You break a little bit of it once, and you break it again, and then if you want to do a co-op, now it's like a 10 to 15 minute fight because it gets more chunky or something. I don't know. The specifics are irrelevant, but the concept of it is dope. Right? And then everybody kills it in the map, and it gives everybody their daily reward. That would be legit. That would be freaking amazing.
To the lands afar.
There we go. I made it where I needed to. Where's the other shop again? In Septimont, yes. I mean, there are a few shops. There's like a shop in Septimont. There's a shop in Jinzo. There's a shop in like the Riccioli Islands. There's a few shops all over the place. Next week is about to be that time. What time? Oh, Blue Protocol? Or something else? What are you talking about? Oh yeah, Blue Protocol. That should be fun. And then like, it's gonna be great for me personally because I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna hard grind it. And then literally 2 weeks after it drops, we get Duet Night Abyss. So like in terms of content and having fun and doing shit with friends, I have a good roster of at least 2 to 3 games that I'm going to be playing over the next few days, which is nice. Gives me something to do. I do enjoy having stuff to do. Brandt hoed you on his echoes. Yeah, Brandt was a little bit of a pain when it came to getting the echoes. Alright, let's go to Crystal's World, and then we'll react to the video, and then I'll call it a day, because it'll be another 5-hour stream, ladies and gentlemen. 5 hours. The reason I'm doing these longer streams is because when games like Duet Night Abyss, or even 3.0 of WUWA come out, I'm hoping that we have more than a few minutes of content per day. And I'm hoping these other games give me plenty of time where I can stream for hours and hours on end. That would be pretty damn good. It's going to feel like TOF all over again. Being with the homies, yeah, that's going to be great. I'm worried, though, because the class that I want is the most whale-friendly class. Like, the one that, if you're a whale, you get the most benefit out of it. So, I don't know. I don't know what to think of. I don't know if I should switch classes to something more free-to-play friendly or what, but has me, you know, thinking about it. In a crazy stream, yeah, I was not expecting that today, bro. I'm telling y'all, I was not expecting to have all of that, bro. Ended up chatting with the homie Ethan, Blazion, a bunch of y'all were getting here. We had Ainthoma in the chat. We had a bunch of people, bro. It was definitely something else. Stamina, yeah, I hate stamina systems in my game, bro. Like, let me just play as much as we want, and then if you're trying to like make me spend money, don't gatekeep me with how much I can do. Let me continue to play, and I'll promise you I'll still spend money. But gatekeeping me just makes me want to go into other games, which I think it's a bad model. Because if they didn't gatekeep like with stamina or with content, then you could just continue playing that game and end up spending more money in the game. But if I do everything that I can for a day in 5 minutes, right, and then I have time to go play other games, it's more likely that I might find another game where I'll spend $20, $30, and then another one, and then eventually I won't have as much for the one that I could be spending money on. I get it from the gacha perspective, but at the same time is like, if you're not gonna give me a bunch of content to do, why gatekeep me on what I can farm, right?
Stay behind me.
gives a fuck, play the class and show off. A free to play can do it too. Yeah, no. Like that's definitely a thing. But I feel like if I'm gonna be like a burden for our teams in terms of like DPS, it makes me really wonder a little bit about the class, you know? But it definitely is what I want. It'll be fun for sure. At first is the end game I'm worried about, and the PvP. I'm not too worried about the end game because I feel that all these games nowadays be having some dry ass end game. I hope there is a lot of stuff to do in the end game, but we'll have to see. PvP, I'm also not worried at all because, for example, I have Destiny for PvP. I've literally done, like with Crystal and with Lat, I've done hundreds of PvP matches between regular PvP and shifting gates. And it's like, now I'm barely doing them, you know what I mean? Where Win Meets has, oh, and you guys have been hyping up Where Win Meets, so I'm going to have to check that as well. When does it drop, y'all said? Yeah, I love Shifting Gates. Shifting Gates was great. Yeah, it kind of sucks to pull a character only to be gatekept from building said character. Definitely makes you want to look elsewhere. Agreed. The ecosystem is time-gated by already by RNG. Why on earth does it need the stamina system laid on top of that? Exactly. Oh, shit, I almost went the wrong way. 14th of November. Oh, shit, okay. So, yeah, we could have a decent amount of content in terms of different games to play. That's good, man. I do want more content. I'm getting tired of not having content to play. And I know it all goes down to gacha games, but shit. Bro, like this. Why is this here? Like, give me... this is probably something that happened in the story. But tell me this is not Monster Hunter, bro. Like, bro. Look, chat. Oh, I can't do it because I'm in co-op. I'm in co-op. But, like, this right here, can I do it? I'm pretty sure I can't do it if I'm in co-op. Yep, I can do it. That rock would fall on that thing and stagger it. Literally Monster Hunter style. I posted another react. Bet. I'm worried about Destiny right now. I can't get a higher level. Yeah, I haven't been able to like progress level-wise in Destiny for 2 weeks, which is it's another one of those things that I think is really badly done in a game, because we already have the time gate of the energy system, right? We have the time gate of the RNG, but on top of that, when I go back to a game like Destiny, having the time gate of the RNG of getting the right item. Like, that's just crazy. The perfect example is, you know how we need materials to level up characters in WUWA that you gotta go do like a boss for? Imagine if all the boss materials were in the same pool. So you can go and kill like Tempest Mephis, and instead of getting the Tempest Mephis materials, you get like Bellborn Turtle materials. So you could kill 50 Tempest Mephis and only ever get like other materials. So you're there for 3 weeks trying to get the materials for your character, and it's just random. That's one thing I don't like about Destiny. That you could do the game mode that drops the material you need to get stronger, but you can't, because it just doesn't drop it for y'all. Oh shit, I just realized I have not done my nightmare thingamabobber. He shows a lot more content. I'm gonna try it. Wait. And the MMO version of Where Win Meets. I find it crazy how people have not really been talking about that game as much as like Duet Night Abyss or Ananta or Blue Protocol, considering it's so close to coming out. Y'all know what that is? Have they not done a good job like advertising shit like that? That's how I know those aren't actual... Wait, I'm definitely looking forward for DNA, but I mean, look at WUWA. Come on, are we really going to use It's a Gacha excuse with this one? That's how I know those aren't actual fans of the game that want free shit and gambling rush. People that be playing 5 gacha games at a time. I 100% agree. I feel that people only push certain agendas when it benefits them, right? So, for example, people not too long ago were saying how WUWA is such an amazing game that is pushing the boundaries for gacha games, that it looks amazing, the cutscenes are amazing, the story is amazing, the character designs is amazing, the world design is amazing, that it's so close to being a AAA title. And then those same people, when you put an argument that they don't like against them, they'll say, well, it's just a gacha game. How much can you really expect? It's like, what are you talking about? These are people that, in my opinion, they're conformist. They never aim to achieve higher things in life. They're just there, right? Or people that will critique one aspect or one thing from a different game or a different show, but then when the same example gets brought up in this scenario, they're like, nope, that doesn't apply here. Only with the one that I see fit. It's like, bro, hypocritical as fuck.
Stay behind me. Aim control.
I did get one mod last night. Was happy. Just need 2 more. Was it a good mod that you actually needed? Alright, I finished. Thank you, Crystal, for sharing the dinos. I'm definitely looking forward to DNA. Yeah, me too. Not sure I see a lot, probably due to YouTube recommending rubbish. True. I've heard of it, just don't know how well it'll go when it's a mobile PC game. Monetization might get a little wonky. If it's good though, I'll probably take priority for me over Blue Protocol. It's on PS5. Oh shit. I do love me my games on PS5, bro. Yup, when it fits their tribalism agenda, it was a different story. That's why, bro, my arguments on my last video are so direct. Like, I don't sugarcoat it, and like, I give perfect examples, and I still hold my ground. People that have an argument with how I express things are just, I don't know what they're talking about. I really don't get what they're talking about, because they have no foundations to explain what they mean. Alright, enough of that, though. Let's actually, let me pee real quick, though, and let's actually react to this video. Give me a second. Aren't Galbrina is gonna have those dinos on her own set, yes, but Galbrina's set is a 3-piece set. So you can literally run the new 4-cost that I think it's coming, and then you could run 2 1-cost. And then you could just run, or, you know, a 3-cost and a 1-cost of a different type, and then you could just run the dino from this set and a 1-cost from this set, for example. Right? Because it is gonna be a 3-piece set. I'll be back. Check out the React where wins meet section in Discord. Let me see. It's in Reacts? Oh, yeah. What the hell? A random Captain Cabinets video in there. I don't see yours. Alright. Guys, I need you active with this video. I want to see what y'all gotta say. I want to see what I gotta say regarding this topic. So let's see. Boom, boom. Bada beam. Bada boom. No. Kimbo, where you going? Come here. You don't want to listen. I don't trust him. Fuck, hold on. Huh? I have to go check my dog, bro. It's on a tab on its own. What do you mean by that? I don't know. Alright, let's see. Let me open this here. I want to see what Now has to say. Let me make sure the audio is good.
With a new version coming to the game, new characters
The audio is good. Perfect. What's good, guys? CJ here, and today we gotta talk about Galbrina. Now, we have a video here by the homie Now titled "Why Galbrina is Not Your Typical Future-Proof Waifu, and Is It Worth It?" Now, I gotta tell y'all, I personally have been seeing a lot of like hands-on Galbrinicas and Shiyuan gameplay, right? Like I've seen it being done. I've seen the testing from S0 to all the way to S6, all that good stuff. Team gameplay, you know, single gameplay, all that stuff. And I gotta say, personally, I find Galbrina to be a pretty interesting character. She does deal some pretty good damage, both at S0 and at S6. Now we're gonna have to wait and see how she plays in the official full release of, you know, the character. But overall, I do feel that she's pretty good. Now, I want to see what Nal has to say regarding why she might not be your typical future-proof waifu. So, with all that being said, let's hop onto the video and see.
With a new version coming to the game, new characters are once again the centerpiece of the patch. People spend their money on these units for all sort of reasons.
Yes.
Maybe they need the character for a team, maybe because the damage is broken, or maybe simply because they just like the character.
Yeah.
It's been always a hot topic in gacha games. Is this new character actually worth your heart and money, or should you just hold out and save for the next one? Because let's be real, every patch drops another shiny face, and somehow they
Ooh, that Galbrina walk was something else. Hold on. I gotta see this again, bro. Hold on.
Because let's be real, every patch drops another shiny face, and somehow they always look cooler than the last one.
Yeah.
It makes the decision even harder. Do you go all in now or wait and risk missing out? And with version 2.7 first half dropping in about a week, a big question is floating around. Should you go for the new character or go for the rerun? Or at the very least, the question that keeps popping up everywhere is Galbrina worth pulling? Where there are a lot of things to consider before we
I'm gonna tell you this right now. If you're one of those people that is worried if Galbrina is worth pulling, there are several things you got to take into account. First off, how is your account, right? Do you see yourself pulling Galbrina and maybe pulling her best in slot, or do you have other characters that could also pair well with her, maybe other fusion units or other characters that can buff the way she plays, right? If you have characters like the full mono fusion team, you might not need to get Galbrina, right? Because she is a fusion DPS, right? And then the last thing you really should be considering is, why don't you wait a couple of days after her release? Check out multiple content creators, check out how they see Galbrina, the testing, the numbers, everything once it's officially released, and then make your decision then. The banner's here for like 20 days. You really don't have to be rushing and hurrying to get Galbrina on day one. Why? Why do you need to rush? So you can do the massive amount of content that we currently have in Withering Waves? Or is it maybe so you can participate in its thrilling photography event and take pictures of your brand new Galbrina? Don't rush it. Take your time. Take the time to analyze the unit, see how it would impact your account, see how it could really benefit you, and if she does, well, pull her, and if she doesn't, just skip her. It's really not that deep.
can call a character worth it. Like I said earlier, people pull for different reasons. Even if a character is dull or deals no damage, if someone likes them, they will say it's worth every penny. But if we're talking about value, That's where things get more interesting.
Yeah.
Right now, Fusion is already a pretty tight area with
Yeah.
only its big three, Changli, Lupa, and Brand. In most scenarios, you will have 3 of them, or you will have at least 2 of them in a
Yeah.
team. So the real question is, does Galbrena fit in?
I will say though, bro, from a looks perspective, Galbrina is very, very cool. And she's hot as hell. I love this midriff. I love this little line right here on her belly button, on her waist. Ooh, it looks good, bro. The black with blue, amazing. I love darker, outfitted units. So if you're one of those people that just looks at her and, is salivating out the mouth, bro, is foaming out there, talking about I want to lick her belly button, hey, by all means. It ain't that deep. Also, at the end of the day, it's just a game. Pull the characters you want. If we're talking about overall actual value and, progression onto your account, that's a different topic. But if you just want to suck her belly button, vacuum seal her belly button, then by all means, pull her.
I'd say yes, absolutely. Aside from being a strong standalone unit, every Fusion character we've gotten so far also brings some kind of buff in their outro. Changli gives liberation damage buff, Lupa boosts basic attack damage, and Brand provides skill damage buff.
Yeah.
Galbrena fits right into that system. And the fact that she is designed as the real Fusion DPS carry makes her even more valuable in that team.
Damn, he just done did Shangli dirty, bro. But it's true, Shangli out here getting out DPS by Bransicle, bro.
Plus, with version 2.7 that will have a new Sonata effect, the Flame Wing Shadow,
Yeah.
which is 100% will be Galbrena's Echo
Yes,
set,
for sure.
kind of moved the bar a little bit about our understanding for a traditional Fusion unit.
Yeah.
And also from the new Whimpering Oasis buff, we know that Echo will be an important point in her kit.
Yep,
which
100%. She is going to be a character that revolves around Fusion and Echo skill damage. And she is going to be the best in slot character with Shi Yuan. You guys probably know that already, right? But she's also going to work pretty well in a team with like a Shangli as a dual DPS. She's also going to work pretty well with a character like Brand on her team, because Brand will offer that fusion. He will offer his own damage, shielding, and heal. So there are certain scenarios where you can indeed slot her into the pre-existing fusion team if you aren't, for example, pleased with your Shangli, or you simply don't have her. She is going to be a character that is going to work well with them.
Which means, even if you don't have Brand, Changli, or Lupa, Galbrena will work just fine, because instead of those 3, the new character Chuyuan is the one that rumored to be her best in slot teammate.
It is her best in slot teammate, 100%. His kit pretty much revolves around synergizing with Galbrena, and he is going to be a character that I don't know how much of an impact he's going to have on Galbrena in comparison to other options like running her duo DPS with Shangli or with like a Brand. But in terms of like synergy, he is going to synergize perfectly with Galbrena.
And considering this Aero Echoes is unusable for most characters in game right now. Now, the problem is, not everyone has the access to these units. If you've been playing for a while or spent some cash on the game, you will be just fine. But if you're a new player or your luck is as cursed as mine, is it still worth it? Honestly, I'd still say yes, with some condition.
Okay.
But before we talk more about this, if you made it this far and you've been enjoying my content lately, or you just stumbled across this one, please consider subscribing, because why not?
You guys heard him here first. Go subscribe to the homie now and give your boy a subscription, a like, and drop a comment on both videos.
It really helps and motivates me to make more content like this, and smash that like button if you were vibing
Yes,
with
sir.
it. And now, I hope you enjoy the rest of the video. While Brand, Lupa, and Changli are all strong and can deal solid damage, I think Galbrena feels like the true DPS fusion carry. Don't get me wrong, the others are great, but they function more like a sub DPS in my eyes if we put.
He's right. He's right. When you compare the current Mono Fusion team, it pretty much works that way, right? The Mono Fusion team is a team where all 3 deal damage. It's really hard to say that one is a hyper carry when their damages are so close. You could say that, Brand and Shangli deal more damage than Lupa, but in all reality, they all contribute to the overall rotation, and they don't have a designated hyper carry DPS in the Mono Fusion team, whereas Galbrena is coming in with your typical, you know, Augusta, Cardathea type of functionality, where she is going to play as the hyper carry fusion DPS.
Put it together with Galbrena. As a main carry, Galbrena can pretty much carry most of the contents for new players, which don't really need a complex team comps or endgame optimization yet. Just slap her into a team with whatever you got, and she will do the job perfectly fine by herself, at least until you decide the next character to chase.
Yeah.
Since power creep
He
isn't
looks
really
so
a
good.
big problem in
Damn,
Wuthering
them
Waves,
poses.
investing in her doesn't really feel risky. But
make me
again,
act
what
up.
about the F2P players? And here's where it gets a little tricky. While she can still work with most of the free characters in game, her kits lean more towards the echo skill area. And right now, unfortunately, we don't have the best 4-star unit to support her in that area. But thankfully,
Do we even have a 4-star character that can support echo skill damage? I'm pretty sure we don't.
the fact that we don't really hear about her needing a negative status to work is a blessing, because
Okay.
if she did, she'd be way harder to build for the F2P. Think about Zani needing Phoebe to unlock her full damage.
I love my baby girl Zani. I wanna grab her horns like handlebars, but the reality of it is that she is heavily dependent on Peeves. And what's crazy is that it don't matter if you have S0 Zani or S6 Zani. She will deal more damage at S6, but it doesn't change whatsoever the fact that she's reliant on having Peeves to have smooth, buttery rotations.
Would have been a nightmare. But instead, with her new set revolving around heavy attack, maybe again, Mortifi could serve as an alternative to support her for now.
Yeah.
And of course, Shorekeeper is always a reliable option, since she both a crit buffer and a healer in one.
Yup.
Nobody's complaining about that. Plus, new players still have the access to the starter banners, so grabbing Shorekeeper should not be a huge issue. Unless you've been playing for a year and still don't have her. In that case, you might want to think twice about your decision making, brother.
Yes, sir. I don't know what you doing. If you've been playing for over a year, like he said, and you don't have Shorekeeper, I don't know what you doing with your account, bro. Shorekeeper is always going to be a character that makes your rotation smooth. At least for now, it's always been that. And it makes just team building that much easier. You can always slot Shorekeeper anywhere. Even if you're not a fan of, you know, having Shorekeeper on multiple teams, you should always have a Shorekeeper, and that's good. The same way you should probably always have a Mortifi build and a Sanhua build, because at some point, if you don't want to get the best in slot premium character for a unit that's coming out, you can always slot your trusty Mortifi or your trusty Sanhua to help you out.
Moreover, looking at Wuthering Waves' track record with character releases, I honestly don't think you need to worry too much about Galbrena's being a bad pull. If there's one thing this game has been consistent with, it's making the new unit feel solid.
Yeah,
Even if
true.
she doesn't have QU1 right away, or if you're missing some of the so-called must-have teammates, she's still going to perform just fine.
Godslayer says, I don't have SK, so what? You also haven't logged in 15 days. So I don't think that applies to you, brother. I don't think that applies to you, bro.
Take Yunos as example. She was never really designed to be a DPS character, yet she still hits like a truck, all on her own. That's just how Wuthering Waves design character. They're versatile, they stand on their own, and they rarely, if ever, release someone that feels like a waste. No, I'm not talking about you.
Damn.
And
Ling Yang
that's
catching
being
strays.
said, the one thing that I would keep in the
Oh,
back
her
of my
eyes
mind.
look cool. I hadn't even noticed it like that. Look at this.
And that's being said, the one
Yo, she's out here looking like she got some Renegon type of thing going on, bro.
thing that I would keep in the back of my mind is the fact that version 3.0 is creeping up on us. And why is that important? Well, major versions usually bring some kind of big shakeup in how the
Yeah.
game plays. Back in 1.x, the meta was straightforward.
Yeah.
Stack your forte, beat the living daylights out of your enemy, and call it a day.
Yes.
Then 2.x rolled in and changed things up a little bit with
Yeah.
the negative status mechanics and the echo related combat,
Yes.
which completely refined how certain characters work. So there's definitely a possibility that 3.x will also introduce a brand new system or combat mechanism that could change the way we value the current unit, including
That's a great point, right? We're right at the end of the 2.0 saga. We're about to go into 3.0, and that pretty much means that we're going to see a new Sentinel Resonator. We're going to see some new characters. We might see some of the other gameplay mechanics that devs have been cooking up. So while Galbrina might stand the test of time and she might be a great DPS, we're so close to a whole new region and a whole new interaction with these characters that it's one of those extra things that just you kind of got to consider when pulling the character. You got the Mono Fusion, you got 3.0 right around the corner. It's rumored that we might get the Cyberpunk collab if that interests you in the 3.0, you know, somewhere along there. It could be 3.5 for all I know, but it's somewhere along those lines. So it's one of those touchy subjects. Had it been maybe a Glacio character, had Galbrina been a Glacio character, considering we only have one other Glacio DPS, then I could see why she could hold a little bit more value because we need diversity. But considering we already have 3 premium fusion units, it's a little bit iffy in that regard. Not saying that you shouldn't get her or anything, but those are things to consider.
Galbrina. If you're that kind of player who worried about the long-term investment, that's something you need to think about. But here's the thing, history also shows that strong DPS units tend to hold their ground.
Yeah.
Just look at Carlotta. She's a pistol DPS who's been around for ages.
Yes.
And yet after all these patches, she's still thriving. Despite all the new system and the fancy mechanics, her raw strength and utility have kept her relevant. So
Yes.
as another pistol character, there's a good chance Galbrina will enjoy the same kind of staying
sure.
power. At the end of the day, unless you're the type who wants to min-max for some distant meta that we don't even know yet, you probably don't need to overthink about it.
Yeah.
Wuthering Waves almost never drops a dud, and I think Galbrina's kit is shaping up both fun and powerful, so
Yeah, I'm telling you guys right now, so we did comparisons at S0R1 of Galbrina's premium team versus a level 100 hologram, and we tested her versus the Augusta rotation with Yuno on the team, and versus the Cardathea rotation with Siakona on the team, like live, doing the testings, and all 3 of those teams perform very, very, very similar. Like straight up, one round Galbrina could clear faster than both of the other teams, and another round Augusta could clear faster, and maybe another round Cardathea could clear faster. And what you guys got to realize is that it's not just about the damage, but the way they build up said damage. A character like Galbrina can jump into the match and instantly start dealing damage when you rotate into her, whereas a character like Cardathea, you got to build up her abilities, you got to build up her liberation, and then her main source of damage comes from her Resonance Liberation Burst as she's turned into Fleur-de-Lis, right? So there's a lot of different caveats. Speed clears is not how you determine how strong a unit is in all reality, because there's different ways each character plays. But I can tell you at least this. Galbrina is definitely not going to be falling off in damage for a good minute. She's going to stand the test of time, just like characters, like he said, like Carlotta, like Cardathea, like Augusta, and like these characters are going to do. Now, we don't really know if that's really how it's going to play out, but from what we're seeing so far, that's how it feels.
whether you're pulling for love, power, or both, you're probably just fine. So yeah, at the end of the day, Galbrina looks like a solid pull.
Yeah.
She got the damage, she got the style, and she's probably gonna carry a ton of teams without breaking a sweat.
100%.
Sure, 3.0 might shake things up, but that's future us problem, right? For now, if you like her, pull for her.
Yeah.
If you need a fusion carry, roll for her. And if you think she looks cool, guess what? Roll for her.
Yeah.
Worst case happen, you just ended up with the baddest pistol queen that can burn the enemies. So what do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think Galbrina is worth the pull?
Hey, that was a great video, bro. That's a good video. It's a good conversational type of video regarding a character like Galbrina. I appreciate videos like this because in the video, he's not telling you not to pull Galbrina, and he's also not telling you to absolutely get her. It's a must. He's telling you, analyze what it is that you want, how your account is shaping up to be. If you just like her because she looks hot, get her. If you just like her because you like her playstyle, then get her. You know, we will always have future characters that could shake up how things work, right? It's always going to be like that. If it's not 3.0, it could be 3.2, 3.5, 4.0. But if you like a character right now and you feel that you just want her because of how she looks or because she can make a heavy impact on your account, by all means, go ahead and pull her. I do think she's going to be a very strong character. Personally, I think that there are certain caveats to it, right? If you have the Mono Fusion team, I would advise skipping, unless, once again, we talk about personal preference. or if you're interested to see what 3.0 might bring with the new Sentinel Resonator, the collab, and other things along those lines, consider it as well. And just check out what other creators are saying about the characters. Check for yourself when we get the character in the game and we get the testing, option that we get every time a new character rolls by. But that's really it when it comes to this video. Good video, now. I'll appreciate you for this. And if you guys enjoy it, hit that like button, subscribe, turn on bell notifications, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace. All right. Good shit. Good shit. What advice do you have for a new player? 1, join my Discord. That's the best advice I could give you. Number 2, start focusing on building your first team. Get Verena from the standard banner and get Shorekeeper from your selector banner, and you have the core 2 supports for 2 teams. After that point, build characters that can help you out, like Mortefi and Sanhua, right? And then pick yourself up a premium banner DPS that can help carry your account for a little bit, right? Do all the events, explore the maps 100%, because it's going to give you a whole bunch of astrites that is going to help you pull for characters. And that's pretty much it, right? When it comes to starting out, I don't want to bombard you with content, but yeah, that's pretty much everything. All 3 of my mods dropping the exclamation point Discord. Appreciate you guys. Much love. All right, though. I will say I've been yapping now. I've been live for about 5 hours once again. I was not expecting the stream to go on that long, but yeah, we kind of did quite a bit of stuff today. We had a whole debate for 2 hours. We played the game like 3 hours. We had a whole rant session in there. We did a reaction video. I gotta go edit the 2 videos from yesterday and this video. I'm gonna drop this video first so I don't have 5, drama, or what they like to call drama videos. And I don't know if I'm going to drop today's podcast as a video, or not podcast, but debate, because I don't know. It was a almost 3-hour podcast, and I feel that maybe it might not be the best move. I'll see. I'll maybe ask a couple of creator friends and see what they think about it, and then I'll decide if I'm going to drop it or not. But yeah, man. I love you guys. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Join the Discord, all that good stuff. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.
Look like you don't care, walking the dust off. Is that what you do? Is that all you're